Chapter 51 Shippuden begins. Xiao Yun followed Itaki and Kinja to leave. Itaki did not stop at all. During this time, Xiao Yun gradually discovered a possibility. Itaki might be leaving. His body has been able to hold on to the end, and the decisive battle with Suzuki is coming soon. Calculating, Suzuki should have grown up by now. Itaki is probably going to start planning as well. Compared to this, the plan to capture Gaara should be quicker. With the help of this treasure, Akatsuki's economy no longer needs to be delayed. It's time for me to start hiding. He won't go back to Akatsuki, and he left with Itaki just to go back to Konoha. It's time to go back. In Konoha village, 2 years have passed, and Xiao Yun has been piecing things together and looking around. Running here and there, Akatsuki is probably about to take action. And Naruto just returned here after completing his 2-year training, of course, with Jiraiya. More importantly, Danzo successfully seized power, and now Tsunade has been dismissed from her position. Of course, what Tsunade said is still useful. After all, the whole village has become that unguarded, and even most of the tasks are controlled by Danzo's Anbu. Only a small number of tasks that do not involve secrets and have no practical significance will be handed over to Konoha ninjas, and of course no one will say anything. The Anbu has taken all the pots on themselves. Whatever happens and whatever dangers they encounter, they have to deal with it themselves. Why not? Besides, the safety of Konoha was taken care of by the members of the root of the Anbu. Now that Naruto is back, the first thing he has to do is to participate in Kakashi's test, which is also the task arranged by Tsunade. Xiao Yun took the opportunity to look around the village at this time. And Ino and Tenten were like sharks that smelled blood, chasing after him. You guy! You came here and brought a girl with you. You are quite good at playing. Tisk, you playboy, you should die soon. The two women looked jealous, but they had to show that they didn't care at all in their words, which was even more troublesome in Xiao Yun's eyes. I should not have brought Kinja here earlier. But if Kinja ran away without her, it would be troublesome, so Xiao Yun still brought her here. Now that the road was blocked by the two women, Xiao Yun wanted to escape at the first time. The Shura field was too scary. Humph, fight me. I will pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you inflicted last time. Ino is looking forward to using her new ninjutsu to teach Xiao Yun a lesson. Of course, she will never use the heart transfer technique again, even if she is beaten to death. She will die miserably. The fear from last time has not subsided yet. She only hates Xiao Yun. This guy scared her and left her with a psychological shadow. His crime is unforgivable. Direct death penalty. Tian Tian is angry. This guy deceived her. If she thinks carefully, she was played like a monkey and was played around. Can she bear this kind of grievance? The ninja tools in the space ninjutsu are ready, and Xiao Yun can be smashed into a meat pie at any time. Okay, Xiao Yun was helpless. He originally came to Konoha village to see Naruto with the intention of gathering intelligence, but the two of them came to him. So he could only agree to them. The Chunin exam is coming soon, so... Hi. Temari also came here following Xiao Yun's shadow perception. Seeing the three women gathered, and each of them looked like they hated each other, Xiao Yun also felt a headache. The last time the Chunin exam was ruined was partly because of his attack on Konoha village. There was no way the three of them didn't know. It was hard to say what Tian Tian and Ino thought of him. This Temari, what did she think of him? Oh, you two are here? Since I'm here, I won't bother you. Go and rest quickly. Xiao Yun will be fine with me. I can't tire you out. Temari said very naturally. In fact, it was because of Xiao Yun's strong strength, his kindness, and the anger caused by this guy's indifference that made her like Xiao Yun very much. That won't do. This dead liar has to give me an explanation. I can't leave before he gives an explanation. Tian Tian refused sternly. And Ino rubbed his hands and said, I have to teach this guy a lesson for revenge. Almost all three of them had their own excuses, which were justified. Xiao Yun's appearance in Konoha village with such a big fanfare was naturally noticed by some people, but they didn't dare to do anything. Last time, that was the last time, Xiao Yun just passed by, and they were almost wiped out. If Xiao Yun hadn't left early, Konoha village might have been beaten into a mess. Now Xiao Yun is here again, it has to be said that it is a headache, especially for Danzo, who has been busy with matters related to the 5 cage talks recently. Or rather, it should be the 6 cage talks, Xiao Yun himself is recognized by them as the sixth cage. So if Xiao Yun doesn't agree to hold a meeting now, Danzhou can't get the 5 cage together. Now that Xiao Yun appears, he has to say that he feels that the opportunity has come. Let Xiao Yun agree to the 5 cage talks, and then he will use Kota Amatsukami to organize it so that Mifune agrees that Konoha village will become the leader of the 6 cage alliance, and the plan can be carried out smoothly. But now the relationship between Xiao Yun and Konoha is not very harmonious, and a fight will break out if you are not careful. Is it wrong to send ninjas to persuade them? It is possible, but Danzhou cherishes his life very much and is also suspicious. He will definitely not be stupid enough to go over and negotiate with Xiao Yun directly, so this matter can only be left unresolved. However, the final result is that Xiao Yun and the 4 women left together. Danzhou could only listen to the news and go crazy. At the 3rd training ground, Xiao Yun finally got rid of the other 3 women and persuaded them to practice hard for the Chunin exam. Only then did he bring Kinja to the 3rd training ground under their jealous eyes. Here, Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune gathered. It is obvious that they want to test the training results of Naruto and Sakura in the past few days, so Tsunade invited Kakashi to test. Although Tsunade was united by the elders and wiped out, she still has a say in Konoha village. Now Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi are training and testing here. Xiao Yun came here naturally, hugging his arms and watching the show. Kakashi and Naruto were surprised, even Sakura was surprised. In fact, Kakashi was not only surprised but also angry. This guy attacked Konoha. To some extent, he was Konoha's enemy, but in fact, Kakashi had also carried out missions with him and spent some time with him. He knew that this guy was not a bad person. Hey, don't worry about me. Do what you should do. I don't know anything. Just pretend that I don't exist. Xiao Yun acted very naturally. Naruto was mostly surprised by Xiao Yun's defection. Naruto didn't know many people since he was a child, and Xiao Yun was definitely one of them. Even if Xiao Yun only appeared once in a while to visit him, he left a very important mark in Naruto's life. Bringing Sasuke back and Xiao Yun back at the same time, this is his dream. Chapter 52 Gaara was captured. Yet. Kakashi nodded and said nothing more. Xiao Yun followed Kinja to watch the show here because he wanted to follow Naruto's line to track the movements of the Akatsuki organization. If you think about it carefully, it's not far from the Akatsuki organization to kidnap Gaara. Now Naruto has become very strong after Jiraiya's training. He is a stable jonin. Kakashi and Tsunade are just testing his strength. More importantly, Xiao Yun dare not go to Gaara easily. After all, he is still a rebel ninja on the surface, and he is a strong threat to them. If he goes there, he might be regarded as an attacker. He doesn't have the leisure to fight in vain. The most important thing is to contain the combat power of the Akatsuki organization. He can't take all the responsibility on himself. Those guys are stronger than each other. Xiao Yun himself doubts whether he can survive in the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Just the pain group is enough for him, not to mention the other guys who are still intact. The sage's defense is not enough to resist too many attacks, but Xiao Yun's combat power is now very good. After absorbing the power of the shadow demon, the power of the black shadow is changing. Kinja, this power bank, really deserves its name. While Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura were training, Deidara in the Sand Village also began to gather intelligence from high altitude. Scorpion seemed to be heading towards the wall of the Sand Village, and with the help of the traitor, he broke through the first line of defense and entered the Sand Village. Everything was as Xiao Yun predicted. Many things could not be stopped. If Xiao Yun went there himself, he might be used by Deidara and Scorpion. The reason why Scorpion chose the Sand Village as his target was probably because he wanted to make a real farewell to the past. Back to Naruto. Naruto's timing of using his shadow clones was much better than before. In the past, he only used the human wave tactics. As long as there were a lot of people, he would win even if he could hit one punch. But now, he only used 2 shadow clones to temporarily restrain Kakashi. In addition, there is Sakura's strange power. Not only Naruto and Kakashi feel panic, but even Xiao Yun feels a headache. If this punch that splits mountains and rocks hits the head tisk, Naruto should be careful when joking in the future. This punch will kill the person. The extremely terrifying chakra control is comparable to the lightning mode of the Reikage. Both are ninjutsu or methods to improve physical combat power. Xiao Yun himself did not practice anything he got from the secret library of the hidden cloud village. He either gave it to Suzuki for reference or gave it to the Black Shadows for them to learn by themselves. Unfortunately, the Black Shadows themselves have no consciousness even if they give orders. It is almost impossible to practice. However, now that the power of the Shadow Demon has been swallowed, they seem to have consciousness and ideas, and even start to communicate. Xiao Yun is still wondering whether to let them learn the secret technique of the Reikage. In this environment of watching and thinking, Naruto and Sakura finally got the chance to turn the tide with the help of Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise Volume 3. Kakashi's escape speed was beyond their reach. If Kakashi used ninjutsu, they would be dead. However, Kakashi couldn't resist the horror of spoilers. He covered his ears and wanted to listen but didn't dare to listen. In the end, he was defeated under this mixed torture of sadness and joy. What made Xiao Yun the most interesting is the secret ninjutsu of Konoha, the secret technique, the 1000 years of killing. This is really a super powerful move. Tisk tisk tisk. Of course, with the end of the duel, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, as if questioning what Xiao Yun was going to do. Last time he brought Ataki and Kisame to Konoha village, Kisame and Ataki hadn't made a move yet, and the envy was directly defeated. According to the report, if Xiao Yun and his team hadn't left early, Konoha might have been occupied or even destroyed by Xiao Yun. It was because he didn't kill them that Konoha is still alive. And now Xiao Yun is here again. What is this guy's purpose? Destroy the village? Or do you want to occupy Konoha? Xiao Yun is helpless. In fact, he hates Konoha. After all, he is chasing him. He even hates Denzo, this suspicious and extreme guy. But there is no way. Without them, I really don't know what to use to contain the Akatsuki organization. Kakuzu can't be solved in a short time. I let them go last time because I was careless. I was also thinking, if Kakuzu and Haiden were killed, would there be new people joining? If so, it's better to know the members of Akatsuki organization now. There are too many people with special abilities, so Xiao Yun dare not underestimate them. If he is not careful, he will lose his life. No, it's bad. Kazekage. Suddenly the news came out, Xiao Yun's ears perked up and his face was full of smiles. Then several ninjas came over and notified Tsunade, Jiraiya and others. Although Denzo locked the authority, he still revealed the news to Tsunade. It would be better to tell Tsunade directly about this kind of insignificant news that was useless to him, so that she would have a headache for a while. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Kazekage of Sand Village was captured, which was a good thing for Konoha. Moreover, it was heard that Sand Village suffered heavy casualties, which was really good news. Upon hearing this news, Tsunade's first reaction was to quickly send Naruto and Sakura to Sand Village to investigate the news, and it would be best if they took Temari back with them. It was okay for Konoha to show some concern appropriately, but they were afraid that too many people would cause Sand Village to be afraid, so they could only send Sakura and Naruto together. Compared to this, Tsunade and others heard another piece of news. The attackers were members of the Akatsuki organization wearing black base, red auspicious cloud robes, and hats, and there were 2 of them. Upon hearing this news, they looked at Xiao Yun with a solemn look. At this moment, Xiao Yun had not taken off the Akatsuki robe on him, so he was very conspicuous. In recent years, the Akatsuki organization has shown its prowess, which has made many organizations and forces begin to be wary. Although fighting is common in the Naruto world, the intelligence they have obtained from investigating the Akatsuki organization in recent years is not so optimistic. This organization makes money by provoking wars, which is normal. Even Konoha has many commissions for hired operations. But the problem is that the scale of their war is not small tasks such as assassination and protection, which have very little impact and very low income. If they don't move, it's fine. If they move, it's a battle to destroy a country. The way these guys collect money is so extreme that now all major organizations have begun to be wary after investigation. From the information that can be investigated at the beginning, the gold coins they have collected in recent years are not just small wealth. A giant with organization, discipline, and combat power quietly appeared. The reason why they didn't pay attention is that the other party's methods are too terrible, so terrible that the task is done quietly. It has been hidden until now and exposed. Chapter 53 Go to Sand Village. You are here to arrest me, right? Naruto thought for a moment, understood something, and stared at Xiao Yun with a serious face. Xiao Yun opened his mouth, but he suddenly found that he couldn't explain anything with the clothes on, but he was only wearing an undershirt after taking off the clothes, and the weather was very cold. The most important thing is that there are many Anbu gathered around him, and it seems that they are planning to take action as soon as he takes action. Sure enough, there has never been a shortage of Anbu monitoring Naruto. Now they appear when they hear this, probably because Naruto is one of the top combat forces left in Konoha village for the time being. It's not that he is so powerful, but simply because of the nine-tailed fox in his body. Think about it, a beast tail can cause heavy losses to the entire village. If there is no way to deal with it, the destruction may continue. If this terrible existence is placed in someone else's village. Xiao Yun and Sasuke's departure is not a big deal, it doesn't matter, but Naruto can't be lost again. They were not on guard against Naruto, even though Naruto had been training with Jiraiya for 2 years, because they knew Naruto's heart was still with Konoha. But Xiao Yun and Sasuke were different. These two guys became very extreme and even defected from Konoha. They should have stayed in Konoha and been supervised, but they had to run around. As expected, Xiao Yun became a big disaster. Now the whole Konoha is afraid of his power, and they are also worried that Xiao Yun will take Naruto away. No, you can trust me. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yun still wore his clothes. It was to keep warm, and it was also to make them a little wary, so that they would not always think about staring at him and calculating against him. It was too tiring to be on guard everywhere. Okay, I believe you. Naruto's solemn expression changed into a sunny smile. He didn't have so many schemes, and he believed in him even with Xiao Yun. Even if he had experienced darkness, he was in the light. Didn't Zabuza Momokai teach him the most valuable lesson? Even if he killed countless people, he had something he cherished. In order to protect that thing, he even used his life to prove it. Isn't this a kind of light? The light of only talking to each other. And Naruto also has his own light, that is Sasuke, and now there is another Xiao Yun. Let's go, I'll go with you to see it. Xiao Yun nodded. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi stopped Sakura and Naruto who were about to stand up. Sakura must also believe in Xiao Yun, even if they have only met a few times, or even if they are not familiar with each other, but just as she believes in Sasuke and Naruto, maybe she doesn't believe in Xiao Yun but Sasuke or Naruto. But Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi are different. After the death of the third generation, Xiao Yun and Orochimaru joined forces to attack, and even after the last time the Anbu suffered heavy casualties, they have actually been in fear. Especially now that Xiao Yun suddenly appeared, the Akatsuki organization captured Gaara again, and the sensitive topic of the tailed beasts, they have to be vigilant against Xiao Yun now. It is unknown what the purpose of these people is to capture the supreme combat power of the tailed beasts, but the power cannot be controlled by others after all. Don't believe it, and tell them not to get close. You will lose if you fight. Have a little bit of count, don't let me say more. Xiao Yun sighed helplessly, stood up, and distanced himself. Qingyue, who was beside him, was very calm. She wished that Xiao Yun would be beaten to death by this group of people immediately, so that she could leave and live a good life. Although she saw many scenes that she had never seen before when she was a proton, and Xiao Yun was very good to her, she just didn't want to be taken by him. There was always a hurdle in her heart, that she was held by Xiao Yun and not allowed to leave, not her own will. In fact, she was free enough, but there was still such a hurdle in her heart. The atmosphere froze. The Anbu also stopped and did not move when they heard the words, but they were still a little worse than the black shadows. They needed to breathe and they also needed heartbeats. But the black shadows hiding in the dark did not need it. They were densely packed, whether it was tree trunks or branches, or even the grass, and even behind everyone, the figures of black shadows had appeared. Even if they were conscious, they didn't need to breathe, let alone have a heartbeat. They just stood there silently like stone sculptures. But everyone present knew that if they moved, they would be Fenglin Huoshan. It was as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, and as immovable as a mountain. Granny Tsunade, don't worry, believe me, and believe him. Naruto didn't explain much. He was also worried about Gaara's safety, so he wanted to go with Xiao Yun. When Xiao Yun heard what he said, and saw Sakura coming with him, he also silently took off the clothes and put them in the black shadow space, just as a kind of commemoration. He was once one of them, and to some extent, a comrade in arms. Tsunade and others were afraid of the power of the black shadow, so they didn't dare to do it. They could only regard it as a mission to let Naruto and Sakura go with Xiao Yun to carry out the mission. Even if Danzo knew the news, he didn't dare to say a word. Xiao Yun's strength is no less than any group in the Akatsuki organization. Even Itachi can't compare to this guy. He grows too scary and too fast. It wasn't until the four of them left and found Temari, who was preparing to take the Chunin exam in the village. After the black shadow here dissipated, these people were slightly relieved. Since that guy has become the Kazekage, doesn't he have strong strength? Why was he defeated? I don't understand. Naruto asked indignantly along the way, and the five people were also slowly on the road. It is because he is the Kazekage that he lost. Xiao Yun recalled the scene he had seen in the anime when the huge bomb was over the sand village. If Gaara had wrapped himself up wholeheartedly to defend this move at that time, he might have avoided the danger of being captured. But just because he was the Kazekage, he lost. Protect the village. After Naruto's reminder, his originally somewhat angry heart instantly calmed down. He didn't say much along the way. Gaara, who had always been hated, was called the Kazekage by the people of the sand village for the first time. Although he didn't hear it in person, it could prove that he was recognized by the people of the sand village. Xiao Yun had a smile on his face and kept moving with Kinja on his back. The five of them said nothing, especially Temari, who heard Gaara after hearing the news of being attacked and taken away. Her heart was filled with surprise and helplessness. It took a long time to reach the sand village at full speed. Seeing the dilapidated appearance of the village, she explained her purpose to Naruto, Sakura, and Temari before entering the sand village. Xiao Yun's appearance made many people cautious, and a large number of sand ninjas gathered in an instant. Xiao Yun also silently carried Chingya and retreated until Naruto, Sakura, Temari, and Kakashi, who came later, entered the sand village together. Chapter 54 Meeting Obito. Only Xiao Yun and Chingya were isolated outside. There was no way. He didn't come here to fight, so he could only send the Black Shadow to disguise himself and sneak into the inner city. The moment the Black Shadow sneaked into the inner city, he directly joined Kakashi and others. Naruto and Kakashi didn't say much about the Black Shadow, and even Temari knew what it meant, but they didn't say much. But after hearing the news that Kankuro was trapped and seriously injured, Temari was particularly concerned, so she ignored the shadow. Until she followed Kakashi and others to the nursing room, where there were many medical ninjas. Damn Konoha White Fang! Give me back my son's life! The first thing she saw was Grandma Cho attacking Kakashi. The shadow appeared in front of him in an instant and stopped him with the demon sword Muramasa. Cho was startled by the blade and dodged hurriedly. After retreating, Chiyo's younger brother Ebizo came over and stopped him. It happened suddenly just now, and he didn't react, but now he couldn't let his sister make trouble. After the explanation, Cho calmed down a little, and a sad expression was on her face. Ninjas killing each other and fighting between ninja villages are already the norm. Ninjas from all the major ninja villages have certain grudges. It's not that this father killed that son, or this sister killed his mother. Seeing Kanjuro lying on the bed, Xiao Yun's heart sank. It was certain that Kanjuro was seriously injured, and he knew that. But when he actually saw it, he still felt inexplicably touched. If it were me. Recently, my thoughts always stay on how to defeat my enemies. Not long after the Black Shadow controlled by Xiao Yun fell silent, Sakura began to help Kanjuro with treatment. Apart from anything else, Konoha is really ahead of other villages. Especially in the field of medical care, if Sakura hadn't come with him, Kanjuro might not have survived this crisis. Fortunately, Sakura is Tsunade's disciple, and she is better than her teacher. It is certain that she is strong. In a short while, Kanjuro, who was injured by the explosion, has stabilized a little. After the operation, Temari sat down against the wall, her face full of expressions of surviving a disaster, and cold sweat. Kanjuro is her younger brother, and the only relative she has left after Gaara. It is hard to imagine how she would collapse if something happened to Gaara after being captured this time, not to mention that Kanjuro was poisoned by the scorpion before, and the situation was critical. Xiao Yun was probably relieved to see this. Compared to this, at this moment, a group of people surrounded him at the wall outside the village. The news that Xiao Yun joined the Akatsuki organization was passed on, and the person who was capable of doing this was naturally Danzo. The old guy knew that Xiao Yun brought Naruto to the sand village, and the first thing he thought of was not cooperation, but to pass on the news that Xiao Yun joined the Akatsuki organization. Now Gaara fought for the village, so his reputation in the sand village is extremely high. The culprit Akatsuki members had just left, and many of their Sand Village ninjas were killed or injured. This guy dared to show up. Isn't it obvious that he came here to die? So a group of sand ninjas and the Anbu surrounded Xiao Yun outside the village. Damn it! Return our Kazekage! Pay for our brother's lives! The news received would not be blocked by the Sand Ninja high-level officials who received the news, because Danzo used spies hidden inside the Sand Ninja to convey the entire news, so that everyone in the Sand Ninja, the Anbu, and the Sand Ninja village knew that Xiao Yun was actually a member of the Akatsuki organization and was in the same group as the two people who captured their Kazekage. They never doubted this news, and they even investigated a lot of detailed information. Now this guy appeared, and someone had just seen him at the entrance of the village. This news caused a lot of public outrage almost the moment it was conveyed. Xiao Yun shook his head. He was too naive to think that he could rely on the old man Danzo to help him contain the Akatsuki organization. Now that he thinks about it, he shouldn't be soft-hearted. I will definitely teach that old man a lesson when I get back. Dare to frame me? You wait. Xiao Yun's face was full of murderous intent. On the other side of this murderous intent were the Sand Ninjas. Ninjas never fear death, especially now that Gaara has been captured and Kankuro has been ambushed and seriously injured and is on the verge of death. Anger is the best seasoning, which directly makes them no longer afraid of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun had two choices, one was to fight, the other was to run. Obviously, he couldn't fight now. These 5 major ninja villages couldn't be destroyed. Not only did he have to contain the Akatsuki organization, but he also had to face the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Even if Xiao Yun knew that it was Kabuto Yakushi who did it, he couldn't go to trouble Kabuto Yakushi. He couldn't find Uchiha Obito. Even if he didn't face the Akatsuki organization, he had to be careful of the infinite Tsukuyomi and the possible resurrection of Kagaya. So, now Xiao Yun could only leave. So, carrying Kinja who was still sleeping soundly on his back, Xiao Yun got up and walked towards the place where Sakura and others might go. The retreat direction of Scorpion and Deidara was obvious. They could just chase Kankuro from the direction where he was attacked. With Gaara, they couldn't run too far for the time being. After walking for a while, Xiao Yun stopped when he felt the shadow that suddenly appeared. Hey, isn't this Mr. Madara? What do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yun stared straight at Obito who suddenly appeared under the space fluctuation. Since the other party wanted to pretend, he would pretend with him. Obito didn't say much. He just wanted to catch Xiao Yun back and seal the one-tailed Shikaku together. However, Xiao Yun revealed his real identity at once, which made Obito not know how to answer. Xiao Yun didn't explain much. Black shadows emerged beside him, which were particularly obvious in this desert. They protected the Kinja pillar, and Xiao Yun also took the demon sword Muramasa handed over by the shadow. The shadow space moved very quickly, and the moment the black shadow disappeared, it would return to his side. Now that he had the sword Muramasa, Xiao Yun drew his sword and pointed it at Obito. Tell me, do you want to kill him or not? Save him! Obito shouted coldly and flashed to a place not far in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun knew that this guy would only show his physical form when attacking, so he didn't rush to swing his sword, but stared at him calmly. As before, he used chains and detonating tags as weapons, and the chains instantly turned into substance when they passed through him. Clang! After a crisp sound, Xiao Yun held the sword Muramasa upright in front of him to block the chains. Obito was very surprised. Xiao Yun seemed to have seen through his offensive methods. He was not panicked at all, but defended himself with ease. This was something he didn't expect. Did this guy know Kamui? Or was it just luck that his killing intentions were not conveyed to him? Or was there some special method? Anyway, Obito didn't believe that Xiao Yun could see through his Sharingan. Chapter 55 Definitely next time. No one discovered Obito's identity, and he thought he was well hidden, so maybe Xiao Yun had some special ninjutsu. Thinking this way, he launched an attack again. But this time he placed detonating tags everywhere and then detonated them. Boom! Loud noises continued. Smoke and dust gradually rose up, covering the area. It seemed that he sensed that Xiao Yun's chakra disappeared, and he couldn't even see Xiao Yun's figure. Obito was surprised and began to worry. Could this guy be killed by me? Is he so weak? Without him, the Nine Tails can only get it from Naruto. Just when he was annoyed, the smoke and dust dissipated, and suddenly Obito saw a pool of black shadows on the ground. Because it was too obvious, he could clearly see that there was a pool of shadows on the yellow sand, like black paint on white paper, which was particularly conspicuous. Do you also know space ninjutsu? Obito couldn't help asking. Xiao Yun turned from a shadow into a human, staring at Obito coldly. What do you care? Obito was speechless, and did not speak. He just silently formed a seal, and instantly shot out several huge wind demon shuriken from the Kamui space. The moment the shuriken appeared, it was intended to catch Xiao Yun off guard, but Xiao Yun seemed to have been prepared, and the demon sword Muramasa in his hand chopped it directly and flew far away. After seeing that this trick could not defeat Xiao Yun, Obito also took out the flame fan from the Kamui space. The flame fan is Uchiha Madara's special weapon, taken from the root of the sacred tree, and can almost be regarded as Uchiha Madara's representative item. Wood release, pole insertion technique. Obito flew over instantly after forming a seal, pretending to want to use wood release through a head-on battle. But Xiao Yun seemed to understand something instantly, and hurriedly dodged and left the place. Obito knows space ninjutsu, and most of his body is made up of transplanted Hashirama cells, which means that this guy can use wood release to perform wood release with space ninjutsu. In other words, once he is confused, he will be pierced by wood release if he stands still, which is no different from the way Obito fought against the Mist Ninja when he was a child. When Xiao Yun thought of the wooden thorns that appeared out of thin air in his body and pierced him, he felt his scalp tingling. When he saw it before, he didn't think this move was anything special. But now the wooden thorns that suddenly appeared out of thin air opened his eyes. Almost since this guy appeared, Xiao Yun has been beaten, and he was beaten and ran around without any room to fight back. This is also Xiao Yun's first. This was the first time he encountered an opponent who used a complete space ninjutsu, and even though he knew many of the opponent's skills, he had never actually experienced how strong they were. The audience and the parties involved have completely different perspectives, and the loss of physical strength, chakra, and spirit are incomparable. It is no exaggeration to say that Obito is so powerful that he can be compared to the level of Cage. Fortunately, Xiao Yun's physical skills have never fallen behind, and even in the process of practicing ninjutsu, he has never forgotten to practice physical skills to exercise his physical strength. So these few wooden spikes that appeared out of thin air only brought him some small psychological pressure. You are very strong, but I always feel that you are not that strong. You are a weird guy. Obito seemed to have noticed something. His ninjutsu and fighting moments were seen through by this guy. He felt inexplicably seen through. This feeling was mysterious, like a warning given by his long-term fighting instinct. He couldn't fight with this guy anymore, otherwise he would be defeated sooner or later. So Obito didn't say much, and left directly after the space flashed. It is also possible to travel in another space, so he left directly. Xiao Yun also suddenly realized it when he was about to leave. Damn! How could he forget the shadow? Isn't the shadow his specialty? Just a few warriors and ninjas from the Black Shadow Corps rushed up and gave this guy a doubt world punch. Wouldn't he be able to take him down? I was careless. I was a little excited when I faced the final boss for the first time, and I lost my mind inexplicably, but next time, Xiao Yun promised, next time for sure. This guy will definitely die next time. Before that, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi and others seemed to have set off for a long time. I was chased by the Sand Ninja and blocked here by Obito for a while. Sakura and others over there might have met Scorpion. No, I have to chase them quickly. Xiao Yun ordered Yingzhu to bring Kinja to his direction, and he himself sped up and sank into the shadow and rushed over there. At the same time, Sakura and Chogranny had indeed met Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion has changed from a hunchbacked dwarf to a proud red-haired boy, with black eyeshadow, black and red Akatsuki robes, and a strong aura. The thousands of puppets present also show how advanced this guy's puppetry is. Chiyo's Tenkinmatsu also fought with these thousands of puppets. However, Cho is still old, and her chakra and body may not be able to hold up, especially now that she has to take care of Sakura, and facing the question of whether she should kill her grandson, she is not only under pressure. Sakura was also attacked by Scorpion's poison, and now she is half kneeling on the ground, covering her arms and watching the battle. The situation is obviously not so optimistic, and it can even be predicted that if nothing unexpected happens, this side will definitely not develop according to the normal plot. Sakura will not be able to defeat Scorpion, and Cho will not be able to save Gaara, and they will both die here. Come on! Scorpion roared. In fact, even if the situation developed normally, it is estimated that Scorpion would not kill these two people. After all, he had decided to face Granny Cho since he chose the Sand Village. In the end, he would definitely let her go, even if Xiao Yun did not come. Granny Cho was amazed at Scorpion's fighting ability, but she did not understand why Scorpion wanted to transform herself into a puppet. She was heartbroken and wanted to kill him. At this time, various puppets were mixed together. Granny Cho made a mistake and the 10 Kinmatsu were directly defeated. Sakura tried to stand up. The defeat was set. Die! Die! Scorpion shouted and rushed over. Granny Cho also moved the hidden puppet. Until the long sword pierced his heart, Scorpion also showed a mechanical smile on his face and fell asleep in the arms of his parents. Granny Cho saw Kakashi, the son of White Fang, and Sakura, the apprentice of Tsunade, on this way. The death of her grandson now dealt a great blow to her. Sorry, I'm late. Are you all right? Xiao Yun's voice sounded, and the two looked over at the same time. As an elder of the Sand Village, Cho naturally knew Xiao Yun's identity, and immediately stood up in a state of alert. Several puppets immediately stood up with their hands and knives raised, facing Xiao Yun with murderous intent. Xiao Yun hurriedly stepped back. If this old woman really started to fight, it would be a trouble. It could not be solved in a short time. Don't do that. Old lady, he is one of us. Sakura hurriedly explained. Humph. Cho didn't say much, took back the puppet, stood up with all her might, and rushed in the direction of Naruto and Kakashi's pursuit. Xiao Yun had no choice but to follow. No one gave him a good look. Chapter 56 Black Shadow Core. Calculating carefully, Kai and his support team are also coming soon, and there is a high probability that they will be stopped by Kisame. And Ju doesn't know where he is watching now. Sure enough, we should find some shadows to help them. Shadows appeared everywhere in the forest, and when the group was on their way, several paths split apart, heading in different directions. They walked forward in silence, and no one noticed. Boy, you are carrying someone on your back, what are you doing here? Cho looked at Xiao Yun angrily and asked, if you are here to hold us back, leave immediately. After hearing this, Xiao Yun did not want to answer, and a figure slowly appeared in front of him. Xiao Yun did not expect that Fei Duan and Kakuzu would appear to stop them at this time. It was only through the shadow that Xiao Yun sensed, so he hid in a hurry, carrying Qingya and hiding behind a tree trunk. Sakura did not say anything about this, and Cho frowned and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Obviously in Chiyo's eyes, Xiao Yun ran away directly. Not long after walking, the two of them saw Kakuzu and Fei Duan in front of them. Then, Xiao Yun also encountered many clones of White Zetsu. Especially A Fei, the leader, was obviously prepared for himself. Those White Zetsu were just like they were born here without any sense of disobedience. Similarly, the black shadows also slowly emerged as if they were born to stand still. The two sides were in opposition, and Xiao Yun waved his hand, kill. Leave no one alive. Xiao Yun had only murderous intentions in his heart for those White Zetsu who came to capture, chase, and stop him. Want his life, want to take away his nine-tailed fox, dream on. Originally, Xiao Yun could have gone to such great lengths to seal the nine-tailed fox's chakra in his body, but when he thought of Kagaya and other terrifying existences, Xiao Yun was particularly worried. He happened to come to such an era where everyone was refining pills. What if he was accidentally refined into a pill? So he resolutely decided to seal the nine-tailed fox in his body. Damn it! Why do I feel like I'm just the one you picked out? The nine-tailed fox was too lazy to talk these days, and was sleeping most of the time, but when it came to it, it was not vague at all, and its chakra was available whenever it was called. Now hearing Xiao Yun's muttering in his heart, it also felt a little headache. Xiao Yun hadn't used the nine-tailed chakra in recent years. It suspected that Xiao Yun had forgotten about it. Now it could hear some of his opinions about itself from his inner voice. It originally thought that he admired itself, but it turned out that it felt like the worst choice left out of thousands of good things. Boy! Bufan tells you that I have almost devoured the power of the Black Shadow. Now most of the body has been replenished. Even if they want to fight with us, they have to consider the problem of heavy casualties. Hearing the words of the nine-tailed who deliberately wanted to prove himself, Xiao Yun sighed helplessly. How could he not know that the nine-tailed had been upgraded to a complete level, even more powerful than before, and now it was completely a black fox. Even because of the fairy chakra, a white snake appeared on its body. After all, the nine-tailed looked a bit like a half-squatting person after transforming, but the fox form was too heavy. While chatting here, the black shadow was already fighting with the white Zetsu. Oh my, it's so scary. The leader Afei was talking nonsense while fighting. Xiao Yun just watched quietly. Most of the white Zetsu can use the ability of wood release, after all, they are the result of the splitting of Hashirama's cells. Even so, their fighting power cannot be compared with the black shadow. Even if the black shadow is fatally injured, it will only dissipate. At most, it can be summoned again. But after being killed, the white Zetsu will shrink into a ball and become waste. Seeing that the number of white Zetsu is being suppressed by the black shadow, Afei also slowly stepped back a few steps, his eyes full of fear. They originally wanted to capture it directly with their own strength, but who would have thought that this guy would actually summon so many black shadow core to stop him? Retreat! Afei shouted and went directly into the ground and began to flee quickly. And those white Zetsu also hurriedly dodged and retreated as if they had seen a ghost. The black shadow did not kill them too much. Seeing them retreat, they silently turned into shadows and returned to Xiao Yun. Although the shadows are endless, a strong person can disperse them directly with a wave of his hand. If he encounters Kaguya, he will be slapped to death, and he can only be strangled to death in her hands. Without me, will there be any black shadows? However, he can hide in the Ryokai cave. After all, they have survived since ancient times. It's just that Kaguya dare not disturb these things that really threaten them. The chakra of the fairy technique is enough to hurt the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, it seems that there is no impact on the alchemy without me. It seems to be a good way to try it. He stood up again and looked at Cho and Sakura over there. They were entangled by Kakuzu and Haiden. The two were very tired in the battle because they had faced Scorpion before, and now they were rushing to the place where Gaara was captured. It is estimated that Gaara has been almost absorbed by the Outer Path demon statue. Most of Chiyo's puppets were broken by Phaeton with violent means. Even if the puppets had poison, it's not a big threat to him, just shattered. And Kakuzu's strange power is enough to give Sakura a headache for a while. The two sides are in a stalemate and Cho and Sakura have gradually fallen into disadvantages. Xiao Yun's face was gloomy when he saw this scene. The plot began to change. Feijuan and Keiku had never appeared here, but now it means that the plot has changed, so his actions still affect the development of this world. Hey, you two, if you don't want to die, leave now, while I'm in a good mood. Xiao Yun's cold voice sounded. Hearing this, Kakuzu's eyes widened. And Feijuan also remembered the situation when he was suppressed by the Black Shadow Core, and suddenly both of them remembered the ultimate fear in their hearts. Both are immortals, one relies on the secret technique to live forever, and the other relies on the immortality of the flesh to seek the truth, but in fact, both are the most afraid of death, and the people who are in the deepest pain and suffering. Hearing Xiao Yun's voice, the two of them were as if they had been pardoned. They put down their battles, stood up and left without saying a word. Nothing else. This guy is so scary. It's better to die than to fight him again. That kind of psychological torture is not something they can bear. Seeing the two of them leave without saying a word, and even ignoring the attacks of Xiao Ying and Cho, I don't know what the other two think. Xiao Ying no longer finds it strange. After all, this guy has been performing exceptionally well since he was a child. First, he was in the Anbu, then now, and then in various major events. Xiao Yun must be a big shot. Chapter 57 Silently. Humph. Looking at Cho, she snorted coldly and said nothing, just staring at the corpses of the white Zetsu behind Xiao Yun. She didn't even notice when the battle behind her started and when it ended. The deaths of those white Zetsu were extremely tragic, but she didn't hear any sound. If she had to say what she felt, maybe it was the wind blowing several times? Just now, he was able to scare the two away with just one sentence. The boy from Konoha is so powerful even if the other party is just a traitor, he is also from Konoha. I believe that even the slightest bit of Konoha must be in his heart. Such an outstanding boy. Konoha is amazing. Grandma Cho was full of loneliness. Her son was gone, and her grandson was gone. Now she watched other people's descendants thrive, while she and her brother depended on each other and became a pair of lonely people. Perhaps it was because of her age, Grandma Cho was full of loneliness. Xiao Yun didn't say anything. He continued on his way with Kinja, who was looking around with wide eyes, on his back. Grandma Cho and Sakura also followed slowly. At the same time, Kai's team was indeed ambushed by Kisame's clone. After a fierce battle, Kai seemed to want to open the Jingmen to face Peacock, but at this moment, a black shadow appeared. It's that guy. Kisame saw the black shadows coming out of the ground one after another, with a little helplessness on his face. He was arrogant, but after meeting Xiao Yunzi, he found that this guy was really strong. Sometimes you have to admit defeat. Whether it is the rare beast in front of him or Xiao Yun, they are both respectable opponents, strong, no doubt. This is when Kai saw the black shadow, he thought of a boy. The boy from Konoha. And Ninkai also widened his eyes. With his 360-degree patrol of white smoke, he couldn't find out when these black shadows came. Tian Tian also looked at these black shadows and fell into deep thought. The arrival of the black shadow means that Xiao Yun is also here. Jingmen, open to the Peacock. A black shadow slowly stood up, and the green flames all over his body began to burn. The training of the black shadows was extremely hard, and there was no second missing. Although their combat effectiveness is not enough to compare with real people, they are also very strong. Jingmen, open. Another black shadow. Their combat effectiveness is really not as good as that of ordinary people, but they have the life to fight. Now that they have the will, they are more determined. One after another, they finally gathered the strength of the peacock that Xiao Yun had predicted when he watched the anime. Seeing the warlocks and arrogance of these black shadows, Kai's eyes were full of hesitation. Why did these guys sacrifice so much for themselves and others? Although the peacock is not fatal, it also consumes a lot of energy. So many black shadows sacrifice their vitality to perform the peacock. What kind of perseverance is this? Humph, I just happen to have some anger with that kid, so I'll vent it on you. Water escape, big Samet bullet. Kisame's water clone made a seal, and then a huge water Samet bullet appeared. The black shadows looked at each other and nodded. Almost surrounded Kisame's water clone, several black shadows waved their fists to shoot out chakra, and the fiery fists burned in the air and smashed directly at Kisame's water clone. Ahema! Countless Chao Konkei fire fists beat Kisame to the point where he could not breathe, and the Mizu-same bullets also devoured the black shadows one after another. When the black shadows were about to die, Kai frowned. Jingmen, open. He was not the kind of person who was greedy for petty gains. The other party was clearly here to help him. In that case, he would also help them. There was no problem. So when Chao Konkei appeared again, Kai directly dispersed the Mizu-same bullets. Thank you for your hard work. When landing, Kai looked at the black shadows who were supporting each other and whose legs were shaking, and bowed sincerely. If Xiao Yun knew, he might not want to say much. Originally, he meant that it didn't matter if these black shadows died, because they had just awakened consciousness, so Xiao Yun was not used to treating them as living things. Maybe he could accept the existence of these living things after a while, but not now. After Kai's team finished intercepting Hoshigaki Kisame, they rushed directly to the agreed support position. Until they arrived at the destination, the outer path demon statues here had left, and the phantom dragon 9 seals had swallowed up the beast tail chakra in Gaara's body. When Cho, Sakura, Xiao Yun and others arrived here, they only found Gaara who was dying. Cho got up and went forward, wanting to try the reincarnation technique and exchange her life for his. Xiao Yun felt a little complicated. I didn't have much contact with them, and I was used to seeing the separation of life and death, but when I thought that no one would die for me, I felt inexplicably heavy. How important am I? Maybe I am not even a grain of sand in this world. I kept silent until Gaara was resurrected, and Cho-san also completely lost her breath of life, lying on the ground and being taken back to the sand village by Ebizo. Xiao Yun was in a complicated mood. Kinja seemed to have seen something, stretched out her hand to touch his forehead, and then put her hand on her forehead, as if she wanted to confirm whether Xiao Yun was sick and why his face was so ugly. Xiao Yun did not move and let her detect it, which really surprised Kinja. Let's go. Xiao Yun shook his head and completely absorbed the power of the shadow demon in Kinja's body. At this moment, the black shadow had completely regained his will. Kinja followed him in a daze, staring at him in confusion. Didn't you say you were going to leave? Why are you standing there? When Kinja frowned, Xiao Yun's pale face showed a far-fetched smile. You don't have to follow me. If you think about it carefully, you are useless. You are a burden to me. Such a person is good. No one needs to follow him. Maybe his final destination will be to live well in the Ryokai cave and become the last ninja in the ninja world? This seems to be good. Sincerity or something, whether it is Tian, Ino, Temari or King Mei, part of their feelings for him are fake. Maybe their friendship was originally with others, and he just accidentally deceived their hearts with inappropriate actions and opportunities. Ninjas should be ruthless, and it is not uncommon to sacrifice for missions. Endure loneliness, bear troubles, and close emotions. At this moment, Xiao Yun is no longer confident and worried about gains and losses. He can't hold on anymore. He really can't hold on anymore. Whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, the friendship between them will always be something Xiao Yun feels he can't reach and can't compare to. He doesn't belong here. In the final analysis, he didn't exist in this world. Fighting to the death, what's the point? Is it interesting? A shadow is just a shadow after all. Who will care if it disappears one day? It's just a tail missing. Without its company, will you be lonely? Chapter 58 Redemption from Light. You are useless. Let's go. Xiao Yun repeated. What are you kidding? I'll hit you. Kinja said viciously and slapped him. According to the daily pranks, she should be caught directly, and then she can only look at him angrily, and then stamp her feet in anger at his laughter, and glare at him hatefully. But now, for some reason, he didn't dodge or defend himself. Pa! Damn it! I gave you a face, didn't I? Believe it or not, I will tell you how many ways you can die. Xiao Yun almost said this subconsciously. Even though he was weak, the anger that was revealed inadvertently made Kinja even more angry. Who are you calling useless? Kinja was unwilling to be outdone. There was an inexplicable anger in her heart, but it was suppressed by Xiao Yun. Looking at this girl who had followed him for a long time, Xiao Yun didn't know what kind of complicated feelings he had in his heart. Kinja looked like she was going to fight again. Xiao Yun hurriedly waved his hands. I'm scared, I'm scared. Kinja calmed down, but she was still a little indignant. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yun inexplicably understood why Sasuke and Naruto had such a deep bond. One day, she will find a brother or a girl willingly, and for him she will resolutely stand up and chase, like Quafu chasing the sun, never stopping, for this person, to protect the world. Even in the saddest time, when she thinks of this person, her face is not full of smiles, but full of anger, and a nameless fire rises in her heart, and this nameless fire is not hatred, nor is it complete anger, but a strange tacit understanding. Slowly get used to this tacit understanding, and when you react, you will be afraid of losing it. Sometimes what you cherish is not only a certain joyful emotion, but also a worry that you will no longer be angry for someone, or jealousy and other emotions. In order to protect this emotion and keep this habit, there is a goal to fight for. Defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki and protect her. What are you looking at? Your eyes are so disgusting. Kinja shrank and hid behind Sakura. Sakura smiled bitterly, there is nothing you can do if you hide behind me anyway, you can't beat him. Kinja was totally unaware of this, and just quietly hid behind Xiaoying, watching Xiaoyun's mocking face, and even made a few faces. Just now, when she heard Xiaoyun was going to let her go, she thought it was a joke, but when she saw Xiaoyun's silent face, she suddenly stopped her steps in her heart, stopped thinking about it, and just wanted to slap this guy in the face. What does useless mean? At least she can be a bit of a drag, right? It's not bad to make things difficult for Xiaoyun and become a stumbling block for this sinner who destroyed his country. The most important thing is that Kinja found that her first thought was not to leave, but to slap this guy in the face. In addition, she couldn't think of where she could go. The only thing she was familiar with was Xiaoyun carrying her everywhere. Because she couldn't catch up, she was carried on his back. It was also a nameless anger. When she noticed this emotion, she didn't react for a while, so she attributed it to the fact that she was forced to be under the strong strength of this guy and the strength of the outside world, so she couldn't leave this person's umbrella. So, it was all the fault of this thief who searched her house and took her out of the city. Even though she has been treated as a burden until now, she is still quite happy. Xiaoyun is usually very nice to her. Following him like this is also a way of life. Temari may just be unwilling to lose to her opponent, or it may be that Gaara's state back then had a great impact on her, so she treated him as a younger brother. As for Ino and Tenten, it's very simple. One of them was scared, so he wanted to solve his inner demon, and the other was deceived, so he was also angry. These things have to be solved. Back to the sand village, Xiao Yun went to the medical room, and sure enough, Temari was there. Thank you. Temari bowed to Xiao Yun sincerely after feeling that he came here. The most important people in her life are Gara, Kankuro, and Xiao Yun. But these three people all feel like younger brothers. Xiao Yun made her feel like an opponent and unwilling to give up. Massive chakra, cultivation talent, etc., all of these made her feel particularly unwilling to admit defeat. But after chasing for a while, she found that it was actually unnecessary. Originally, Xiao Yun thought that the harem shura field was actually just a group of unwilling girls who wanted to compete with him. In fact, it can be felt that Temari and Shikamaru already have a certain emotional foundation, whether it is losing to him after the Chunin exam or getting along with him in Konoha village later, these can prove it. Now she said thank you, it's almost over. Alas, it's boring, let's go. Xiao Yun should know that it's almost over when he heard this thank you. He lied to himself to find a goal, and now he can be sure that the next goal will be very clear. Kinja said that she wanted to be a ninja, so Xiao Yun would take her to be a ninja. After searching for many places along the way, they finally chose an ordinary small ninja village and became a ninja here. With the guarantee of Xiao Yun, the Chuyunan, the two of them joined the small ninja village. Xiao Yun had sent He Ying to solve the problem of Ino and Tian Tian. The result given by Tian Tian was very clear. She was also very grateful for He Ying's previous help to Kaiban. She probably forgave her deception. And Ino was still unwilling to admit defeat. She said that she would use the heart transfer technique for the last time to face the nine-tailed fox and finally defeat the darkness. Of course, He Ying directly simulated the situation at that time, and Ino's mood was much better. All the problems were solved. Naruto was developing peacefully, and Xiao Yun was too lazy to say anything more. He hid here by himself and took Qingya to enjoy the rare peace. At least before the Ninja World War, this peace could still be enjoyed. In addition, Sasuke will duel with Itachi in 1 year. At that time, Xiao Yun also promised Itachi that he would go to watch it in person, and with the intervention of the Akatsuki organization, he would be able to watch it in person. It is expected that Kota Amatsukami may be activated, but Xiao Yun did not consider handing Kota Amatsukami directly to Sasuke, but to Itachi. According to normal development, it is best to let Itachi, the person who tied the bell, untie it. But now, Kinja and Xiao Yun came to a very small ninja village to register as ninjas. The first part is that Kinja has to graduate from the small ninja academy here. The teacher here is an old man, of course, he is also the village chief here. His strength is about Chunin, which is also Xiao Yun's hidden strength. There is no need to worry about the other party's ideas. Even if there are any ideas, you have to be cautious. Look! Look! Hit the bullseye! Kinja's shuriken came out, and the hundreds of shurikens piled up in the corners were ignored by her. In addition, except for the one in the center of the target, the others were all shurikens in the outer circle. Of course, it is also a very happy thing for her to hit one. Chapter 59. The technique follows the master. It's great. Xiao Yun couldn't laugh. How to say it, all the outer circles hit the target, which means it is very powerful to some extent. This accuracy is more frightening than hitting the center directly. Is that right? I think so too. Kinja has been so happy recently. Xiao Yun finally began to pay attention to her opinions, although he is still annoying. But now she has become an ordinary ninja, and the things she has always dreamed of have come true. She practices very hard, even if she can only cultivate a little chakra for several days, it is enough to make her happy. Recently, there are many wild boars outside the village, and it is inconvenient for the villagers to walk. I would like to ask you. The old village chief seemed to find it difficult to speak. After all, he is a Chunin, and there are many young and strong people in the village. Why must he trouble a little girl? Okay. I agree. But Kinja didn't think so much. When she heard that there was a task commission, she immediately agreed happily. Xiao Yun frowned, said nothing more, got up and followed her away. It's not that she is dissatisfied with the mission, but her frivolous look makes people feel unhappy. If she leaves, she might kill herself in 1 day. But after all, for a novice, it's necessary to take it slowly, so Xiao Yun didn't say much, just silently merged into her shadow, and followed her to the outskirts of the village. Going straight all the way, Kinja's daily training became more diligent after having chakra, and there were those black shadows who had already integrated silence into their instincts to teach her directly, and she grew up very fast. At least now she has the strength of a genin, not to mention the basic ninjutsu, which is perfect. Unfortunately, for her, the amount of chakra is not enough, so she can only perform some simple ninjutsu. Xiao Yun is also thinking about whether to find some ninjutsu with low consumption and high combat power for her to train. But the truth comes out in the battle, so Xiao Yun didn't disturb her, just turned into a shadow and followed her to the outside of the village. This small ninja village was specially chosen by Xiao Yun because there are very few supplies here, and the shortage is so outrageous that it is relatively peaceful here. The villagers can survive here by hunting, mountain springs, and other things, and can also rely on cutting firewood to maintain their families. Therefore, the power system here is even more low-end. The three small ninja villages check and balance each other. The leaders of the three ninja villages are only at the level of Chunin, and there are 10 genin subordinates under their command to protect the village. They are all content with their own corners and don't want to make more disputes. Now Kinja comes to the outskirts of the village and it is easy to find some patrolling genin. The genin also knows Kinja, and they have a special liking for this beautiful girl, especially several teenagers in the village who express their love to her very directly. But Kinja rejected it quickly. Now Kinja came to the outskirts of the village alone. After seeing these genin, they exchanged a few glances and stood up and went down to Kinja. "Miss Kinja, it's not safe here. Why are you here alone? Where is Lord Xiao?" The teenagers first asked about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. They knew clearly that Xiao Yun's strength was at the level of Chunin, and Kinja was brought by him, so naturally they had to ask first. "Ah! I forgot to wait for him, I'm so happy." Kinja was rash. She was as happy as a piglet out of a cage. She just needed to run over to do the task with all 4 legs. She didn't even expect Xiao Yun to come. Now she was surrounded by these guys who looked malicious. "Miss Kinja, why don't you come back with me? It's too dangerous here," the son of the village chief said as he was about to make a move. Kinja frowned, took out a kunao from the small bag behind her waist and put it in her hand, staring at them in a serious state. "Don't come over. What kind of dog is it? They think they are just a thing. To put it bluntly, aren't they all dogs? Who gave you the courage?" How could she not know what the other party's intentions were? Recently, her attitude towards Xiao Yun is also very bad. She will not care about these people's face. Besides, if she admits defeat at this time, won't they treat her as a piece of meat on the board? Judging from Xiao Yun's attitude towards her, if she doesn't slap him to scare him, then she will have to act like a superior person. Preaching by herself, and also controlling her own freedom. Maybe she misunderstood the reason why Xiao Yun was so polite to her, thinking that Xiao Yun had some strange fetish, so he surrendered directly after being beaten by her. Of course, Xiao Yun would not explain more, she misunderstood it. "I was too lazy to say these." And now, Kinja was so arrogant, naturally, the ninjas also surrounded him. Xiao Yun knew the leader, the son of the village chief, remember his name was Dong Xi, forget it, it doesn't matter, just call him Dog Dong Xi. Xiao Yun didn't find it difficult to guess why this guy dared to attack Kinja now. After all, the village chief was also a Chunin, and he was also a Chunin. Xiao Yun and Kinja usually showed bickering and fighting, and disliked each other in his eyes. Maybe they were two mortal enemies. So, he was the son of the village chief, and the two had a bad relationship. Xiao Yun didn't need to offend an opponent of the same level for a person with whom he had a bad relationship. Even Go Dongzi might think that if he avenges Kinja, he might get Xiao Yun's approval. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that beating is love and scolding is love, not beating or scolding is harm, and not loving enough can also be kicked, and Kinja and Xiao Yun have obviously reached the point of kicking, and it's a pity that they don't fight with fists and feet. Of course, it's just a continuous punch. Don't come over. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Kinja has been practicing hand seals these days, so she trembled and slowly began to seal. Until the hand seal was completed. Fire escape, Great Fireball Technique. The sea-level ninjutsu Great Fireball Technique was completed, and after a loud shout, chakra came out of her mouth along with the fireball. The people in front were directly shocked. I guess they really didn't expect her to know sea-level ninjutsu. Most of the guys in these small places practiced ninjutsu that were not even E-level, let alone Great Fireball, and it was probably difficult to even use the substitute technique. Sure enough, several people stood there stupidly. Although they had good physical fitness and usually relied on physical skills and samurai swords in their hands to fight, Kinja, who had ninjutsu, beat them to pieces in actual combat. But looking at her body size of Hwakiu task tisk, she really has her own style. Should we say that the technique follows the master? If Qinjin knew Xiao Yun's idea, she would definitely twist his head off with Xiao Yun's overwhelming strength. Is there such discrimination? Isn't she still growing? Here, several genin screamed and covered their burned parts and rolled on the ground. Qinja also raised her head high, looking like she was going to the sky, and was extremely happy. We caught you. Damn it. Let's see how we teach you a lesson. Of course, when she tried to pass by several genin who were rolling on the ground screaming, several genin reached out and grabbed her ankles. Chapter 60 Ninja Fight. Ah! Qingya screamed and tried to break free from the hands, but the strength of the men, who were genin, made it impossible for her to break free. Although the great fireball technique looked scary, it was just scary. She didn't have enough chakra, and the quality was not as strong as she imagined. The other party was indeed in pain after being burned, but rolling on the ground was still too exaggerated. After all, he was a genin who had been fighting with other villages for many years. He must have a certain will. It was impossible for him to be defeated by Qingya's sea-level ninjutsu. Now her ankle was grabbed, and the two people pulled hard. She felt a sense of weightlessness and fell to the ground instantly. Plop! After a muffled sound, she felt that all the bones in her body were about to fall apart. Even though she was a proton, she also had a certain material life. Now that she encountered this kind of fall and beating, she immediately felt dizzy. Dizzy, nauseous, the world was spinning, and she was shaking all over. She was not afraid, but excited. She was excited about the battle, but it was just excitement. Her physical strength was just that of an ordinary person. It was a natural fall, and she was lucky that she didn't vomit all the bitter bile. Several genin stood up and looked down at her lying on the ground. She was dizzy and weak, not knowing what to do next. Until they reached out to her, she didn't know where the strength came from, so she waved her hands fiercely and slapped their hands away viciously. Wow! It's quite spicy. Seeing this, several people became more interested. At this time, the power of the shadow demon also emerged in her body. Fire escape, shadow demon fireball technique. Feeling that her body was filled with power, she also secretly waited for an opportunity. When she saw that they were about to reach out again, she directly stood up with a carp flip, quickly formed a seal, and gave these people a big gift package. The black fire was spit out, and several people still wanted to take it head on, but when the fire burned in front of them, they found that it had no temperature. Is it an illusion? She wants to run away? When these people had this thought in their minds, the flames had already merged into their bodies. Although there were many genin, the shadow demon fireball technique was highly controllable after being improved. One fireball could be dispersed into several rays, just like Shikamaru's shadow dispersed into several rays to attack those genin. Almost instantly, after the ninjutsu was performed, Qinja stood up and ran away. She learned from what Xiao Yun had taught her before, using chakra to attach to her feet, whether it was bouncing or anything else. Running on the branches, the forest was a good place for ninjas to retreat with all their strength. Damn it! Chase me! Go Dongzi shouted angrily, and stood up to chase Qinja who was trying to escape. Under their pursuit, although Qinja was panicked, the shadow demon power in her body was not lacking. Once it was consumed, it would be replenished immediately, just like usual, there was no difference. And her strength could barely maintain the genin stage. I have to go, I have to find him, he can protect me. Qinja muttered subconsciously at the first moment. She was running aimlessly, but now she set her sights on the direction where Xiao Yun might be. She walked too fast just now, and didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Even if she faced wild boars or something like that, she could barely deal with it, but now she was blocked by someone. Find Xiao Yun, find Xiao Yun. He will definitely protect me. Although Qinja was flustered, she felt inexplicably relieved now. As long as she thought of Xiao Yun, she felt full of strength. However, as she began to think about Xiao Yun, in addition to peace of mind, there was also anger in her head. This guy made people angry. If she went to find him, she would definitely be ridiculed and scolded by him. If she thought about it carefully, although she would be safe if she found him, she would never be able to raise her head again. Forget it, he is unreliable. Qinja finally came to this conclusion. Of course, when Xiao Yun heard the result, he was mostly happy. He was happy that she finally had her own opinion. But another part of him was that this woman had a big misunderstanding of him. What do you mean by unreliable? What do you mean by being able to scold her so much that she can't hold her head up for the rest of her life? Am I Xiao Yun that kind of person in your eyes? Although there is a little bit, just a little bit. He continued to hurry on his way. Several genin behind him kept chasing him, but it was difficult for them to detect Kinja's position. The forest here was too dense, causing Kinja to choose a random position. As long as they fell, it would be difficult for them to catch up with her in a short time. After all, searching is different from running. Searching is to stop and go to check the traces. Even if you are good at tracking, the distance is always being widened. There is no need to say more about running. Just run forward with all your strength, regardless of whether he is chasing you or not. At least Xiao Yun has not taught her to hide her traces yet. At least when moving, she should be careful not to be detected. No, I'll be caught sooner or later if I keep running like this. I have to think of a way. Qingya thought carefully and adopted the strategy of shadow clone. The chakra of the lower ninja can't separate many shadow clones, but her current shadow demon chakra recovers very quickly, so she can stop and go, retain a certain degree of chakra while splitting a shadow to go the other way. The people behind her are following closely, she can feel that they are getting closer and closer, and the battle will happen again sooner or later, so she wants to split these people. She may not lose in a one-on-one battle. Although her physical skills are not good, her ninjutsu is definitely good. So, when she split the first shadow, the pursuers behind her stopped. Why did you stop? Go Dongzi looked around angrily. His body was already burned black, and he was a little painful. He felt like he was going crazy. It wasn't so troublesome to bully people before. I must catch her today and let her know what a ninja is. Either Kinja dies or they die, today's fight to the death. There are other traces, we may need to split up to find them. The search ninja said. Of course, it still depends on Go Dongzi's decision. Split one over to chase, and send us a signal when you find it. Go Dongzi made a decision very quickly, and then walked towards one of the roads. The road they chose was the Shadow Road, and only the split ninja followed the real Kinja forward. On Kinja's side, after walking for a while, she suddenly felt that the movement behind her was much smaller. She also had the ability to use shadows to detect the opponent's attack trajectory, so she could feel that there was only one pursuer behind her. Kinja grinned, slowed down her pace a lot, estimated the opponent's speed, and began to make hand seals. She has shuriken, and shuriken can be transformed into Shadow Demon Shuriken, and the speed and attack power will become stronger. Chapter 61 Ambush Success. Shadow Escape, Shadow Demon Shuriken. After pinching the formula, the shuriken in his hand were attached with black borders. If you look at it inadvertently, you might think that these are just a few shadows that can be held in the hand. The color is too light and the presence is too low. The opponent is getting closer and closer, and Kinja's hand, the sword in the back, also tightened a little. Even if the Shadow Demon Shuriken can't hit, it can control the trajectory, but it consumes more chakra. Ah! Damn it! It's here, bitch, let me see how I deal with you. The opponent seemed to be hit by a dart, but unfortunately at the critical moment, the opponent's combat experience told him to avoid the vitals, and only a blood hole was pierced on his hand. He still caught up slowly with his hand covered. Kinja carefully sensed it and kept a state of being able to escape at any time. After confirming that this guy came alone, she laughed directly. They look down on themselves too much, right? Think that a genin can solve themselves? Dreaming. Many of the ninjutsu that Xiao Yun taught her became her capital to defeat these frivolous genins at this moment. When the opponent was about to drag the injured hand to start the seal, she instantly threw a few more shurikens. The opponent was afraid and dodged in a hurry. Even the hand that was about to seal stopped, and the half-condensed chakra could only quietly dissipate. Kinja was overjoyed when she saw this, and she began to make hand seals when the opponent dodged. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. She threw several more shurikens, and with the fire style burning them red, several groups of Phoenix Flower shurikens flew towards the guy, but unfortunately they were blocked directly after being prepared. Obviously, sea-level ninjutsu is still not very good. Kinja also began to have a headache. If the opponent continued to fight with her like this, he might rush over to join her after the shadow clone was caught. He must be dealt with before that. His eyes turned around, and after Kinja made hand seals, a shadow quietly swam down the tree trunk from behind her, and he didn't notice it until he went behind the ninja. It's done. Kinja's face was happy, and he jumped down from the tree trunk directly. A kunao appeared in his hand, and he ran towards the ninja. Bang! After a crisp sound, the opponent blocked the kunao with a samurai sword. As expected, Kinja's strength could not match that of the genin who often trained in combat. Almost at the moment of the collision, she felt her wrist numb, and the kunao almost slipped out of her hand. Fortunately, even if the opponent was strong, it still took a little time to adapt and resist after such a collision, which was just a moment. A cloud of black mist appeared behind the genin, as if it came out of his shadow, and quietly held a kunao to the opponent's neck. Humph! I thought it was something else. You dare to stay and fight with me, then you are destined to stay here. The opponent was very happy, but he didn't notice that there was an extra kunao in front of his neck. Kinja hesitated. The opponent still didn't notice. And Kinja also controlled the black shadow to clamp the opponent's hand, and the kunao was held on the opponent's neck. What is this? Damn it! Let me go! The opponent didn't expect that a sense of powerlessness came instantly, and he was also limply controlled. After all, it was the shadow that was captured by the shadow demon, and it was difficult for him to move. If Kinja attacked more ruthlessly at this time, he might lose his life, or even lose all the chakra in his body. But Kinja still had a little kindness in her heart. At the same time, Xiao Yun sighed in his heart. The light that could not accommodate and accept the darkness was not light after all. It is not to say that standing on the side of light absolutely cannot tolerate darkness, but to understand and accept darkness and resolutely yearn for light. Now she lacks that darkness. If she can accept it, she will become stronger. Xiao Yun dare not say whether the light and shadow follow the birth is right or not, or whether it is completely right, but he himself believes in it. Spare my life! Spare my life! Seeing Kinja staring at him with a cold face without saying a word, the other party seemed to think that she was going to kill him, and immediately lost her composure and shouted hurriedly, looking cowardly and cowardly. Sure enough, don't do it! Kinja shook her head and controlled the shadow demon to dissipate, but the shadow demon dissipated in the other party's shadow. Good opportunity! As soon as the opponent felt that the control of the shadow demon had failed, he did everything he could. He exerted force on his feet, attached chakra, and instantly jumped in front of Kinja. He grabbed the handle of the samurai sword with both hands and tried to kill Kinja on the spot. Puff! The samurai sword pierced Kinja's shoulder. At that moment, Kinja felt the danger, as if someone had pulled her, and the whole person lost a little weight. He dodged to the side and avoided the knife that was sure to hit his heart. Because the distance was very close due to the battle, and the previous control of the shadow demon made her feel very relieved, she neglected that the two of them were actually opponents. Now that her shoulder was pierced, she was also pressed tightly against the tree trunk, blood flowed down her arm, and the blood drops on her white hands could be clearly seen sliding down and then falling to the ground and splashing into blood flowers. Not bad, you still dodged it. The ninja began to look at Kinja's face with interest. This girl is indeed pretty. Not only will Go Dongzi be tempted, but even He also feel a little yearning. If I could catch him. What a pity for such a pretty face. If I were also the son of the village chief, I might consider taking you in. Unfortunately, my father is not the village chief, the genin said to himself and took out the fireworks from the small bag on his waist and set them off in the sky. Swish! Pop! Even in broad daylight, the sound of the explosion and the red blood light were still very dazzling. Kinja endured the severe pain of tearing her arm, opened her eyes in a trance and looked at the genin in front of her. The other person's face was completely distorted, and her eyes were filled with desire and anger that made her feel scared. Why did she let him go, but she had to suffer this kind of thing? Kinja didn't understand. Can you, let me go? Just like I let you go. Kinja still maintained the last bit of reason. Ha, do you think I'm doing charity? You're dreaming. Maybe after I give you to the village chief's son, he'll get me a share when he gets tired of playing with you. The ninja said to himself, without a trace of hesitation or guilt in his eyes. He didn't even mention the fact that he had let him go before. Okay, I understand. Kinja nodded. A shadow demon emerged from the shadow behind the man. This time, the shadow demon's hand holding the kunao did not waver at all, and even the shadow demon transformed from the black mist became more solid. Until he put the kunao on the other's neck and slashed it hard. Ah! Plop! The other party fell down with his neck covered in disbelief. Kinja didn't believe that the other party would admit defeat, so she chose to use the shadow demon to hide in his shadow, and when necessary, she would go berserk and deal with the others. But now it's no longer necessary. Chapter 62, The Genin is wiped out. The world of ninjas is full of deception and betrayal, which is not surprising. But when she thinks of someone she hates, her heart is probably still warm. I hope that guy is not, otherwise I will chop him into dozens of pieces and feed him to the dogs. Xiao Yun shuddered when this thought came to her mind. I can't easily provoke her in the future. After seeing the fireworks signal, those who chased the shadows also stopped and rushed over here. They did not doubt the fireworks signal at all, and did not hesitate at all. So Kinja could only reluctantly get up and start fleeing again with her seriously injured body. It was another chase battle. The village chief entrusted her with the task of subjugating the beast, but she completed the task of killing the genin of her own village. Until dark, after the other party experienced several black shadow splits, they had completely lost Kinja's trace and completely lost her. Meanwhile, Qingya quietly hid in the cave to make a fire for herself, then ate the soldiers' ration pills and used medical scrolls to heal herself. Her injuries healed quickly. With the knowledge of common ninja tools that Xiao Yun had taught her, she could easily know what she needed and could clearly solve the problem at hand. But the pain in her arm made her particularly angry. She could not show mercy and must get rid of the other party. She would not run away again, but face the confrontation head-on. Even though she knew clearly that these genin were the necessary fighting force to protect the village, she would get rid of them no matter what. Xiao Yun followed her shadow silently, sometimes sleeping, sometimes practicing chakra, and occasionally turning into a black shadow to go outside to explore intelligence and other things. Until dawn, Qingya's injuries were almost healed, and the small fire beside her was extinguished. She got up and rushed towards the direction of the small ninja village, cautious as if she was afraid of being discovered. What's wrong with your brains? Doesn't offending him mean that our plan has failed? Why can't you consider me? In the small ninja village here, the village chief was indignant. Facing what his son said, he was only furious. Obviously, 2 chunin are enough to annex another small ninja village, making their own power even greater, and it is even possible to occupy this area. At that time, it will be more exciting both materially and spiritually, but these dogs Dong Xi directly offended people to death. A waste that is more likely to cause trouble than to do good. You can't even kill him. Are you here to collect debts from me? The village chief glared at his son, but the other party only dared to nod, bow, and agree timidly. Alas, the village chief was so angry that he was about to die, but he didn't dare to say much. He could only think of a way to cover it up. However, Xiao Yun's trace has not appeared since she left. Did she go somewhere? This thought seemed to give the village chief a backbone. If Xiao Yun was not around, he would take advantage of this time to catch her and get rid of her. Then there would be no more trouble. Do what you say. Go out and look for her, I guess she will come back. The village chief came up with this answer after thinking for a while. The few people looked at each other, then nodded and got up to leave. We must catch that little bitch. Let her know what it means that the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape. Want to run? But I didn't ask his dog Dongzi's opinion. So a group of people planned to search in the forest. The village chief sat in the office and sighed again and again. Why is his son so useless? How great would it be if he was that chunin? Alas! At the same time, Kinja also showed up in front of the small ninja village after setting up a trap. It seemed that seeing Kinja, several genin rushed over like sharks smelling blood and tried to catch him. Kinja naturally fled immediately. The other party followed immediately. Until they came to the depths of the forest, Kinja did not use the shadow clone again, but led them to a clearing. Little bitch! You dare to kill our brothers, come out and die. Maybe if you come out and beg for mercy now, I can spare your life and take you as my wife. Go, Dongzi said, looking around. Suddenly, he found a corner of the detonating talisman in the grass, and a line that would reflect light in the sun. Humph, you want to use a trap to confuse us? It's useless, come out and die. Go, Dongzi said and took a few steps back. But I don't know why, he was fine when he came here before, but now he suddenly took a step back, and the place he stepped on before exploded. Boom! After a loud bang, Go Dongzi fell to the ground with a horrified face. One of his legs has completely lost consciousness. He is used to being domineering, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lying on the ground, he felt the blood flowing. Kinja was also watching where they were now in the dark. Indeed, she set a trap, and it was a detonating talisman trap. The rest were all fire escape techniques sealed with the power of the shadow demon. She developed it herself, using shadows to wrap the flames, and it would automatically trigger when their shadows covered it. It was fine when they stepped on that area, but if they moved around after the shadow covered it and triggered it, it would explode. The shadow demon chakra would merge into other people's shadows, so when controlling it, they only needed to cancel the power of the shadow demon to make the fire escape erupt. Now she spent a whole morning to make this area. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, and these genin had to stand still and dared not move after a while of panic. There was no way, she was too cruel. Almost anyone who stepped on it directly would have a leg blown off. Now 2 people have been injured and lost their combat effectiveness. If they continue to waste time, it may be more serious. We don't dare to do it anymore. Let us go, it's all his fault. It's all his fault. Those low-level ninjas begged for mercy and put the blame on Go Dongzi. Unfortunately, Kinja didn't think much after hearing this, but just looked down coldly, and occasionally burst out a stream of shadow demon power. The power of the shadow demon can not only be used to set traps, but also to summon the shadow demon power that has been integrated into their bodies to become a shadow demon. Now the power of the shadow demon is almost gone. So she summoned the shadow demon, holding the kunai that had been buried long ago, and cut the necks of these people. After doing this, all the traps exploded, and she slowly appeared and came to Go Dongzi. Don't kill me. I admit my mistake. I apologize. I don't dare to do it anymore. Go Dongzi begged for mercy. But Kinja's eyes were only indifferent as if she was looking at a dead person, and she slowly took out the kunai and killed him. A few days later, the village chief began to be busy. The genin in the village has completely disappeared. Recently, many people around the village have been investigating the news. It seems that the previous continuous explosions and the death of a genin have caused several surrounding ninja villages to start investigating this place. They don't have any useful materials here, the only thing they have is land. Chapter 63 Shameless. Even if it is a separate territory, it is also a sweet potato for other ninja villages. So when they found out that the genin here had completely disappeared, several surrounding ninja villages began to send people to take action. Of course, they must have discussed it before taking action. Kill all the people in this village and divide the territory among them. So when a group of ninjas gathered and surrounded him, the village chief could only come out to fight. Of course, the genin would not confront him stupidly, but would keep a distance and try to fight a war of attrition. Village chief Go knew that his time was coming. He had this feeling since he offended Kinja, but he still wanted to calculate on Xiaoyun because Go Dongzi was unreliable. I didn't expect that I would still have to face this situation at the end, and Xiaoyun didn't show up. The village was about to be destroyed, and the village chief was helpless. All he could do was to make a last-ditch effort. Water escape, 100 arrows. When the village chief of the other ninja village performed the ninjutsu, the dog village chief also made a seal, but unfortunately, the dog village chief was old enough, and more than 100 water arrows directly knocked him out far away. Not to mention the seal, whether he could control his hand shaking was a problem. Wind escape, violent killing. The village chief of another ninja village also used wind attribute ninjutsu to wrap the flying dog village chief in it, and the sharp wind blade cut him all over with blood. Ah! The dog village chief screamed in mid-air. Unfortunately, there was no way, he was in a mess, and didn't know what to do. The sun didn't come back for 2 or 3 days, and it can be basically considered that he was solved. Most of the genin were killed and wounded, and now the genin of the other side are ready to enter the village to slaughter. He didn't think he was wrong now, but thought that if he could catch Kinja himself, maybe this wouldn't happen. What else can he do? That's his son. He can't be on the side of outsiders, right? Even if he was killed, it was only because of his lack of strength, and if Kinja was harmed, it was also because of her lack of strength, which is very easy to understand. Everything is because of lack of strength. The opponent's ninjutsu hit him, and he had lost consciousness all over his body, but he didn't regret it at all. What else can he say if he is not strong enough? Until the last moment of losing consciousness, he seemed to find that Kinja appeared not far ahead, as if he was going to fight for the village. But the dog village chief no longer had the opportunity to verify this possibility. With his eyes closed, the dog village chief died directly. Kinja controlled the shadow demon he had raised these days and stood opposite those who came to attack the village. Where did this guy come from? I've never seen him before. The wind-attributed Chunin village chief was stunned for a moment, and looked at Kinja. Don't meddle in other people's business, or you'll lose your life. Indeed, this girl is very pretty, but their purpose is not to come here to see how pretty she is, but to occupy this village. No, don't let me. The uncles and aunts here are all very nice. I want to protect them. Kinja hates that second-generation ancestor, Dongzi, and the village chief, but this village is a place she likes very much. She has lived here for a few days, and these people have taken a lot of care for her, and many of them even give her a strong sense of intimacy, so now when the village is in danger, she stands up to protect it. The shadow demon rushed towards those people in an instant, holding the samurai swords in front of those genin in his hand, and directly launched an attack. None of them had seen this strange creature, and they were beaten back for a while. The Chunin was the same, their ninjutsu and attacks could only hit the samurai swords in the hands of those shadow demons. What the hell? What is this? A summoned beast? Maybe it'll work to defeat that girl. Of course, a Chunin is still a Chunin, and he figured out a plan in a short while. The two Chunins had fought for several years, and they had a tacit understanding of each other's eyes, so one person restrained the other, and the other genin restrained them together. After restraining the shadow demon directly, the other Chunin ran to Kinja, holding the samurai sword high, as if he was going to behead him. Seeing this, Kinja attached chakra to her feet and planned to escape, but unfortunately the opponent's strength was above her, and he must have trained more than her, and his experience was higher than her. His speed caught up almost instantly. When she saw the long sword was about to chop down, she felt a chill on her neck, as if she was going to die. No, I can't die here, I can't. Kinja struggled frantically in her heart, but unfortunately she couldn't avoid the sword from falling down no matter what. If only that guy was here. The shadow demon unexpectedly restrained the genin and the Chunin. It worked for a short period of time, but it would be defeated sooner or later. Now she was about to be beheaded. If she lost, the village would probably be slaughtered. But she had no choice. She could only watch her weakness, and there was a tear in the corner of her eye. Maybe she would leave and never see that annoying guy again. Bang! After a crisp sound, Kinja felt that she was pushed and flew backwards fiercely. Not long after, she fell into a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes, a black shadow holding a red demon sword Muramasa was fighting with the other party's samurai sword with the demon sword Muramasa in his hand. The power was so great that the hands of both sides trembled slightly. The crisp sound of swords rubbing against each other came, and there were some small collisions from time to time. When swords clash, the most taboo is to withdraw suddenly or fail to keep up with the opponent's withdrawal. When the two sides are in a conflict, a single mistake will result in the opponent's sword skills chopping off your head, so they all stood in a stalemate. The Black Shadow was not afraid of death, so he acted very relaxed. But the Chunin was different. When the sword fell just now, he didn't even see where this guy flew out from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. He was a little contemptuous at first. This thing was just an extra life. What could he do? But after fighting a blow, he found that the opponent's strength was in a stalemate with his. And the scarlet eyes were filled with endless emptiness. It was as if he would fall into it with just one look. Kinja felt that she was leaning on someone's arms, so her face turned red, and she pushed the person behind her away and muttered, "Shameless. Why didn't you help me earlier?" Although she said so, she was still very curious. Where did this guy come from? Has he been following her? You didn't ask me to help, and didn't you say I was unreliable? Xiao Yun repeated her words in a teasing manner. Sure enough, you are unreliable, Kinja blushed when she heard this, and looked at the Black Shadow fighting over there with a dodgy look. In fact, the Black Shadow's sword skills are not weak, and each sword is outrageously strong. This kind of sword skills is like engraved in the bones. No matter how the opponent changes his moves, he will be dismantled. Even if he relies on his own combat experience to fight for a while, he will be adapted to by the Black Shadow after a period of time. Chapter 64 Assassination. Retreat. After thinking for a while, the two ninjas made a choice. It's really impossible to beat them. They can only escape, no, retreat, not escape, but find another plan. So a group of people evacuated, and Xiao Yun also looked at Kinja not far in front of him, with a very complicated look in his eyes. She grew too fast and worked too hard. What is her goal? These are all very worrying. After cleaning up, they successfully took over the village. After calming down the restless hearts of the villagers, it was almost dark the next day. Xiao Yun was lying on the bed, breathing steadily and sleeping, while Kinja got up directly, walked through the passage in the house, and quietly opened his door. Under the moonlight, her pretty face was gloomy and scary. With trembling hands, she swallowed her saliva, stretched out her hand, and walked towards Xiao Yun on the floor step by step, then knelt beside him, put her hands on his neck, and exerted a little force. Kill you! Kinja's face turned pale, and it was not known whether it was because of fear or excitement, her face was bloodless. Xiao Yun closed his eyes tightly, feeling the suffocation. And Kinja seemed to feel something, and stopped her hands that were clamping Xiao Yun's neck. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Kinja knew that he couldn't have not noticed it. Xiao Yun didn't speak. Kinja hated the Akatsuki organization, needless to say, and it was expected that she would kill herself. I just didn't expect that she would suddenly stop. The atmosphere is a bit too awkward now. Xiao Yun didn't know how to face her. In fact, he had only joined the Akatsuki organization for a short time. Would she believe it if he told her this? I know everything I can know what information there is. Kinja sat on the ground, holding her head and crying bitterly, but I can't do it. I'm too weak, I can only hate you. They are all very strong, I can't do anything. Kinja was already sobbing as she spoke. Xiao Yun was even more embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Kinja's face seemed to be shining in the moonlight, perhaps because of the tears. You are listening, right? Kinja was a little uncertain. Xiao Yun pretended to play the gourd. Kinja blushed when she saw this, and hurriedly got up and fled lightly and panicked. It's so embarrassing he can't even assassinate him while lying down? Obviously, he was regarded as the target of revenge, and he knew that he was not his enemy, but he was the only one who could defeat or even assassinate him, but now he couldn't do it. Click! Hearing the sound of the bamboo door closing, Xiao Yun opened his eyes with a bitter smile on his face. How to say it, silly. After dawn the next day, Xiao Yun got up as usual, and then went to Kinja to train together. Kinja acted very unnatural, but the two of them continued to train as usual. In chakra training and shadow demon training, Xiao Yun taught her a lot, and her strength was improving greatly. The two of them didn't speak tacitly. During this period, people from the other two small villages came to attack many times. Although Kinja found it difficult to repel them, with Xiao Yun's help, even if she couldn't beat them, Xiao Yun would still be behind her in the end. Walking in the village, Kinja lowered her head, her face flushed, as if she was thinking about something. Xiao Yun didn't say much to her, and there was not much expression on his face. He just looked around, as if he thought everything was very new. Gurgle. Kinja's stomach growled, and Xiao Yun heard it too. The two naturally came to a small stall. Boss, pork bone ramen. I miss so. Okay. Village chief and his wife, please wait, I'll be right there. After the boss responded very familiarly, Kinja glared at Xiao Yun fiercely and asked him to explain. But Xiao Yun seemed to be blind and looked at the decoration of the stall. A small car, a few seats, a few curtains, you can eat in front of the stall, this design is pretty good. Okay. After a while, the noodles were cooked and brought to the table, steaming. The various side dishes inside, the aroma and taste made Kinja feel a churning in his stomach, protesting like a boxing match. Boom! Suddenly, the village was attacked, and the sound of explosions continued. Hearing this voice, Kinja wanted to go forward and fight, but Xiao Yun held her shoulder. I'll go, you eat first, I'll be back in a while, the noodles won't get cold. Kinja nodded slightly, picked up the chopsticks and started eating noodles. Xiao Yun patted her head gently, making her look like she was going to eat someone, and then left. If it were the ordinary Chunin, they would have sent the black shadow to suppress them directly. But the people who appeared now, judging from the shadow's perception, are most likely Pain's group. Not long after leaving the village, the people sensed by the shadow began to move, and Xiao Yun also moved with those people until they left the village far away. It happened that they were attacked by several Chunin at this time. The first thought of the Chunin was to follow Xiao Yun to get rid of Xiao Yun, so their team turned the car head and aimed directly at the direction where Xiao Yun was moving. After walking for a while, they finally stopped, and Pain and others also showed up and surrounded them directly. Nine Tails Chakra is imperative, and Naruto will face the attack of Konoha, so it is better to capture Xiao Yun now, and then consider Naruto. Long time no see, Xiao Yun. Tiandao Pain was far away from Xiao Yun because he was worried that Xiao Yun would suddenly launch an attack. Since this guy is going to leave, it means that he knows the plan of the Akatsuki organization. In this case, there is no need to say more, just say hello and start. Hey, wait, there is no grudge in the past and no hatred in the present, why do you suddenly surround me? Xiao Yun was not ready for a fight, but looked at them with a puzzled look. Tiandao Pain hesitated for a moment. And in that moment of hesitation, Xiao Yun turned into a sage and turned directly into a shadow to approach Tiandao Pain here. Before he could react, he directly suppressed him with physical skills. Countless black shadows also emerged from the darkness, and instantly fought with other pains regardless of everything. Even the animal path that could summon spirit beasts was attacked by these continuous black shadows. Sorry, I have a reason to live, so I can only ask you to leave first. Xiao Yun shouted angrily, and the black shadows behind him emerged one after another. Countless black shadows using the 8 gates of ninja began to burn their lives, and even the shadows behind them burned one after another. During the Third Ninja World War, Kai's father, Might Dai, used the 8 gates of ninja to open the Death Gate, and at most fought with the 7 ninja swordsmen with 4 deaths and 3 injuries. After the infusion of various chakras, the Black Shadow's combat power cannot be compared with the Super Shadow level, but they can reach the level of S-level ninjutsu of the upper ninja. Almost every Black Shadow's combat power after using the 8 gates kicked pains all over the place, but the combat power was not as strong as imagined. Chapter 65, Opening the 8 Gates. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is multiplied by the strength of the user's own practice. The shadows have been practicing for a long time, but their own strength is still too weak, resulting in their strength not being enough to exceed S-level ninjutsu. Every kick will kill a life, but they can be reborn infinitely, and they can be reborn by simply losing the skills. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun has not seen a black shadow who can match Might Guy after opening the 8 gates in these days. And Xiao Yun himself has only practiced the 6 gates of Jingmen. At best, he can open a peacock, but his strength is terrifying enough. Pain and others were caught off guard and could not resist this suppression for a while. And Xiao Yun also had a little killing intention. The little snakes transformed by the fairy art kept splitting from Xiao Yun, and then turned into shadows and swam from the ground to the place Xiao Yun guessed. There must be a certain distance limit for Nagato to summon these people, so Xiao Yun directly asked Xiaoshe and some black shadows to search. Even if Xionan was guarding, the power of the shadows was not to be underestimated. The black shadows ninjutsu seemed to be desperate. Under the crazy suppression of the front row, the ninjutsu of the back row was thrown, whether it was basic or not, consuming the power of the black shadows to release the ninjutsu, directly suppressing those pains, and even seeing their injuries. After separating them, Xiao Yun first wanted to need the right person is the Hell Path Pain who can completely destroy the other pain, so that he can safely solve the opponent's pain. The Tendao Pain suppressed by Xiao Yun here has no chance to take off and use Shinra Tensei. Xiao Yun's attack speed is beyond human beings. It's like he doesn't care about his life. Various fairy arts are used on his body. When his body moves, there is even a phantom. Several punches hit Tendao Pain's face directly without defense. So Tendao Pain's face is even a little distorted. But Xiao Yun's suppression did not stop, but became more and more aggressive. Faintly, Xiao Yun's Black Nine Tails mode was also triggered. The Black Nine Tails mode, together with the Snake Man state of the Fairy mode, is like a living monster. Boy! Hold on! Don't die, I still want to live! Nine Tails encouraged Xiao Yun in his heart. If it was captured, the Nine Tails could imagine that the mission given to it by the Six-Path Sage would fail, and even its existence would disappear forever. After being swallowed by the 10 Tails, it was really nothing left. So he gave Xiao Yun as much chakra as possible, and as long as he didn't want to die, he would kill him. Chakra surged, and Tendao Pain was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. Seeing that they were doomed to fail, Xiao Yun rarely smiled. But this smile was replaced by bitterness before long. Several more shadows appeared around here. They were not the Chunin and his subordinates from the other 2 ninja villages who followed to watch the show and were stunned, but the familiar members of the Akatsuki organization. Alas, you really think highly of me. Xiao Yun couldn't help but hit harder. In the forest behind him, Xiao Yun had to divide his mind to control the black shadows to split faster and pour out from the darkness. The only black shadows that can fight against ninjas are the Genzu. Xiao Yun has used chakra to feed them these days, but there are not many of them now, so the number of ordinary black shadows still prevails. Facing the members of the Akatsuki organization who suddenly appeared again, it seems stretched. Not only Kisame, Itaka has also come, and they broke through the black shadows very quickly. Itaka was a little afraid, but he didn't show it. Others, such as Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara and the newly joined Afei, all fought to the death and rushed here as soon as they broke the encirclement. Feeling that they were getting closer and closer, Xiao Yun couldn't help but get a little anxious. Although Tiandao Pain was almost killed by himself, he was still able to hold him tightly, and the defense of the Hell Road was too strong, so he couldn't get rid of it now. Once defeated, Pain would be resurrected and reincarnated, and he could only face the siege of more people. Originally thought that there would only be a few people, but I didn't expect that. I still underestimated their vigilance against me. Ha ha ha, kid, although I'm a little sorry, please stay here. Kisame also smiled bitterly, his hands did not stop, he finally knew where he lost at this moment, too weak, he was too familiar with the people Xiao Yun was fighting. Even Faden and Kakuzu looked solemn, this guy was too strong, simply a monster. He had an advantage with so many people. He had to join in to save the situation, terrible, too terrible. Xiao Yun saw that it was not good, and immediately used the demon sword Muramasa, and a red demon sword emerged in the shadow behind him. At this moment, the demon sword was filled with black mist, the most extreme state. Pulling back casually, the demon sword in hand, the style of fighting that directly rushed to kill Tiandao Pain appeared. There were dangers everywhere, but in the end Tiandao Pain was still solved. Even the state of Hell Road and other pains was not good, and it seemed that they were about to be wiped out. And other members of the Akatsuki organization also surrounded here. Haiden was restrained, although he was a little scared. Afei also rushed over to fight with Xiao Yun. Deidara and others used ninjutsu to attack from a distance. Snake scales appeared on Xiao Yun's body, and the 9 tails of the 9 tails also emerged with chakra. In a fist fight, he had 11 hands. For a while, they fought to a draw again. Those people in the distance were not worried about being attacked by the black shadows at all, and their own combat power was not weak. The source ancestors were restrained by pain again, and ordinary black shadows basically had no way to break through their offensive. They fell into a disadvantage again. Although various ninjutsu could not hurt Xiao Yun, pain also began to become much easier with the help of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Finally, the source ancestors returned to Xiao Yun's body when they were about to dissipate. They couldn't lose them. Now that they have wisdom, these shadow ancestors are very important to Xiao Yun, and they can't lose them at will. But the more this happened, the more ordinary black shadows could not stop anyone's offensive. Xiao Yun was defeated step by step, and the snake scales on his body began to break. After being forced back to a certain extent, he could only be defeated. He was getting more and more anxious. What should I do? What should I do? His shoulder was hit by Fei Duan's giant sickle, but there was no injury, but the scales were broken. Quite a few. Xiao Yun flew backwards for a long distance. If he was hit again, Fei Duan's secret technique might be activated. Boy, have you forgotten me? The 9-tailed fox in his body smiled evilly, and a little scarlet appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment. There was still one last layer of the 9-tailed fox seal in his body, and he did not remove it completely. But now he was so anxious that he seemed to have no choice but to give it a try. The seal in his body was broken, and almost instantly Xiao Yun felt a stronger chakra covering his whole body. The power of the tailed beasts is never lacking, the huge capacity like a tsunami, the tailed beast jade that opened up the world. Chapter 66 Severely Injured. Finally out, this uncle is free. You, all have to die. The 9-tailed fox looked angrily at the members of the Akatsuki organization who were still attacking him below. No, retreat. If it were some ordinary tailed beast Jinchuriki, they wouldn't worry about any problems even if they were tailed beasts. Why bother with something that 2 people could easily solve? But now it's different. Xiao Yun not only has immortal arts in his body, but also countless powers such as the power of black shadows, the power of shadow demons, the 8 gates of Dunjia, and chakra. The 9-tailed fox is really a monster. A monster that is 100 times or 10 times more powerful than Kisame. Any human-shaped tailed beast is a joke in front of Xiao Yun who has turned into a tailed beast. Die. The tailed beast jade condensed in his mouth, and his eyes swept around, as if he was planning to choose a target. But the guys who were caught by the nine-tailed fox's eyes all felt depressed. This thing fell down, I would lose my soul if I didn't want to die. So, they hurriedly dodged and wanted to escape. Itaka didn't do much at the beginning, just pretending. For him, Akatsuki's plan was not in his expectation. In the end, the perfect world or something, he only cared about Suzuki. He had done the things of exterminating the clan, and the only person he cared about was Suzuki. If Xiao Yun hadn't shown strong fighting power now, Itaka might have chosen to rebel directly, and betrayed Akatsuki with Xiao Yun, and fought them to the death. After all, Xiao Yun was entrusted with Shisui's eyes, and he didn't want Xiao Yun to die like this. But now Xiao Yun's fighting power is enough to deter Akatsuki. Once Akatsuki has any ideas in the future, they can only think about whether they can catch a tailed beast jade? Obviously the answer is no. This kind of power is too incredible. It is recorded in many records. They have encountered many Jinchuriki in these years, and their tailed beast jade must have felt it. But one difference is that Xiao Yun's tailed beast jade is mixed with many kinds of chakra, and the breath alone makes their souls tremble. Seeing that most people retreated directly, Xiao Yun's tailed beast ball was in a stalemate. Whoever didn't leave, he would be shot. After seeing everyone retreat, Xiao Yun felt that their shadows had left his perception range, and he was slightly relieved. It was for this reason that Xiao Yun was more grateful to the nine-tailed fox. If it weren't for this guy, he might have died many times. Until the nine-tailed fox retreated into his body, Xiao Yun also gave it a chance, using the shadow to simulate its own will, and put it into the shadow, turning it into a small and cute fox. In other words, Xiao Yun separated it from his body, but the nine-tailed chakra still remained. After all, the shadow has no will, and can accompany the person. Now it is equivalent to making his own shadow alive. That's great, I haven't seen this for many years. Jiwei was so moved that his eyes were almost filled with tears, but under Xiao Yun's gaze, he turned his head away a little embarrassedly and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" "I'm happy." Xiao Yun shook his head and said nothing, nodded, yes, Jiwei is happy, that's great." Jiwei said nothing. It was dark when he returned to the village. The battle had been going on for a long time. Kinja stood at the entrance of the village, holding the bowl of cold ramen, and even the oil had condensed, waiting for Xiao Yun's return. Xiao Yun came over with bruises all over his body, limping, and most of his body was covered with burns and lightning strikes, almost covering his entire body, looking miserable. Are you okay?" When Kinja saw this, he immediately threw away the noodles in his hand, ran over there, and hurriedly checked Xiao Yun's injuries. Xiao Yun looked at her with a smile on his face, "You won't kill me anymore." Qingya seemed not to hear anything, and stared at Xiao Yun's body intently, until she came to her senses and lowered her head with a red face and muttered, "You know everything." Yes, how could he not know? If such a strong man didn't know that he was killed once, how could he live until now? "Why don't you say anything?" Xiao Yun looked at her with a teasing look. "What are you talking about?" Qingya acted very depressed. Xiao Yun patted her head gently, forget it, it's good." Xiao Yun walked into the village. Qingya also walked into the village after hesitating for a while. A few days later, the two were in an open space in the forest, and Xiao Yun injected the fairy chakra into Qingya's body. As the fairy chakra entered her body, Qingya herself began to turn into a snake. Obviously, she could not adapt to the fairy chakra. But Xiao Yun also had a way, still using the power of black shadow to contain her. There is always a process of adaptation, and this established process was prolonged by Xiao Yun using the power of black shadow, and Qingya's adaptation became much easier. It took several days until she was completely adapted. However, the reason why Xiao Yun was so eager to improve her strength was also very simple. After all, Xiao Yun was seriously injured in the last battle. Although the scales defended most of the impact, a part of the impact force still entered the body, causing a strong hidden injury. Many ninjas in the ninja world have hidden injuries. As long as they fight, they will definitely be injured, but they are either light or heavy. Many ninjas may suffer from serious sequelae, even they themselves do not know. After all, many medical chakras are used to heal injuries by stimulating cell activation, that is, to speed up the recovery of injuries that originally needed to heal themselves, and consume the activity in the cells to achieve this effect. But such behavior is tantamount to consuming life. Xiao Yun did not think there was anything wrong, but now after this battle, he found that the human body is indeed too weak. If there is something like Hashirama cells, it may make his body stronger, but Xiao Yun will not be stupid enough to hurt himself for Hashirama cells. But the hidden injury of the body has a slight impact on Xiao Yun's use of chakra. The most important thing is that it impacted Xiao Yun's body and caused internal injuries, and now it still feels that there is an impact. So she wants to teach Kinja to learn fairy arts, not to mention the fighting power, at least to protect herself. Seeing the fairy arts continue to erode, it finally came to the end. Xiao Yun absorbed the fairy arts chakra that was about to occupy her whole body. It's almost time to adapt. A little bit of immortal energy began to bloom in her body. This is Kinja felt the fusion of this power and the power of the shadow demon. Her strength was constantly improving, and she could feel the improvement of the immortal chakra on her body. Snap! She picked up a stone from the ground and crushed it. The small stone broke into powder and slipped from her hand. In her surprised eyes, the stone powder was blown away by the wind. But when Kinja looked back, she found that Xiao Yun was gone. The immortal power was also constantly devouring the power of the shadow demon, but the characteristics of the shadow demon power were similar to the power of the black shadow, which could devour the black shadow and regenerate continuously. Chapter 67 Konoha Heavy Punishment Room. Before Xiao Yun left the little ninja village, he left many origin ancestors behind. And he himself was on the way to the wet bone forest. He learned some ways to go to the wet bone forest from the white snake immortal. If you ask why he didn't go to Konoha, the reason is very simple. He doesn't want to fight again. He left behind many origins, so he is not strong enough. Danzo must have targeted him a lot, and the 5-cage summit has been prepared recently. Suzuki is expected to have a decisive battle with Itaki. Before that, Xiao Yun has to fix his injuries. Now he feels a sense of chakra running wild inside his body after just a few steps. Not long after walking, the Konoha ninjas who received the news were like sharks that smelled blood. I heard that the Akatsuki organization was defeated and evacuated after fighting with Xiao Yun. So now the Konoha ninjas are trying to catch him back. Most ninjas are imprisoned after being caught, and Xiao Yun is likely to be no exception, and may even be controlled by Danzo. When Xiao Yun thought of this result, his first reaction was to take action directly. The combat power of ordinary black shadows is not enough, but they can also hold them back. Xiao Yun wanted to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by Konoha's ninjas. Even the strongest barrier array, the 6 red sun array, was used. Seeing that he could not escape, Xiao Yun chose to surrender. It was just right to go to Konoha village again. Seeing that he surrendered so easily, several Anbu looked at each other, not daring to take action, nor dare to remove the 6 red sun array. Just when they were about to launch a surprise attack, Danzo appeared. Take him away. Danzo's face was filled with smug joy. Sure enough, Xiao Yun had consumed a lot of physical strength after the previous battle, otherwise he would not have been captured so easily. The reason why the Akatsuki organization could find Xiao Yun was because Danzo provided information. When 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. Now is the best opportunity to capture Xiao Yun. Danzo did not expect Xiao Yun to surrender. Although he remained skeptical, he still accepted it. Until Xiao Yun was captured, Konoha the group also breathed a sigh of relief. The seal was applied to him, and he was arrested and taken to the Konoha heavy punishment room. Xiao Yun meant that Konoha should ask a doctor to help him treat himself. As a result, after being imprisoned, Xiao Yun had an urge to escape directly after waiting for a whole day. Unfortunately, as time passed, Xiao Yun found that the power here was stronger than any other place. The strong ones were hatred and resentment, as well as murderous intentions and a series of other things. Imprisoned in the prison, Xiao Yun lived alone. Many people paid attention to him when he came in, because most people knew Xiao Yun, and most of the prisoners imprisoned here were prisoners from the land of fire. In the past, when Xiao Yun was on a mission, he had captured many ninjas who betrayed Konoha. These ninjas were imprisoned here, and even most of the murderers were imprisoned here. So they also had a deep resentment towards Xiao Yun. Now that Xiao Yun is in, it can be said that they have hope for revenge. Unfortunately, the Konoha heavy punishment room will never let any prisoner out unless there is a problem. Especially now, after Xiao Yun was imprisoned, many Anbu were sent here, and the defense here can be said to be terrifying. On the 3rd day of coming to the Konoha heavy punishment room, when it was time to eat, others were eating sticky noodle soup like paste. Xiao Yun didn't want to eat this kind of thing, so he asked the Black Shadows to send it over in a team. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Those Anbyo came to the prison and glared at Xiao Yun. At this moment, the outside of the Konoha heavy punishment room was occupied by black shadows everywhere. A huge number of black shadows stared at this place. The forest outside was full of black shadows, and their scarlet eyes stared at this place. Xiao Yun's original intention was to find a quiet place to heal his wounds. The wet bone forest was the best, because there were slugs there to help him heal his wounds. The Konoha heavy punishment room didn't seem to be bad either. Anyway, it was quite quiet. If there was anything, there would be others to take care of it. If he wanted to escape, he could escape immediately after hearing the noise. But he didn't come here to suffer, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to eat these things that looked like they were for pigs. In fact, these were really for pigs. After all, the prisoners in Konoha's severe punishment room were either those who committed heinous crimes such as murder and arson, or those who had betrayed Konoha or had extreme behaviors. Now that Xiao Yun was caught, to a certain extent, Danzo wanted to stabilize Xiao Yun first, control his movements, and then find a way to kill Xiao Yun. So he was escorted here, but he didn't expect that this guy could summon the power of the Black Shadow even though he was sealed. If the nine-tailed fox in his body wasn't a big scourge, Danzo would have probably taken action long ago. The nine-tailed fox has a special identity, so Danzo couldn't do anything. Now that it's a commotion, the Anbyo can't let the Black Shadows just enter like this. But after communication, the Black Shadows selected a representative, and after negotiation, the representative walked in carrying a large box. The aroma in the box was everywhere. After the Black Shadow came in, the Konoha heavy punishment room was like being sprinkled with gourmet perfume, so fragrant that it made people want to bite off their tongues. Why? Why does this guy get this treatment? I want it too. Me too. I want to eat delicious food too. This is just pig food. Damn, I want to escape from prison. I won't stay here anymore. Let me out. Instantly, a group of people rioted, and the Anbyo was also very helpless. If these black shadows outside attack in, they will be more terrible than these prisoners. Instead of facing the black shadows, it is better to face these prisoners imprisoned in the cage. In this way, the food was delivered to the front of the house, and the black shadow also turned into a shadow and sneaked into the cell. Showing this skill is to let Danzo know that he has a way to escape. At least he has to stay here for a while before his injuries are healed. Anyway, he has to stay here before Suzuki officially challenges Itaki. It would be best to ask Tsunade or Sakura to come and help him heal. But Danzo would definitely not agree, so he should just heal his wounds peacefully. I am afraid that the Akatsuki organization will come to cause trouble again, and it will be bad if Kinja is implicated. In addition, it takes time for the natural power to recuperate. But this makes it hard for the Anbyo guarding here. The black shadows outside are staring at him covetously. If they hadn't dispersed after the things were delivered, these Anbyo might not dare to blink, fearing that they would lose their lives at any time. Then the other prisoners were so jealous of Xiao Yun. Why can this kid eat so well? They even arranged a lot of things in the cell. If they were not in the same Konoha heavy punishment room, they might think that this guy would come here for vacation. How can he be a prisoner? He is better off than the warden. Time passed little by little until everything was disrupted by a sudden arrival. Xiao Yun. When Naruto appeared at the door of Konoha's heavy punishment room, Xiao Yun couldn't believe it. Chapter 6 Chapter 8 Sharingan. Why are you here? Xiao Yun's face was complicated. He had expected anyone to come, but he had not expected Naruto to come. Even if Suzuki rushed over and rushed into the heavy punishment room, he could understand it. I'll take you back. Naruto's thoughts were as simple as ever. If they could be taken back easily, there wouldn't be so many people imprisoned in the heavy punishment room. Thank you very much, but Xiao Yun smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand to point at Danzo, who was gloomy behind Naruto, and said, you have to ask him if he agrees. Hey! Naruto obviously didn't know that Danzo had followed him. When he saw Xiao Yun pointing behind him, he immediately turned his head. Then he saw Danzo with a gloomy face. Then do you agree? Or Naruto's mouth twitched wildly. The rescue plan was discovered. Only the backup plan can be activated. Naruto quietly threw a file in. Dingling. A crisp sound came out, and Xiao Yun's mouth twitched wildly. The cages here are all big iron pillars. Let alone opening one, even half of it can't be rubbed off. Danzo's eyes flashed with contempt and anger. Thunder escape, Chidori. Suddenly another voice sounded, and this time the entire heavy punishment room began to shake. A huge gap was broken in the wall, and Sasuke looked inside with a cold face until he found Xiao Yun and Naruto in the heavy punishment room. His eyes stared at Xiao Yun without any hesitation. And Xiao Yun and Naruto could vaguely see the Anbu ninjas lying in all directions outside the heavy punishment room. Obviously, Sasuke now has the combat power comparable to that of a Jonin. And his purpose is also very clear, to come to rescue Xiao Yun. Hearing that Xiao Yun was captured by Konoha and would be tried at the 5-cage talks, Sasuke's first thought was anger, and then he rushed over without thinking. Of course, Orochimaru couldn't have not known that Sasuke was coming. Alas, I don't even have a chance to be quiet. Xiao Yun covered his face with his hands in a headache. Why are they all so troublesome? Why are you here? Xiao Yun looked at Sasuke, his tone full of helplessness. I am the only one who can kill you, no one else can. You'd better live in fear before I can kill you. Sasuke said angrily, almost like a roar. Xiao Yun's face didn't change much when he heard this. Naruto is honest and simple, and Sasuke is a dead tsundere. These two people will eventually produce a chemical reaction when they meet. Either explosion or burning. Sasuke. Naruto opened his mouth, his face complicated and he didn't know what to say. Okay, everyone is gathered. Danzo slowly walked down the stairs at this time. Naruto and Xiao Yun are not worth mentioning for now. These two guys are very troublesome for Konoha. One is a naughty ghost who doesn't follow the rules. The other is a huge threat that is crucial. If it is not solved, there will definitely be problems. As for Sasuke, needless to say, this guy must be a big worry for Danzo. Now, Xiao Yun, Naruto, and Sasuke are all together, and Danzo is very murderous. Maybe Naruto can survive, but Sasuke and Xiao Yun must die. Wind escape, wind kill. Danzo did not hesitate at all, and came not far from Sasuke and directly performed wind escape. The hurricane swept the entire heavy punishment room, and the clothes on the prisoners began to sway wildly. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. After Sasuke made a seal, a fire dragon flew towards Danzo's wind kill in an instant. The wind helped the fire, and almost instantly the fire dragon swallowed the storm and rushed towards Danzo. Raise Nan. Naruto also took action. He didn't care what taking action meant at all, he only knew to rescue Xiao Yun and leave Sasuke. But the strange thing is that the person Naruto hit was Danzo. Danzo didn't expect Naruto to attack him, and he was hit by this move. Damn it! Danzo roared, his eyes full of murderous intent. He even untied the gauze on his arm without caring. This is Sasuke widened his eyes, and a trace of horror appeared on his originally cold face. The white arm was densely packed with Sharingan. Even Danzo's other eye was a Sharingan. Uchiha, die! Uchiha! Danzo instantly activated Izanagi. The body that was seriously injured by the Raise Nan recovered instantly, and even appeared in front of Xiao Yun's cage. Originally, Naruto would not be the kind of person who would hit anyone hard, but Danzo not only attacked Xiao Yun, but also Sasuke, and even occupied the village and took away Tsunade's position of Hokage. All of these made Naruto extremely angry. So he hit hard, but now Danzo's performance, the fighting power he showed was really not something that ordinary people could have, so Naruto's assessment of Danzo was increased a little bit, and he would probably hit harder. Sure enough, after seeing Naruto's Raise Nan, Sasuke's eyes showed an undeniable annoyance. This guy always showed off more than him. Are you all here for him? Then let him stay here forever. Danzo took out the key to open the prison door, walked in, and took Xiao Yun out by the neck. Xiao Yun was carried out like a chicken without any resistance, motionless. Damn it, let him go! Sasuke and Naruto said in unison. And the prisoners present avoided their eyes and pretended not to see what was happening now. Although I know that some ninja villages are not so glorious in secret, I really didn't expect it to be so shameful. Sharingan. An armful of Sharingan. How many people do you have to kill to do this? The tragedy of the Uchiha clan's extermination was full of doubts, and many people had speculations. But now that we have really seen Danzo's arm, we find that it is more than just a doubt, it is simply a conspiracy. No wonder, as a member of the family, he actually exterminated his own family. How absurd is this? But this kind of thing happened. Can't watch what happened today, can't listen, even pretend that you are not here and know nothing. This kind of scandal is expected to cause a great shock to Konoha. The rules in secret are not a matter when they are put on the surface, but an accident. Hey, you are not giving me face. Xiao Yun had a cold face. Danzo's face showed a touch of irritation and impatience when he heard it. Shut up. You all have to stay here today. The death of 3 people may bring a long period of peace to Konoha. Now Xiao Yun has attacked Konoha several times, and the losses of the Anbu are countless. Konoha's strength has directly fallen to the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages. Even though the Sand Village had been attacked, their losses were much less than those of Konoha. In this situation, how could he sit back and wait for death? The 5 major ninja villages are all tigers. They usually look very friendly and even talk and laugh. But there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, not to mention that there are 5 tigers fighting each other now. Once one of them has a problem, the others will rush to solve it. The only way to make the world peaceful is for one tiger to be independent, so that it can be united. Perhaps this idea is also Sasuke's idea and Danzo's idea. But now various things are happening, making Danzo anxious. Chapter 69 6 Shadow Talks. Sasuke and Naruto saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Xiao Yun's face was complicated. It seems that the world line has changed again. And now Danzo is still holding himself like a chicken, which is not good for his face anyway. Danzo deliberately arranged to make Sasuke the common enemy of several major ninja villages. That is to say, the meeting of the shadows will start again, and Xiao Yun must attend this time. But before that, Xiao Yun reached out and tried to pry open Danzo's hand. Hehe, you are now covered with seals all over your body, what can you take? Danzo muttered to himself, and he was too lazy to even look at Xiao Yun, but when he felt the huge force, it was too late. The expression on his face, like seeing a ghost, began to spread uncontrollably like a floodgate. This kid, how can he still break free from his hand? There are dense seal patterns all over his body, but this guy can still break free, is there any power? Oh, those black ninjas! The reason why Danzo came here is that he received a report that Xiao Yun summoned the Black Shadow and almost broke through here, so he came to check the situation and think about how to kill this guy directly while keeping the 9-tailed fox in his body. Now think about it, this guy still has such terrible power, it is probably caused by those black ninjas. Don't talk about them, your seal is just like paper. The Black Shadow power in Xiao Yun's body directly transferred it to Danzo. The seal needs a carrier, so Xiao Yun transferred this carrier to Danzo. After all, he can turn into a shadow and merge into others, and the shadow is a part of a person, so it will naturally transfer. What is this? Danzo stared at Xiao Yun in disbelief, watching him transfer the seal to himself, and he also felt that he was gradually becoming powerless. Izanagi. Danzo had no choice but to use the Izanagi technique. Another Sharingan dimmed forever. And Danzo's figure slowly appeared on the other side of the heavy punishment room. Looking at the 3 people, his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was afraid that these 3 guys would cause irreversible damage to Konoha when they grew up. And the anger was that he was angry that he couldn't do anything to them and if this goes on, the consequences can be imagined. See you later. Danzo turned around and left without hesitation. You stay here. Sasuke seemed to feel that he had discovered something that was enough to change his life, and without saying a word, he hurried forward to try to keep Danzo. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun's figure was faster and stopped him. In Sasuke's suspicious eyes, Xiao Yun explained, it's not the time yet, believe me. Sasuke's eyes were only anxious now, he felt that he was about to get something that could be called the truth. He was not stupid, he knew what was happening now. The densely packed Sharingan, he said that these had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, he didn't believe it. But now Xiao Yun stopped him. Get out of the way. Sasuke's murderous intent was overwhelming, and the seal was completed in an instant, and Chidori directly hit Xiao Yun himself. Snap! After a light sound, Xiao Yun easily grabbed his wrist, looking at Chidori who was close at hand without any emotion change, just staring at him coldly. I said, now is not the time. Sasuke has changed so much that Xiao Yun is not sure whether he can let him go on like this. What will be the final result, Xiao Yun is not sure. Maybe Sasuke will choose to forgive Itachi after knowing the truth, but he will never forgive Konoha. At this critical juncture, if Sasuke attacks Konoha directly after enlightenment, his combat power is not strong, but what if he is replaced with Itachi's Sharingan and becomes a Mangekyo? Sharingan? When Xiao Yun thought of this possibility, he only had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Now can't, Can't let Sasuke go to find Danzo, it's definitely not the time. Itachi will never tell the truth, the only chance to get the truth is Obito or Danzo. Let Danzo go now, and when the Akatsuki organization's beast tail is almost captured and almost consumed, Xiao Yun can let go and deal with Obito or Madara. Tisk Sasuke fiercely crushed the Chidori in his hand, dissipated it, stood up and turned away, ignoring Xiao Yun and Naruto who were standing there. Naruto opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say a word. Xiao Yun patted his head, "Don't worry, there will be no problem, he will come back in the end." "Then what about you?" Naruto actually cared about Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "I already have someone in my heart, I'm afraid you shouldn't accommodate me." Naruto will have Hinata, Xiao Yun firmly believes this. And Sasuke will eventually return to the village, he also firmly believes this. "Believe me." Xiao Yun stopped Naruto who was about to say something. And Naruto also remembered Xiao Yun's words, "Now is not the time." A few months later, at the 6 Cage talks, as expected, it was still Danzo who replaced this incident. The prisoners in the heavy punishment room had no chance to speak out, and Naruto and Sasuke were too disdainful to speak out about it, so Danzo is still a high-ranking official in Konoha. Xiao Yun is now attending the meeting, and is very wary of Danzo's Koda Amatsukami. When Shisui and Danzo reported the use of Koda Amatsukami, they tried to stop the Uchiha clan leader from rebelling, but Danzo stopped it because he couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. Now it's the same. The 5 major ninja villages are directly anxious about the Akatsuki organization that is gradually showing its fangs, and even Xiao Yun is included in this alliance. To form an alliance, who is the leader? This needs to be made clear, right? Danzo tried to divert the topic to this. "Then I want the position of the leader of the alliance without hesitation." Xiao Yun was not to be outdone, staring at Danzo. "That depends on whether they agree or not." Danzo was confident and didn't want to say much about it. "In my opinion, Danzo is a good choice." Mifune's own wish was to recommend Danzo, but unfortunately Danzo activated the Sharingan Koda Amatsukami at this time. "I once invaded the storage place of Konoha's extremely secret scrolls. I heard that there is something that can control other people's thoughts. I wonder Xiao Yun planned to expose Danzo's Koda Amatsukami at this time. It would be fine if he didn't use it, but he used it. Isn't this giving himself a handle to be caught?" As expected, after observing with the Byakugan seized from Kirigakure, Mifune's changes and Danzo's weirdness were indeed discovered. Danzo fled directly after his deeds were exposed, without any hesitation. The other cages looked at Xiao Yun one after another. Especially the Reikage, who really wished that he had more nostrils to vent his anger for what Xiao Yun said. This kid not only invaded his Kumigakure's secret library, but also Konoha's. "Boy, if it weren't inappropriate now, you might have to stay here today." The Reikage stared at Xiao Yun intently. The bigger problem at the moment is that the Akatsuki organization is becoming more and more arrogant, and the tailed beasts in several places have been captured. Chapter 70 Sincere Cooperation. "Stop arguing, you didn't is it troublesome enough?" The Mizukage also roared impatiently, stopping the 2 guys who were getting more and more aggressive. "If they quarrel again, just throw them out, and quarrel enough." Xiao Yun shut up obediently. "Anyway, as long as Danzo is not elected, anyone can come, but Danzo cannot be elected." Then there was another fierce quarrel. The threats from the major ninja villages against the Akatsuki organization were enough to be feared. By the way, speaking of Jinchuriki. Suddenly, they all cast their eyes on Xiao Yun. After all, Xiao Yun is also a Jinchuriki, and it is probably not a good thing for this guy to run around leisurely. If he is caught, the pace of Akatsuki organization may be faster. "Maybe you should stay in Kumigakure." The Reikage rubbed his hands with a smile on his face. This smile seemed particularly cold to Xiao Yun. This old guy wanted to do something to him. Xiao Yun just opened his mouth to refuse, and the others nodded in agreement. "I agree. I agree. Gather the tail beasts to protect them, that's feasible." The other people all agreed, so Xiao Yun's opinion was not that important. In fact, Xiao Yun himself also wanted to find a quiet place to rest for a while, and it would be nice to go back to Kumigakure directly. Moreover, it is expected that Konoha village has been attacked, and Naruto has also gone to practice Sage Chakra. A few months during this period is enough for Naruto to practice. It is likely that Jiraiya has gone to find the Akatsuki organization to gather intelligence. It is estimated that Jiraiya has been killed. Sasuke will probably be possessed when he returns to Orochimaru, although he will definitely fail. Then Itachi will have a decisive battle with Sasuke, but with Denzo's Sharingan, it is estimated that it will not be easy. All these have caused a great conflict with the original Naruto world. More importantly, Xiao Yun always feels something is wrong recently, as if someone is staring at him, and this feeling has appeared again. The Otsutsuki clan usually travels in pairs, the guardian and the protected. Now Kagaya is sealed, but Otsutsuki's Heike has disappeared. This guy controls the second 10 tails. It is hard to imagine what actions Otsutsuki's Heike will take after defeating Kagaya. Why did he stay in hiding for so long? The Kara organization, there is still a long way to go. Xiao Yun clenched his fist and nodded, I agree, but there are still some things to do. There are still many plans to survive. These words sounded like a deliberate delay in the ears of the other 4 cages. Xiao Yun was too lazy to explain. If you don't come with me, I will leave you here now. The Raikage was extremely angry. This kid had hit him in the face again and again. Now he couldn't forgive him. Xiao Yun stared at him calmly and took the sword Muramasa handed over by the Black Shadow. The other 4 shadows were indifferent to this, as if they didn't see it, and waited for the 2 men to take action. The Raikage's face froze. His intimidation didn't work at all, and he was in a dilemma. Xiao Yun stretched and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at the 4 people. Konoha will probably replace the shadow again soon. If you have the opportunity, you can start the second meeting. I won't participate next time. You decide for yourselves. I have to find someone and will be back then. After saying that, Xiao Yun got up and left, rushing towards the small ninja village where Qingya was. He didn't want to waste time, and it would be best to take Qingya directly to the hidden cloud village, so that no one would have to worry. At the same time, Sasuke was being possessed by Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru's idea, he wanted to cultivate Sasuke to a perfect state, so that he could naturally possess a perfect body. But Sasuke's growth exceeded his expectations, so the possession process was not as smooth as he imagined, and he was almost killed. Sasuke was in a state of confusion, but the first thing he thought of after killing Orochimaru was to find Itachi to ask for clarification. Before that, he thought of what Xiao Yun said, that when he took him to find Itachi, everything would be clear at that time. Despite this, Sasuke still remained skeptical. There was no way, he could only suppress his restless heart and look for something that could be used in Orochimaru's laboratory. First, he searched for Suijutsu, then Karin and a series of other people, and he was waiting for Xiao Yun's arrival in Orochimaru's laboratory. Xiao Yun came to the little ninja village and searched everywhere without success. Xiao Yun also waited silently at the entrance of the village. Everyone in the village asked, and the result was that they didn't know. Because Kinja was the village chief, many things didn't need to be reported to them, so naturally no one knew where he went, and it was said that he hadn't come back for several days. Hearing this news, Xiao Yun thought it was impossible at the first moment. Kinja had already had the strength comparable to that of a Chunin when he left, so how could he not come back for several days? And a piece of news heard during this period attracted Xiao Yun's attention again. It was said that the other 2 Chunins came once not long ago and then left. No one knew what happened during the period, but they heard the sound of quarreling. After hearing this, Xiao Yun could no longer bear it. After returning to the small ninja village for a few days, Xiao Yun was furious when he heard the news. He got up and rushed to the 2 small ninja villages. Black shadows followed him, like rivers and mountains, dark and full of pressure. The 2 ninja villages were surrounded at almost the same time, and the 2 leading Chunins were stunned when they brought people out to check. Last time, both of their families saw the scene of Xiao Yun fighting with the Akatsuki organization. Although they didn't know the Akatsuki organization, they could see how terrifying this guy was from the scale of the battle. The destruction caused by a casual ninjutsu made the battlefield where they were still shocking. If Xiao Yun wanted to attack them, it was too scary. Being blocked by the big devil at the door, what did they do wrong? The 2 Chunins doubted their lives. Sir, why are you here? What's wrong with you? When the 2 Chunins were detained by the Black Shadow and sent directly to Xiao Yun, they both had doubts and confusion on their faces. Where is she? What did you do to her? Xiao Yun's eyes were emotionless, and his face was cold as if it could lower the temperature to 0. Hearing this, the 2 Chunins looked at each other. What? Who? Who's doing? They have been keeping to themselves these past 2 days. Are you kidding? After seeing Xiao Yun fighting with the Akatsuki organization and finally turning into the Nine Tails, they still dare to make trouble? I'm afraid they really don't know how to write the word death. But now that the other party has come to their door with a large army, they dare not say anything. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Xiao Yun was also a little confused. If it wasn't them, then who was it? Who on earth would make Kinja disappear for so long? Xiao Yun was extremely anxious, but he couldn't show it on his face. Xiao Yun! Suddenly a voice sounded, and Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Chapter 71 Promote Relationships. Hearing this voice, Xiao Yun instantly dismissed all the shadows. Looking at the figure slowly walking towards this side, Xiao Yun's unstable mood, which was originally worried about gains and losses, suddenly calmed down. My heart was beating fast just now, thinking if something happened to her. Now thinking about it, I was too stupid. The shadow following her should be able to sense it directly, even if it takes time. Worrying makes you confused, caring makes you confused. When she came to him, Xiao Yun hugged her and whispered, "You scared me to death." Qingya blushed and pushed him away in a hurry. She lowered her head and muttered nervously, "What are you doing?" However, her eyes were still focused on the two shivering Chunins kneeling on the ground. As if to answer her doubts, Xiao Yun explained, "It's okay. Come here to talk to them and promote feelings. After all, they are all neighbors, right?" As he said that, Xiao Yun's eyes turned to the two people kneeling on the ground. The two nodded tremblingly, "Yes, yes. Promote feelings? Promote your grandma's legs." Did the black shadow that was as dark as the sea come to talk to you about feelings calmly? If it weren't for the black shadow holding a large shuriken and a samurai sword, they would really believe it. Promote feelings? What's the matter with the look of wanting to eat people just now? Damn it, it sounds good now. Just now, the two of them even thought they were going to die. Fortunately, the little girl came back quickly, otherwise, the two of them would really be scared to death. But I was also surprised that the black shadow that was like a tsunami just now suddenly dissipated. This terrible power is really scary. Sure enough, it was worth it to sneak a peek at the battle scene between Xiao Yun and the Akatsuki organization last time. It's not that they learned anything, nor did they understand anything, but they opened their eyes early. Fortunately, they saw it, otherwise they would think they were so awesome when they fought in the future. Originally, they thought that these were just two children playing house. Although they were powerful, they solved the original small ninja village's Chunin, so the two children inherited that ninja village. In the future, they will unite and occupy it again. But after they saw Xiao Yun and the Akatsuki organization fighting. This is called a child? Is this a fight between children? Little brats? Little brats who destroy the world? Conquer the ninja village? What can two Chunins do? Chunins are shit. Shameless, too shameless, cheating. Why would such a powerful guy pretend to be a Chunin to cheat people? Morality condemns you. Liar. Big liar. Of course Xiao Yun, all they could say was, "You didn't ask." They might reply, "Why didn't you tell me?" Just like that, they knelt on the ground trembling, watching Xiao Yun and Qingya play and laugh and leave. They swore to leave immediately, and they didn't want to experience the scene just now again. There's nothing wrong with promoting feelings, but they don't want to promote it a second time. This relationship is deadly. So, the two Chunin took their genin subordinates and left directly overnight. As for Xiao Yun, he and Qingya went to the ramen stand as soon as they returned to the village. The two ordered ramen again and sat together to eat without saying a word. That day, Xiao Yun took Qingya to play a lot of things in the small ninja village, and spent a lot of money. Both of them were very happy. Kinja seemed to sense something, and stared at Xiao Yun, who was walking in front of her thoughtfully. "Are you leaving again?" Xiao Yun's body choked when he heard this, and he turned around and looked at her. "Yes." Kinja's eyes were full of disappointment and desolation when she heard this. If possible, she hoped that Xiao Yun would stay and accompany her for a while longer. Although Xiao Yun was her enemy who destroyed her country to some extent. "Do you care about me?" Xiao Yun came up and stared into her eyes. Kinja blushed when she was stared at, and pushed him away fiercely. "Who cares about you? If you want to leave, just go now, okay? I don't care about you." In fact, the time she spent with Xiao Yun was happier than any other time she had ever been. The reason why she regarded him as an enemy who destroyed her country was because she wanted to find a meaning for her existence, and also convinced herself that she could stay with Xiao Yun. She found that she had nothing, from the beginning, to the destruction of the country, and then to being taken by Xiao Yun's side. As a hostage, she has value, but after the country was destroyed, she found that the last bit of value of her existence disappeared. When a person lives like a puppet, Kinja doesn't want to experience the despair again. Since Xiao Yun left a few months ago, she has been panicking and doesn't know what to do. It's like she has lost her backbone and lives in a state of panic. Until now, when Xiao Yun came back, she realized that she couldn't live without this person anymore. Even if she pretended to be for revenge, she had to stay with him. But when she thought that he was going to leave again, Kinja felt a little disappointed in her heart. She couldn't sleep or eat well these days, and didn't know what to do, so she went out to relax. If the Black Shadow hadn't suddenly mentioned that Xiao Yun was back, she would probably still be a zombie outside. Otherwise, if you ask me, I'll take you with me, how about it? Xiao Yun spoke subconsciously. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to tease her. Hearing this, Kinja's eyes flashed, and at this moment, she no longer cared about anything and said directly, "Please take me away." Xiao Yun was stunned, just stunned. He had never thought it would be like this, and even his two hands had been covering his face waiting for her to fight back like a storm. But now seeing her about to cry, and this decisive plea, Xiao Yun suddenly felt like he had done something very vicious. This now it was Xiao Yun's turn to be at a loss. The atmosphere was awkward just now, and now it became even more awkward. Kinja stared at him eagerly, as if she was afraid that he would not agree, so she walked up and grabbed his sleeve. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment, grabbed her hand, and interlocked their fingers. "Okay, I'll take you away." Xiao Yun nodded and agreed. For the first time, he had such an important person in his heart, and this time he felt like he was really alive. "Great." Kinja smiled, and roughly wiped away the tears that had not yet dried. She felt that she had everything, and the grey world became brighter. The dead village in her eyes a moment ago was now filled with colors, fragrance, and vitality. It was just a village. If she didn't want it, she didn't want it. Follow him, he was everything to her. She only cared about one man in her life. The imagined freedom did not bring her much pleasure. Instead, the feeling of being imprisoned by this man made her feel that she had value. Xiao Yun would definitely not say anything. He had planned to take her away, but he didn't expect her to be so conscious. He didn't expect this arrogant person to speak so decisively. He miscalculated. Chapter 72 Sasuke vs Itachi. The spotless new clothes and the complicated mood were like a piece of white paper and thousands of stars. Step by step, Sasuke's hands trembled a little as he walked towards the agreed place. Although his face was still cold and scary, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What happened to Danzo's hand? Why did his brother? Sasuke once all the time he was immersed in the moonlight, living in a small village of one person. Seeing that everything around him was empty, his heart was also empty. One step at a time, he walked up the stairs and came to the house. At this moment, there was already a man in the robe of the Akatsuki organization waiting in the house, with the standard tear grooves and dark purple nails, and the look of superiority. Sasuke felt angry at the sight. What is the truth? Why does everyone look superior for him to chase? Being left further and further behind by the people around him, living with fear, he didn't want to live this kind of life anymore. Not only panic, but also confusion of clear purpose. What should he do after killing this man? Sasuke felt scared. Is it coming? Itachi raised his drooping eyelids and glanced at Sasuke below. Is it coming? Sasuke answered inexplicably firmly. You might be wondering, why do I want to kill them? Itachi suddenly spoke to himself, not caring about Sasuke at all. Power, in the final analysis, is power. Have you heard of the Mangekyou? Sharingan? A power that can only be obtained by killing a loved one. The more Itachi spoke, the more obvious Sasuke's killing intent became. It was also because of this that, under Itachi's deception, Sasuke became more determined, and he didn't care about the doubts. The two stood there motionless, and a black shadow had quietly emerged from the darkness, quietly watching the two motionless people. It is likely that they have entered the illusion stage. The black shadow is not considered a target that will be attacked by the illusion, so Xiao Yun can see much less through their eyes. Even if the black shadow is hit by the illusion, Xiao Yun's distance will not allow the power of the illusion to invade him, and the illusion cannot be transmitted, so Xiao Yun can only see the two stupidly standing there motionless. Are they both stupid? What are they doing? Kinja could naturally see the scene through the shadows, but she couldn't help but feel confused when she saw the two standing there stupidly. Where was the promised world-shaking battle, the terrifying scene that shook the earth and made the gods and ghosts weep? He even took her to hide several kilometers away, saying that he was afraid of being attacked. Tisk, just like that? Standing still, what can happen? At the moment when she had this thought, the illusion over there ended, and the two began to fight with physical skills. From the perspective of physical skills, Kinja must be ashamed of herself, and even Xiao Yun was a little surprised. Itaki, who usually looks weak, is also very decisive when he moves. He is as still as a mountain and as powerful as thunder. It's terrible. It didn't take long for Shizuke to be chased and beaten by Itaki. Itaki relied on the advantage of his Manjikaya Sharingan to force Shizuke back to a dead end. Shizuke had no choice but to use Orochimaru's snake-shedding technique. He returned to the previous room, but this time Shizuke was caught again. After a lot of trouble, the fire escape and various ninjutsu were all performed. Lightning escape, Kirin. Finally, under the burning of the fire escape and the traction of the lightning escape, the thunder in the sky was controlled by Shizuke. Even the power of heaven and earth could not be completely controlled by him. A huge amount of thunder continued to tilt and hit Itaki, and it could be said that he did not hold back at all. According to Xiao Yun himself, this move would definitely not hurt him, because he turned into a shadow and waited for the time to end. Unless the thunder brought Yin a tribute chakra, it would not hurt himself. At least before Shizuke completely controlled the power of the six paths, he would not be afraid at all. Isn't this going to kill me? So scary. What on earth is this? The most intuitive one was Kinja. Even if she heard Shizuke say that this was a lightning escape ninjutsu, she didn't dare to be sure. That kind of terrible strength and the feeling conveyed by the black shadow made her feel that she was not facing a person, but the whole world. The power of heaven and earth is not just a big scene, the corresponding destructive power is also very huge. In front of this power, even gods would be torn to pieces. She had this feeling for no reason. But unexpectedly, when she looked again, she found that Itaki was surrounded by a circle of purple chakra, and the shape seemed to be a skeleton. Here it comes. Susanoo. Xiao Yun's eyes widened. He also fantasized about whether to try to open the Manjikaya Sharingan, but no matter how he tried, the final result was to give up and kill the person closest to him. Forget it. And even if he wanted to change his eyes, he would probably have to go to Danzo. The old guy would not give this opportunity, and the final result would still be a quibble, so he had to give up. It's not bad to just have a Sharingan. Here, Shizuke saw that his final trump card was scattered and there was only fear in his eyes. He never expected Itaki to be so powerful. And Shizuke, who cast Kirin, also felt that the heaven's curse seal on his neck began to run wild again. He was exhausted and panicked about the sudden appearance of the heaven's curse seal. Orochimaru. Shizuke seemed to have remembered something, and desperately covered his neck to try to suppress Orochimaru's power. Unfortunately, the curse seal had already eroded his body to a certain extent, and now he was extremely weak, and was directly knocked out by Orochimaru. Secret technique, eight-headed snake technique. Seeing that he was about to take over Sasuke's body, Orochimaru could not contain his excitement and directly used the tip of the mouth ninjutsu. Success or failure depends on this move. Itaki also showed a happy expression, he was waiting for this moment. Susanoo was fully transformed, and a fiery red giant sword with chakra all over his body appeared in his hand. The sword pierced Orochimaru. Obviously, Orochimaru did not expect that he would be killed by the weapon, so he stared at Itaki's direction with a playful look. The 8 heads of the 8-headed snake represented its life. The reason why he was not afraid of being killed once was because he had to be killed 8 times in an instant. Hey! Orochimaru's proud face suddenly turned into horror. This is Orochimaru widened his eyes and looked at the sword that pierced his body, 10-fisted sword. This thing is in your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong suction followed. Orochimaru, along with the huge body of the Yamata no Orokai, was sucked into the seal of the 10-fist sword. The creatures killed by the 10-fist sword will be directly sealed in the 10-fist sword forever, and Orochimaru should not be able to survive. Seeing the continuous reversal of these scenes, Kinja's eyes were already shining. She didn't know what to say, and her heart was excited. Sure enough, it's too strong. If I can also. Kinja couldn't help but put her eyes on Xiao Yun. Hee. Xiao Yun noticed her gaze, scratched his head and laughed twice. Kinja felt sad in her heart. Sure enough, she didn't want it. This guy is unreliable. Chapter 73 The Secret Carried. Limping, and stumbling towards Suzuki. Suzuki widened his eyes in horror, watching the two shaking fingers slowly approaching. He leaned helplessly on the wreckage behind him, with no way to retreat. Da. Until his finger touched his forehead, Sasuke's closed eyes also opened. In a smile, Itaka stared at him. Forgive me, this is the last time, Suzuki. Itaka leaned down and fell directly on Suzuki. Suzuki supported Itaka with a dull face, looking ahead. He didn't understand what happened. Okay, I should go. Xiao Yun, who was thousands of miles away, dispersed the black shadow, silently got up and left with Kinja, rushing towards the direction of Kumagakure. As long as he saw with his own eyes that Suzuki defeated Itaka, then the sorcerer sealed in Xiao Yun's body could be used directly on Itaka later. The person who tied the bell must untie it. This matter cannot be blindly participated by many people. Kumagakure village a few months later. A few months ago, another 5 cage talks ended, but during this period, Suzuki intercepted Danzo who wanted to go to the meeting and intercepted him, and finally ended the battle under Danzo's inner 4-phase seal. Xiao Yun and Qingya came to the Hidden Cloud village leisurely. According to the agreement of all parties, the 5 major ninja countries have united to fight against the members of the Akatsuki organization who are leading the capture. Not long ago, Kakuzu and Haiden were solved, and Deidara was killed soon after. Xiao Yun could even feel that the figure of Kisame from the Hidden Cloud village had appeared, and Same Hada, who was hiding behind Killer Bee, was waiting for an opportunity to move. Naruto also came here and was attacked by Deidara on the way. Thinking that Naruto might be practicing in the real waterfall and trying to control the Nine Tails chakra, Xiao Yun rushed there directly, while Qingya was resting and playing alone. When they arrived in front of the real waterfall, Kai and other Konoha and Hidden Cloud ninjas all looked over. For Xiao Yun, a guy who once caused heavy losses to both Hidden Cloud and Konoha, several people had fierce eyes. What are you doing here? We don't welcome you. Get out. The Hidden Cloud ninja acted quickly and threw a kunai flashing with lightning directly. Xiao Yun did not dodge or evade. When the kunai was about to pierce his body, a black shadow force restrained it. Anything with a shadow will be controlled within a kilometer of him, it's just a matter of strength. He learned from Kinja's shadow demon power that shadows can not only be used for defense and multi-functions, but also for attack. So now, the kunai was restrained, and the few cloud hidden ninjas who were still planning to take action were all controlled. Only Kai, who was motionless, was fine. Gradually, the cloud hidden ninjas gave up resistance and naturally lost their restraints. After this guy's strength has been further improved, his combat power is even more terrifying. Kai's eyes were full of smiles. After all, this guy is a member of Konoha. Even if he is a traitor, he has left Konoha. Until Xiao Yun walked into the illusion of meditation in the real waterfall and sat with Naruto. Although Killer Bee was puzzled, he did not take action. The other party was also a tailed beast. Not long after Xiao Yun sat down, he entered the Nine Tails mode. After entering the Nine Tails mode, Xiao Yun and Naruto sat together and entered the illusion that Naruto was in at the moment. Uzumaki Kushina's words, Namikaze Minato's words, a series of words as he was talking, Xiao Yun was also noticed. Xiao Yun brother Naruto had decided on this person in his heart. Since he was born, there were few people who knew him except the third generation, and Xiao Yun was one of them. Xiao Yun stared at Naruto without saying a word, and Naruto clenched his fists. I will take you back, take Suzuki back. I want to prove myself and become Hokage. Okay. Xiao Yun nodded with a smile on his face. But he was thinking at this moment, if Suzuki went back and became an Anbu, would he become the second in command of the Anbu? Would he compete with Suzuki? After staying in the illusion for a while, he faced the Nine Tails. Because the Nine Tails in his body was split, the other Nine Tails would not give up the assessment of Naruto even if it knew its intentions. This kid is very strong, both in will and talent, but I'm afraid that humans will abandon me again. For tens of thousands of years Kyuubi recalled, from the time I was created, I was given a mission, abandoned, waiting, endless waiting, the lifespan of humans is too short, we are treated as monsters. Endless waiting and darkness too tiring. Kyuubi's voice was full of fatigue, different from the majesty and indifference I saw before. At this moment it was truly relaxed. Even though Naruto was still fighting for chakra with it outside, this other side was a conversation between Kyuubi and Xiao Yun. If you don't fight, how do you know you can't do it? The so-called powerlessness and letting things take their course are bullshit. Things that cannot be done after really letting go and doing your best are called powerlessness and letting things take their course. Xiao Yun slowly stepped on Kyuubi's head, eye to eye. Kyuubi widened his eyes, and at this moment he saw another Kyuubi separated by the power of the black shadow, which directly merged into his body, making himself complete. Boy, you will die. Nine-tailed fox immediately warned, and even tried to return the chakra to Xiao Yun. But no matter what, it could not resist, and could only silently accept the integration of chakra, and even the shadow power exchanged between the yin-attributed nine-tailed fox and Xiao Yun was integrated into its body. Xiao Yun's breath can be felt to be getting weaker and weaker, but it is only because he lost half of the nine-tailed fox's chakra. Until the part of the breath belonging to the nine-tailed fox's chakra completely dissipated, Xiao Yun's breath was filled with another force. And this power made nine-tailed fox more familiar. This is clearly the power of nine-tailed fox. So what exactly was it that was integrated into his body after it was split apart? Although nine-tailed fox could know the memory of the other half, he still couldn't understand the situation in front of him. He was cut in half, and Xiao Yun sewed up the other half that didn't belong to him. But this half was perfectly integrated into his body, turning himself into a complete one. And this guy was fine, as if nothing had happened. What kind of monster are you? Kyuubi couldn't help but sigh. I don't know. Since I came to this world, I feel that many people have been asking this question. What kind of monster is a child who can go to the Anbu to perform tasks? Killing people like crazy and being ruthless, this is not a human, right? I'm tired of hearing such things. Xiao Yun explained indifferently. The more Kyuubi listened, the more he felt immune to this guy. So what if he is a monster? What does it have to do with me? But Naruto felt that he was particularly powerful at this moment, and he successfully mastered the Kyuubi mode. While he understood it, his eyes were on Samehada behind Killer Bee in the distance. Chapter 74 Ninja World War. There is something different. Naruto stared at Samehada indifferently in the distance, and his figure flashed and punched directly. This scene frightened Killer Bee so much that he dared to dodge, but he found that Samehada behind him went berserk the moment Naruto took action, and turned into a crab-like thing, using several legs together, and ran directly out of the cave. Xiao Yun had just stripped out the Nine Tails chakra, and was a little weak. Even if he wanted to go up and keep Kisame, he couldn't do it, not to mention that he didn't want Kisame to stay at all. In the end, Kai will definitely be able to solve it. Compared to this, it's better to recuperate. The injuries on the body have temporarily improved by 90%, and the last 10% is missing. Now the Nine Tails has been stripped off, and the difference is not a little bit. By the way, do you know Sasuke that Naruto said? That guy is really violent. He left after cutting one of my tentacles. Killer Bee suddenly came forward to talk. Xiao Yun was stunned when he heard this. It was probably a few months ago. If Kumagakure hadn't been attacked before, the Raikage might not have agreed to let him live here. I know him, barely. Xiao Yun nodded. Hearing this, Kirabi nodded. Why did you sneak into the cloud secret vault? It was a very logical question. Xiao Yun even subconsciously thought about it and was about to answer, but suddenly woke up. Ah! You are talking about this. I am not sure how I got in. As soon as I entered, your Raikage came over and punched me, and directly destroyed the warehouse. It collapsed. It's really a strong force. Xiao Yun laughed, and Killer Bee couldn't get any information no matter how much he asked. There was a lot of noise outside, and Naruto came back soon. Now his identity as a Jinchuriki is sensitive and he can't just come out to solve the problem. Who knows if there is a member of the Akatsuki organization waiting for an opportunity. So he came back. However, Naruto also got Xiao Yun's information from the Nine Tails. Just call me Xiao Yun, don't call me brother, it's cheesy. Xiao Yun smoothed the goosebumps on his arms and stared at Naruto, who was about to say something. Thank you. Naruto finally said only that. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yun stood up and patted him on the shoulder. The future of Konoha village depends on you, the future Hokage. Naruto was said like that, and a firm look flashed in his eyes. Okay. I will. Of course, he certainly didn't know how busy he would be for village affairs in the future, otherwise he would definitely be a little hesitant. A few months later, the Ninja Alliance was officially launched. Naruto, Sasuke, and others rushed here immediately after hearing the news. Xiao Yun followed Naruto's footsteps. Now that the army has just been assembled, it is impossible for those impure world reincarnations to arrive so quickly, but Xiao Yun happened to encounter many impure world reincarnations along the way. Of course, these are just minions. The real trouble is the Ninja Alliance that Naruto and Xiao Yun encountered. All the people in the Ninja Alliance were killed without a single piece of armor left. The expected 50-50 situation did not appear, but the Ninja Alliance was greatly reduced. The more he rushed forward, the more panicked he felt. The battlefield was full of corpses of the Ninja Alliance, and he even encountered several attacks from the impure world reincarnations. However, Naruto led the way, and Killer Bee also led the way, so Xiao Yun seemed a little comfortable along the way. After arriving at the main battlefield where the ninja coalition was deadlocked, Naruto and Killer Bee encountered Itachi and Nagato. Xiao Yun. Itachi and Nagato naturally knew Xiao Yun, and of course they also knew Naruto. Itachi and Nagato were very happy to see the three of them working as a group. Is Sasuke okay? Itachi asked with some concern. Hearing this, Xiao Yun nodded, not bad. Really? Be careful, next is Amaterasu. Itachi nodded, and his eyes changed. It was this change that caused Itachi to be directly freed from the impure world reincarnation. A surge of power surged out of Xiao Yun's body and floated directly to Xiao Yun's eyes. The Sharingan activated the Kota Amatsukami technique, and almost at the same time, Itachi was freed. This is Sharingan? How did you forget it? Itachi couldn't say much, just nodded and cast Amaterasu towards Nagato, until Nagato was burned to ashes. Itachi also hurriedly stood up and walked towards the direction of the impure world reincarnation caster. Although he was shocked, Xiao Yun could actually use the Sharingan on himself, which was terrifying. But Itachi wanted to get rid of the caster and stop the war. He never revealed any information to others. He decided to take the truth to the coffin. Unfortunately, Obito knew it, and even told Sasuke about it. Now Sasuke is on his way. Xiao Yun didn't chase forward. Since the other gods were sent out, he should also go to deal with the losses of the Ninja Alliance. Countless black shadows emerged, and a black army comparable to the Ninja Alliance appeared. Huge samurai black shadows, along with various sources, appeared one after another. For a while, the battlefield changed greatly. The impure world reincarnation army began to dissolve at the speed of the sun melting snow, retreating step by step, and with the help of the coalition forces, began to seal those who could not be killed. For a moment, the situation on the battlefield became very clear. However, there was an exception, and Xiao Yun also rushed to this battlefield. Uchiha Madara was resurrected, and the 5 Kage were dealing with this guy at the moment. Various ninjutsu emerged one after another, and even several Susanoo appeared. Xiao Yun hid in the distance and watched, but at this time there was a space fluctuation behind him, accompanied by a palm leaf fan, and Xiao Yun instantly turned into a black shadow and merged into the ground. When he showed his true form again, Obito also faced him. The 9 tails is no longer on me, you might as well go find Naruto, how about it? Xiao Yun tried to persuade him. This guy is a trouble now. It will take a long time to fight him. He probably got Nagato's Samsara Eye in the past few months. Now he lacks only the power of the tailed beast. Xiao Yun must still have some of the power of the 9 tails in his body, but it is best to divert the trouble. Don't come on. You are still alive. Obito rushed over quickly, waving a palm leaf fan. His fighting method was so real that it was difficult to detect when he would use the real killing move. Even Xiao Yun was not sure whether this guy used the real move, because every move conveyed by the shadow was a killing move, it just depended on when it hit. Just like this, they dodged, and after the two fought against the body technique, they used ninjutsu. Obito's fire escape madly hit Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun also transformed into the sage mode, and while dodging quickly, various small snakes split from his body and hit Obito. Various small snakes with sage chakra flew towards Obito. Obito did not dodge or evade. As long as he did not reveal his true form, he would not be hit by any physical attack. After all, he was in another space. After a battle, Xiao Yun had distanced himself from Obito. Obito could not get rid of him in a short time. Obito Xiao Yun chose to tell the truth in desperation. Yugai Obito clenched the fan in his hand. Chapter 75 Sage Transformation. Obito's identity was discovered, and he could not take Xiao Yun down in a short time. He could only choose to get up and flee far away, just as Xiao Yun said, and went directly to find Naruto. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief and watched Obito go away, while he looked at Uchiha Madara, who was fighting with the 5 cage below. Uchiha Madara now has several Susanos, and the Chibaku Tensei in the sky is constantly falling. This level of destructive power is not just at the cage level, it is estimated to have reached the sage level. Obito over there can definitely capture Naruto and Killer Bee, but Xiao Yun has hidden the other half of the 9 tails chakra in Naruto's body in advance. Even if he is caught and the chakra is absorbed, there is no need to worry, the shadow will provide him with the second 9 tails chakra. There is no need for Minato Namikaze to give Naruto chakra. Everything is going well, just observe secretly. Kinja is probably playing over there. Xiao Yun feels inexplicably happy when he thinks of her smile. The battle is going on below, he is slacking off here, if the 5 cage know, they will definitely rush over and beat him up, and don't care about Uchiha Madara. Time passed little by little, feeling that the breath of Naruto and Killer Bee was gradually weakened, Xiao Yun also regrouped, and Obito also completed the sage at this time, and the Samsara Eye summoned the Outer Path Demon statue 10 tails. Uchiha Madara's battle with the 5 cages was almost over. At this time, the other 4 cages of Konoha also rushed over. The first, second, third, and fourth generations. Because Kabuto Yakushi was controlled by illusion, his impure world reincarnation was not lifted. After saying goodbye to Ataki, Sasuke asked the 4 cages about the history of Konoha. After knowing the past of Konoha, Sasuke decided to protect Konoha, but his way of protection was different, becoming the enemy of everyone. This ninja war made Sasuke see a possibility. As long as there is a strong enough threat as the enemy of the 5 major ninja countries, it is enough for them to unite. The arrival of the 4 cages doubled the pressure on Uchiha Madara, and Naruto was slowly recovering because his chakra was being supplemented by the shadows. At this moment, he was the only one who could stand up to deal with Obito. Xiao Yun could only gather a large army. Many black shadows solved the battles on their own battlefields and naturally rushed over. Xiao Yun ignored the rest who were still helping. The black shadows gathered around Xiao Yun, and his combat power doubled while his perception range became stronger. Obito obviously found Xiao Yun, his eyes fixed, and he threw the black iron plate in his hand directly. After becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Obito mastered the Sage mode. The speed of this iron rod flying directly over was faster than any ninjutsu, and Xiao Yun dodged in a hurry and barely avoided it. Having seen Naruto and Hinata being cooked by Tendo Pain, Xiao Yun basically didn't dare to confront this thing head-on. After dodging several times, the Black Shadow army also approached Obito. Even if these Black Shadow troops were like paper, it took a lot of Obito's time. Xiao Yun took the opportunity to fly a 7 escape Shadow Demon Shuriken. Unfortunately, as set, Obito after the Sage mode was not afraid of any ninjutsu. Xiao Yun then used the Sage Chakra and used the 10,000 Snake Cave to attack again. This time the effect was obviously much better. Obito was hit by a magic trick under the siege of the annoying Black Shadow army. The scene suddenly became very ugly. Obito was hung with hundreds of small snakes transformed from magic chakra. "You must die!" Obito shouted angrily, and almost all the Tao-seeking jades behind him flew out and smashed in the direction of Xiao Yun. Each Tao-seeking jade contains a very strong force of Senra, and people who do not control the 6 paths magic will be dissolved instantly when they touch it. Even the reincarnated impure world reincarnation can hardly heal themselves, let alone these living people. Seeing the Tao-seeking jade flying, Xiao Yun hurriedly dodged, but unfortunately a lot of his clothes were wiped off in panic. Although turning into a shadow can avoid it, if it is hit, the damage will not be a little bit. In the process of dodging in a hurry, Xiao Yun pulled away, and the Black Shadow army kept coming forward to obstruct. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Obito had to get rid of these Black Shadow troops, but when he came to his senses again, only Naruto was left in front of him. The fateful battle, the man who once wanted to become Hokage now he is saving the world according to his own ideas, and a person who is about to become a Hokage defeats Obito in order to save the world. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight hard at this time. If Kagaya didn't show up, he would die. Is it appropriate? Although there is no solution, he still plans to give it a try. For this reason, he deliberately hid some things. When Naruto was communicating with Obito, Uchiha Madara here had completely fallen into madness. Seeing Obito succeed, his plan will also succeed. He mistakenly thought that Black Zetsu was his product, and was foolishly used. He wanted to create a peaceful world, and this wish was almost exactly the same as Obito's. It's a pity that Black Zetsu tampered with the stone tablet that their Uchiha clan had guarded for many years, and in the end he was just a poor man who was used. Xiao Yun stared at this guy quietly. At this moment, because of the impure world reincarnation, his strength was obviously still a little worse. Just wait for Obito to use the reincarnation technique to revive him, and then he can directly spread the plan. Unfortunately, seeing Obito being held back, he became more and more anxious, and even felt that some huge mistakes might happen. At this time, the sudden attack of the Black Shadow Corps made him unable to be distracted. Although they were numerous, their strength was really not good. They could barely make Uchiha Madara afraid. A few ninjutsu would defeat them, but these guys won because of their large numbers and continuous attacks. Hundreds of millions of ants would give elephants a headache, not to mention the waves now. Even if they didn't have a headache, it would be enough to bother him. At the critical moment, Obito on the other side suddenly realized that he was going to seal the reincarnation technique, but his target was not Uchiha Madara, but those who died in the battle and the reincarnated people. No. Stop. Do you know what you are doing? You are just one step away. Madara, who was fighting, suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily. At this moment, Black Zetsu took action and directly controlled Obito's actions to change his target. After a struggle, Obito's reincarnation technique finally resurrected Uchiha Madara. With a new body, Uchiha Madara's combat power has increased by more than one level. After Madara was resurrected, he directly defeated Naruto, Sasuke, Hashirama, and Tobirama who were still in a daze. When he was about to be in trouble, Xiao Yun hurriedly dodged. Originally thought that his strength was almost enough, but he didn't expect that it was still much less. Facing such a behemoth, he had no way. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yun still suppressed the urge to go forward and take action. There was still one person who hadn't taken action, just waiting for him to take action. This time Naruto was really caught. The last time Obito absorbed only a small part of the Nine Tails chakra, but now he absorbed it completely. Fortunately, Xiao Yun buried the other half of the chakra in Naruto's body, so Naruto didn't die. Chapter 76 Another World. On Madara's side, seeing that the battle was getting more and more difficult, he had to turn his attention to Obito. Obito was thinking about opening the infinite Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, Naruto, who was resurrected by Xiao Yun's chakra not long ago, woke up with Sasuke. He rushed directly to Obito and was shocked to see Naruto appear again. Obito had been somewhat shaken after the previous heart-to-heart talk. Now that he saw Naruto stand up again, his heart was filled with indescribable complexity. So he used the reincarnation technique to try to resurrect those who died in the Fourth Ninja World War, and also planned to disband the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Uchiha Madara obviously did not expect this situation. He was very angry and wanted to rush to Obito and restrain him, but the five shadows around him were tightly entangled and he could not get away. What's more, now there is a hidden factor like Xiao Yun, various black shadows continue to appear, and the Impure World Reincarnation Army is tied up tightly, and many of them have completed the seal. Seeing that the Ninja World Army is about to make room, Uchiha Madara has to feel panic. Now Obito is going to use the Samsara technique to revive those who should not be resurrected, and he is even more anxious. There is no other way, and he can only use Black Zetsu in the end. Since the collapse of the Akatsuki organization, Black Zetsu has been hiding in Obito, in order to prevent Obito from such a situation. After a great battle, Obito has been exhausted, and Black Zetsu also directly controls most of Obito's body. The memories in his mind were cleaned and shattered one by one, and Obito covered his head and wailed in pain. Until the last picture that appeared in his head was a photo of him and Rin, he finally did not give in. He forced his consciousness to regain his body, but unfortunately the seal was completed and Black Zetsu left his body. Uchiha Madara was reborn, and his combat power was extraordinary. In an instant, the ninjutsu of the five shadows was broken, and the number of Susanoo changed a lot. The resurrected Uchiha Madara's strength was directly improved by more than one level. From an ordinary super shadow level to a fairy level. When Xiao Yun thought about this guy getting Obito's chakra to become a Dao level strongman, his scalp tingled. Numb. No, we can't delay it any longer. Even if Kai is here, we have to deal with this guy immediately. Xiao Yun stepped forward, accompanied by the Black Shadow Army. Even the black shadows who were fighting against the reincarnated army of the dirty land turned around. For a moment, there was a roar of mountains and tsunami, and a mass of black shadow troops directly surrounded Uchiha Madara, and the surrounding area was filled with water. Xiao Yun, a guy who frequently makes trouble, is a nail in Madara Uchiha's eyes. Now that he encounters this nail, he can only crush it with iron boots. Uchiha Madara's hand seal, fire release, dust hidden technique. A cloud of high-temperature dust was spit out, directly covering most of the Black Shadow Corps. A few of the Black Shadow troops turned into black shadows and disappeared. Only some used earth escape to protect the ninjas behind them, and some even directly used water waves to disperse the smoke and dust. The use of various ninjutsu is no less than that of everyone in the Ninja Alliance releasing various escape techniques at the same time. Fireballs filled the sky, water arrows were fired, earth dragons flew across the sky, and thunder thundered. Ordinary ninjas would stutter a little when facing Uchiha Madara, let alone sealing. If it were a black shadow, he would just treat it as an ordinary enemy. The gods of the ninja world are not in vain. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama directly pacified the entire ninja world back then. It can be said that the current peace in the ninja world is due to the two of them. Facing a living, no, lifeless legend just now, the ordinary ninjas were almost moved to tears, of course, if Uchiha Madara was not from their hostile camp. Damn it! You guy! Uchiha Madara was furious. Susanoo appeared again, killing almost all the Black Shadow troops surrounding him and bleeding them into rivers, although the Black Shadow troops had no blood. In order to fight against this, Xiao Yun went out of his way to learn the magic of chakra. It just so happens that it can be used at times like this. Enter the Immortal Technique group. After Xiao Yun gave the order in his heart, these black shadows retreated one after another, and were replaced by a group of black shadows who also had giant armors, but they were surrounded by endless immortal magic energy. It seemed that because of there was a lot less energy surrounding their relationship. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, has improved his strength because of his relationship with Hashirama cells. His fairy-level strength can make up for his various previous deficiencies. The fighting power shown by Xiao Yun now frightened him. Less than 100 years later, new stars appeared so quickly. The world was becoming more and more terrifying. But no matter what, in the face of perfect peace, all obstacles will be eliminated. Uchiha Madara firmly believed that his plan would not go wrong. In this narrow encounter where the brave would win, Xiao Yun had some scruples and was indeed at a disadvantage. He was directly defeated by Uchiha Madara. No matter how hard the Black Shadows fought, it was useless, and finally allowed Uchiha Madara to break through. The siege entered Obito's range. After draining the chakra, Uchiha Madara began the second round of changes after rebirth. With its white appearance and black Zen staff, it is clearly the Six Paths mode. It's over. Xiao Yun shouted something bad and hurriedly dodged. Now it seems that there is no choice but to wait for Kai and the two children of destiny. The next development was the same as the original work, with almost no surprises. Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, Sasuke and Naruto fought once in the Valley of the End, and Sasuke returned. A few months after the end of the Fourth Ninja War. In Konoha village, lanterns were decorated. Naruto and Sasuke's weddings have already been held, and now the wedding of Xiao Yun and Kinja is taking place. Under the attention of everyone, Kinja, dressed in white, entered the wedding hall with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun didn't know how to describe her at this moment, and he couldn't look away. Even Kinja lowered her head and didn't know what to say. Under the envious gazes of the people around him, Xiao Yun lowered his head. When Kinja saw this, she was even more ashamed and didn't know what to say. She lowered her head and said nothing for a long time. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and Xiao Yun suddenly felt that something was about to suck him away. The only thing he subconsciously did was grab Kinja's hand, and Kinja also subconsciously grabbed his hand. The two of them were taken away by that powerful baptism. The ninjas at the scene were stunned. What was this for? When he opened his eyes, Xiao Yun felt that the surrounding temperature was very high. He grabbed a handful of hot yellow sand. There was a feeling of powerlessness all over his body, and the chakra that was always full now turned into the ordinary person he used to be. Even the power of the shadow in the body has been exhausted, leaving only a small seed. What is different from usual is that the suppression here is stronger. In the world of Naruto, the power of the shadow can expand wantonly, but while here, the power of Black Shadow cannot be expanded no matter what. Chapter 77 Gata Desert. It is estimated that because this world cannot accommodate the power of another world, it was cleaned and replaced when I came here. Now the power of the Black Shadow cannot be summoned infinitely, and can only barely summon a permanent Black Shadow. Help! Help! Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the desert, and then Xiao Yun saw a group of people running towards him, and another group of people ran to the other side. It seemed that something was chasing them behind them, and the yellow sand was blowing as they ran. The people running towards him obviously wanted to divert the trouble before he could react, and the other team that ran away clearly didn't want to harm him, so they ran away. Their hearts are worthy of death. However, the things that dozens of people have to avoid are obviously very terrifying. Xiao Yun's scalp numbed at the first moment, and he was angry and fearful at the same time. When he was in the Naruto world, he learned that it is okay to be a kind person, but you must be on guard against others. Now he can only flee in the opposite direction accompanied by the Black Shadow. Unfortunately, without the physical condition improved by chakra, and without chakra, he stepped into the sand almost at the first step, and a feeling of being deeply stuck in the mud came immediately. It's over. This was the first thought in Xiao Yun's mind. Then, those people surpassed him. Strangely, this group of people were not affected by the resistance of the desert at all. It was obviously because the boards tied to their feet resisted most of the desert resistance. They looked like ducks. Just after they passed by, a cold wind blew, and Xiao Yun felt goosebumps all over his body. Kade, 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 Day. A very anxious and angry voice sounded, and only saw a few dwarfs in a hurry, like yellow goblins running towards this side, holding a stone stick and various stone tools in their hands. Although they looked skinny, the muscles on their bodies were very obvious. These cocky dwarfs must all have terrifying strength. Xiao Yun had no doubt that the slabs and stone tools in their hands would split the rocks or break bones if they hit him. Gulp. Xiao Yun swallowed his saliva. No, I'm exhausted after just getting married. I ran a few steps before I stepped on the sand and ran out of strength. Seeing them approaching, Xiao Yun felt a chill all over his body. Goblins are greedy, violent, mean, and cunning creatures. One is fine, maybe Xiao Yun will choose to use the shadow to contain it, and he will find a chance to deal with it himself, but now there are hundreds of them in a dense team. Gata! 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 The Gata over there is still roaring and rushing towards this side. And the group of guys who rushed towards Xiao Yun before quickly went away, looking back every 3 steps, as if they wanted to know how Xiao Yun died. As for the group of Gata, they live in the desert, so their soles are thick and they have rough scales on their feet, so they run very fast and appear in front of Xiao Yun in an instant. That kid is dead. Let's run. The blonde boy in the distance raised his lips with an ecstatic smile on his face. I came to the Gata desert to do a mission today, but I ended up poking the Gata nest. Fortunately, they were prepared except for the map, so they could escape until now. That kid was unlucky, but it was his bad luck. Who made him appear here and be stupid? He deserved it. After the boy's thoughts came to this, his eyes subconsciously looked at Xiao Yun again. Who doesn't know that the Gata are cruel and violent? Looking carefully at the boy's fate, he might be able to come up with other countermeasures. At least he can't keep running stupidly. The speed of the Gata in the desert is very fast. But the sight he saw when he turned around made his scalp numb. The group of Gata carried it up as if they saw some rare treasure, and ran towards this side without any delay. Xiao Yun looked like a king surrounded by the crowd, and the group of yellow earth Gata was like a human sedan chair. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. He thought he was going to die, but these guys said something incomprehensible to him and carried him away. But you can hear that they are very happy. There was no danger for a while, and Xiao Yun didn't want to die, so he quietly waited for the opportunity, and the Black Shadow was also taken back by him. Seeing that the group of people were getting closer and closer, the Gata's originally clear eyes suddenly turned red, and their speed increased a lot. Xiao Yun even felt an inexplicable wave of power coming from them, and the group of people in front of him had no choice but to stop and start gesturing in the air with their hands, and they seemed to be mumbling something, but it was too far away that Xiao Yun could not hear or see clearly. Holy light! Guide our way! Glory! The beginning of the world, the source of all things, the fire bomb! A group of people were mumbling. Until they got closer, Xiao Yun remembered the period when he used to shout out the names of moves in the Naruto world. At this time, he suddenly felt that these people were so pitiful. Of course, I was also so pitiful in the past, black calendar sheet shuxing, Xiao Yun covered his face and dared not look, for fear of touching the real power in his heart. A series of magic arrays such as flames, light balls, and water columns appeared, until the magic was fully charged and smashed towards this side. The Gadas seemed very scared, and directly put Xiao Yun down to block in front of them, looking at him with a pleading look. What? Me? Why are you looking at me? Xiao Yun was also stunned. What can he do? All the chakra is gone. The black shadow emerged on its own, and looked at the flying magic groups in a serious battle array. The black shadow itself belongs to the category of black magic. It is said that black magic is restrained by light magic, but these magic groups hit the black shadow like a stone sinking into the sea, and there has been no movement since then. Gada! 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 The leading Gada suddenly felt worshipful and began to kneel with the rest of the Gada. This scene was like a ghost in the eyes of those boys and girls. Those brutal and violent Gada actually kneeled down to a human? Is this the end of the Black Dragon or the crisis of forbidden spells? It was not until they were caught exhausted that the leading teenager came to his senses. He originally wanted to escape while his companions were weak from casting magic, but fear took over his whole body. Think about it, this Gada desert is just the center of the outermost elemental continent. No one knows what is in the inner layer. Now a teenager suddenly appeared. Is he an undead? No, that's not right. There are no such undead who are not afraid of light magic. They couldn't figure it out even if they racked their brains. But Xiao Yun knew that the shadow in his body was not black magic, but the purest darkness. What is darkness? It is intangible, visible, and perceptible, but it seems to be non-existent, but in fact it exists. Chapter 78 Gada Tribe. After the Gada controlled the group of magic apprentices, they dispersed. Some of them carried Xiao Yun and continued to chase those who were going away, while some stayed behind to knock off the legs of those who were trying to escape. Xiao Yun watched calmly. Those who kill people will be killed. These bastards actually wanted to use him as a smoke bomb. Fortunately, I don't know what caused these goblins not to kill me. Just like this, I continued to travel. Almost. In the desert, the young man in a white cloth robe wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. They were not cold-blooded goblins like the Gada who had scales to insulate heat. After running a few steps, they were already hot and dehydrated. They could only stay and rest for a while. They were exhausted. They ran for a while before and rested now. It's all Fleming's fault. That guy shouldn't have believed him. Yet, if he hadn't threatened us to come here to practice, our academy mission would have been completed long ago. Why would we be chased by the Gada here? Soon they ran away, and we were done for. Alas, who else can we blame? Even if he was wrong, what can we be accused of for greedily following him in? A group of people were silent, seizing this precious time to rest. Everyone knew that infighting now would only lead to earlier destruction. The reason why they chose to separate was partly because they wanted to use the attraction of Fleming to escape from the pursuit of Gada, and on the other hand, they really didn't want to see anyone die because of them. They themselves were just starting out not long ago and had just left the academy for training. These people all had their own pride in their hearts, but they didn't want to become the kind of monsters that devoured their own kind. Gada! 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 Suddenly, the anxious voices of the Gadas were heard all around. Hearing this voice, the faces of these boys and girls sank and turned pale. The difference between them and Fleming who could resist before was that Fleming and his men had the strength to resist the magic, but they could only wait to die here silently, running desperately. They had no strength to resist. At this moment, the sky was approaching dusk, and these people could already feel the evening breeze coming, but unfortunately they only felt cold all over, dying. What would happen to them? Men were used as coolies, and women gave birth to children for the Gada? When they thought of this terrible end, several people collapsed on the spot, and even bit their lips with some force, until they bit their lips without knowing it. Gada! Gada! The Gadas surrounded them carefully. The previous group of people almost beat them with magic. Now they have learned their lesson and dispersed to surround them to ensure that they can escape at any time. Until they came in front of the group of people, a Gada was about to swing the stone stick in his hand to hit one of them. Hey! Xiao Yun spoke. Xiao Yun didn't believe that good people would be rewarded, but he could barely try his best to repay the kindness. He knew the intentions of these people. They were different from those who wanted to frame him directly. If it weren't for the fact that the Gada wanted to annihilate one team first without dispersing, their departure would save Xiao Yun a lot of trouble. People with good intentions are always right. Even if the world and people are not kind to them, a few or more people will have good intentions. A house cat that puts away its claws will be lazy and cute, isn't it? Hearing Xiao Yun's call, the stone tools in the hands of the Gada stopped one after another, and they all cast their eyes on Xiao Yun. Feeling unhappy in Xiao Yun's eyes, the Gada put away the stone tools in their hands. The Gada are wise, and there are quite a few, but they just think that the reason why Xiao Yun did not stop the previous group of people was that they bumped into Xiao Yun, but this group of people did not bump into him. Maybe it's the dignity of the strong. The Gada didn't understand, so they just silently recognized it. Because there was an inexplicable dark feeling about this person, the Gada, who was a monster, had a natural affinity for this kind of magic element. Just like light makes people feel kind and harmonious, darkness also makes certain things yearn for and follow. Xiao Yun probably got this information from the shadow. Since the black shadow swallowed the power of the shadow demon in the Naruto world, it has gained wisdom. Now this black shadow is transmitting some knowledge of this world to him. Perhaps it is because of the wisdom of this world that the amount of information of the black shadow has increased suddenly. Darkness has the ability to embrace everything, but people cannot. If all this information is given to Xiao Yun at once, I am afraid that his head will explode into a watermelon. Even so, Xiao Yun felt his head swollen after the black shadow told him these news for a long time. He accepted it, but it was difficult to digest it for a while, so he felt a headache. On the way back, Xiao Yun wanted to leave several times, and those Gada knelt down and trembled, looking unhappy to leave. Xiao Yun actually didn't know where to go, and he didn't have any supplies or maps. The wooden shoes on his feet were all obtained from the previous group of people. He might die if he walked blindly. So after thinking about it, Xiao Yun still followed their footsteps. But this time, he didn't let them carry him no matter what. At most, he would get some supplies from humans to eat and replenish his physical strength. He dared not eat the things of the Gada easily. The Gada, a kind of goblin living in the desert, is different from the green goblin living in the forest and mountains. They have evolved themselves, with thick soles, skin color, scales, and some body features. The green goblin has protective colors when living in the outside world, and the Gada can't be without anything, so they turned into earth yellow and lived in the desert. He walked straight all the way, and didn't know how long he had walked until Xiao Yun was carried up again in a daze. He woke up and fell into deep thought when he saw the team in front of him still moving slowly. It was getting dark, and these Gada were still walking. How long had they been chasing? How big is this desert? Of course, it is not ruled out that they were carrying many humans. Although the legs of those people were broken, they were still treated simply. The food was not fresh after death, and the Gada had no habit of eating rotten meat. After walking for a while, Xiao Yun was once again overwhelmed by sleepiness. There seemed to be several tents in front of him, and it was a sandy valley. According to the popular science of the Black Shadow, this was a desert fortress. Entering the village, the torches in the village were bright. A burning stone was tied to a wooden stick. The stone looked like it was burning, but the wooden stick did not show any signs of burning. It was like well water did not interfere with river water. One was in the well and the other was in the river. There were two crawling giant beasts at the entrance of the fortress. The giant beasts closed their eyes and woke up immediately after hearing the sound. Even the tiny sound of Gada walking on the desert after evolution, which was like stepping on cotton, could not escape the hearing of this thing. Chapter 79 Level 2 Monster. How sensitive are the ears of this thing? There are also two sentries at the entrance. Judging from the craftsmanship and layout, it is definitely not made by Gada. Daga and Goblin are the same creatures, but they have some different characteristics and habits. The general essence has not changed. They will learn everything from humans, including fighting methods, lifestyles, and even forming tribes. But they will never have the idea and skills to build an exquisite desert fortress in the desert. So this must be a desert fortress abandoned by humans. The message conveyed by the shadow seems to be the same. The heart is the same as the shadow, which is like carrying a library in the heart that can convey messages to oneself at any time, and the message is direct. The Gada on the sentry tower looked at the team below and jumped and shouted for a while, then hurried down and came to the front of the team to kneel down. However, the Gada they knelt down to was definitely not the Gada of the same tribe, and those Gada also let Xiao Yun, who was sleepy, down and let the two sentry tower Gada kneel down. Xiao Yun was helpless. I want to sleep. Let me sleep. You are tossing and turning endlessly. Only after the two katas finished their kneeling and got Xiao Yun's permission to climb the tower again to stand guard did the group enter the fortress. Xiao Yun had no choice but to accept the request of the Black Shadow. Its release, in its words, means that it can communicate with these gata and become a messenger at the same time, which is a great honor. There is no choice but to release it. After Xiao Yun and the Black Shadow communicated, the Black Shadow explained some simple requirements. He wanted to sleep, so he arranged a room. It was not until he came to the room that Xiao Yun fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Xiao Yun was awakened by the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow could sense Xiao Yun's situation and woke him up after ensuring that he had enough sleep and rested. As soon as he woke up and walked out of the room, he found that there were many gata kneeling densely in the passage outside the door. The dark passage was full of them. And some of these guys were drowsy. No way, it must be so scary to express sincerity. Why on earth? So the Black Shadow conveyed a thought, and the general explanation was that they regarded Xiao Yun as a powerful figure in the demon world. It was said that when a demon came, it would bring great glory and blessings to the tribe. It was nothing more than various superstitions. Xiao Yun did not believe in these. He believed in magic and things like chakra. Tell them to do what they should do. I have to think of a way to find Kinja. She should have come with me, right? Xiao Yun was a little anxious. Who can bear the loss of a wife just after getting married? No, I can't stand it. The Black Shadow nodded, knelt on the ground, and then conveyed the thought. In the past, Xiao Yun also felt that the Black Shadow paid attention to form. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I find it. Until all the gata dissipated, Xiao Yun walked out along the passage. The first thing he did when he came outside was that he was choked by the light. After adapting, he found that this fortress was much larger than he imagined. Under the yellow sand, the fortress seemed to be unable to hold on. There was sand everywhere, the temperature was quite high, and it was extremely dry. If humans lived here, they would probably turn into mummies within a week. But what about those humans? Gata, gata. Suddenly a voice sounded, and before Xiao Yun's thoughts had completely passed in his head, the Black Shadow called the chieftain of Gata here. It's saying, do you want to go and see? The Black Shadow's thoughts sounded in his heart. Xiao Yun nodded and let it lead the way. Gata. Gata. It was expressing its happiness. Until they arrived at the prison where the prisoners were held in the fortress, some of the Xiao Yuns with broken legs had met each other, and the other wilted Xiao Yuns did not pay attention to them. In order to prevent the sand from entering their mouths and noses, these people have wrapped their faces and bodies with a lot of gauze, and the clothes are also made of gauze. You can't see what they look like, but you can barely judge whether they are men or women by their body shapes, probably. Untie the veils on their faces one by one, and these guys' faces are pale. Obviously, being caught by Gata has determined their fate. Kill me, the young man who has not broken his leg said with a listless face. Hearing this, Xiao Yun raised his eyebrows. Although the Black Shadow has some illustrations and knowledge, it is only an illustration. He doesn't know the layout of the world here. Who can I ask if you die? Maybe we can talk. Xiao Yun offered him a possibility. Tell me your name first. The other party's eyes flashed a little when he heard it. He knew what it meant. My name is Doc, and I'm a junior magic apprentice at the Magic Academy. We're here because we're taking the apprentice assessment at the Magic Academy. If we pass, we can become intermediate magic apprentices. Oh, by the way. Teachers at the academy will check our whereabouts regularly. If they find that we've disappeared, they'll definitely send someone over. You'd better let us go. Before Xiao Yun could ask anything else, Doc, as if stimulated, spilled everything he could say. He even felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, staring at Xiao Yun intently, trying to get some reaction from his face. Unfortunately, no matter what Xiao Yun heard now, his face was cold and expressionless. Dak's heart sank. Xiao Yun thought about it, junior magic apprentice, compared with the information given to him by the Black Shadow, this kind of person doesn't seem to be that important on the elemental continent, right? You are just ordinary junior magic apprentices, why should they save you? Even if Gata is only a level 2 monster, even if each is only level 20, the academy will have a headache dealing with it, right? Xiao Yun blurted out. Upon hearing this news, Dak's face became even more lifeless. Yes, they are just junior magic apprentices. Gata is a mid-level mutant goblin, a level 2 monster, will the academy save them for these ordinary junior magic apprentices? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yun's face also sank, and he was defeated at level 20? The highest level in this world is 100, divided into 10 stages. He is so weak at the second level, so what does it mean that he has no level now? After all, the person in front of him has been tested and is still at the 9th level, even at the 9th level. Ah! My legs! My legs! Damn it! What did you do? Let me go! Otherwise, the Fran family will not let you go. Ah! The screams continued. The guy who tried to frame Xiao Yun had woken up. Seeing that his broken legs were still connected to some bones and flesh, he screamed immediately. It seemed that he had developed a habit and cursed. By the way, he is from the Fran family. We are classmates. It's better to let us go, otherwise the Fran family will definitely send someone over, and then you will be dead. Although Doc had good intentions, Xiao Yun was now clearly in the same group with Gata, and his words could not help but be a little sharp. Chapter 80 Senior Mage. Fran family. Xiao Yun touched his chin and looked thoughtful. What? Are you scared? Let us go. I don't want to die yet. Doc was a little collapsed again, and his voice was a little trembling. Because he thought that even if the people of the Fran family came, they might not save them. In the end, even if they survived, only Fran Ming could survive. What situation do you want to introduce? I just came out and don't know the situation. Xiao Yun thought about it and lied according to the map introduction that the Black Shadow said. This world has a total of 6 parts, 5 areas with different elements, and a world center. The world center occupies most of it, and Xiao Yun knows all the news about the world center. What you came out from inside? Hearing this, Dak's body, which was originally a little close to Xiao Yun, suddenly shook like a sieve, and hurriedly struggled to get away from Xiao Yun and retreated behind him. What exactly is in the world center, no one outside knows, and those who know are dead. Many kingdoms regard it as a taboo, and once someone makes certain mistakes, they will be thrown into this taboo, leaving them to live or die. What's wrong? It's just Xiao Yun subconsciously wanted to copy the thoughts conveyed by the shadow. Dake seemed to have heard some terrible spell, and he shouted, "No! Don't say it! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" He even cried a little while speaking. This young man with a dirty face is now extremely mentally unstable. And the other few people also tried desperately to cover their ears as if they had heard the most terrible story. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook. I only felt that there were many more elements around that made Xiao Yun feel inexplicably comfortable, and my whole body stretched a lot. Is this magic element? According to the shadow, most of these magic elements are scattered all over the world, just like air everywhere, but these elements are difficult to capture. Only by becoming a great elemental mage can you capture and use them. Of course, it is not ruled out that the after effects caused by some high-level magic will be like this. Here I come. I'm here. I'm here. Fleming over there shouted out immediately. Hearing this sound, a very powerful being outside rushed over here. It's a senior magician. We are saved. We are saved. Dak's eyes were shining with the light of survival. Sure enough, someone came to investigate as soon as flaming was tested. According to the family's magic mark, they could track the traces. Look, someone is coming. Soon the Gatas surrounded the door. They knew that some things could not be completely foolish to beg Xiao Yun. When the chief knew that Xiao Yun was thrown to those magic groups, he was furious and punished those Gatas with a beating. They knelt at the door in the morning because of this. Boom! There was another loud noise, but the earth shaking was much less. Then came the sound of those Gatas fleeing in a hurry. It seemed that they were defeated and had no choice but to flee, giving up this place where they had lived for a long time. Hearing the rumbling sound outside again, Xiao Yun swallowed his saliva. The cell door opened, and a blinding light shone in, accompanied by a shadow. I couldn't see him because he was facing away from the light. Xiao Yun covered his eyes. The other party also slowly approached, and only stood in front of the cage and stared at Xiao Yun in a state of alert. Who is your excellency? It was not until then that Xiao Yun opened his eyes and looked in front of him. This was an old man with white beard and white hair. He looked like a standard Westerner. He must have been very handsome when he was young. He was wearing a brown wizard cloak, which was quite good in this desert. But now the old man stared at him with a serious expression. He is from Gata. Kill him! Kill him! Fleming screamed immediately. But the old man had reservations. He felt the power of the purest black magic. Close to the demon clan, but with a purer aura than the demon clan. This man is definitely not an ordinary demon clan. Guess. Xiao Yun took a few steps back. The powerful fluctuations on the other party made him feel terrified. If it was ordinary magic, he could still take it. Darkness can directly resist part of the power, but it can never resist magic that is much stronger than its own power. The old man didn't dare to move for a while. He knew what he was doing and that the other party might be of noble status. Maybe he shouldn't act rashly before he found out clearly. His Flan family would come here, but the demon clan wouldn't. He came to save the young master. If he offended the other demon clan, maybe the Flan family would be finished. Such pure power is really rare. He said he came out from inside in order to save his life. Doc shouted loudly and even tried to get closer to the old man, but Xiao Yun stood in the middle. Xiao Yun's face was solemn. This old man could cast magic with magic elements. He must be at least a level 30 magic apprentice. Now he was standing between the two men. The other party didn't dare to act rashly, and neither did he. Inside? In the cage? The old man didn't react for a while and looked into the cage, but when he saw Dak's appearance, his eyes widened. Did you come out from the second floor or later? After the old man came to his senses, he stuttered a little, making people wonder if he bit his tongue. It's just the tower and the dungeon, and Xiao Yun said this information directly with a simple face. On the one hand, he wanted to test why the old man was so scared after hearing this, and on the other hand, he wanted to know his attitude towards him now. If he was more contemptuous, he would find a way to survive. No. Stop talking. Stop talking. The old man held his head and retreated on the spot, even ignoring the immortal and sage-like demeanor just now. The shelf in front of the junior collapsed directly, and he didn't come back to his senses until he retreated to the wall and hit his back. The Gada Desert in the center of the first layer of the world is known to everyone, and the second layer of the tower is a kingdom secret. And the underground city on the third layer is unknown to everyone. He heard about it for the first time. Think about it, if this news spreads, what will happen to the 5 elemental kingdoms? Another conquest of the center of the world begins, and those old monsters who have been sleeping for thousands of years and hundreds of years are about to wake up. 100-level existence, a 10th level forbidden spell master. When he was a child, he saw a conquest of the center of the world. Until now, he can't forget how terrible a 50-level master is. Now he is a senior magic apprentice in his 30s. Isn't it powerful enough? The master destroys the world. That's just a bug-like existence. At this moment, the old man finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the center of the world. At the same time, Xiao Yun in front of him was like a demon in his eyes. No. The son of the demon god. What wind blew this guy out? A demon of such bloodline, knowing so much news, why would he appear at the outermost edge? Chapter 81, Warcraft Forest. The old man has been engaged in various family affairs for many years, and his edges have been completely smoothed. Even this time he came out to rescue his young master. He made some thoughts before setting off. If he really entered the Gada Desert, he would give up if he encountered unsolvable troubles. Now it seems that this trouble is in front of him. Regardless of their strength, magicians have a certain elemental perception ability, but they just jump between strength and weakness and active and passive. The reason why these junior magician apprentices who are locked in cages cannot perceive the darkness is related to their weakness. In addition, most of them have not learned the skills to actively detect the magic elements of the other party. In addition, even if they have the skills to detect, they may not know how terrible the other party is. If you speculate the person in front of you based on your knowledge, you will definitely be scared to death. Pure black magic can only make people feel ordinary, cold and uncomfortable, but now this guy gives people the feeling that the closer you get, the faster you die. There is a feeling that even if you, a senior mage apprentice, go there, you will die. It's like a blooming black flower, full of the breath of death at all times. The surroundings are barren and turned into a wilderness, and only the black flower is still blooming in the void. Ahem, if you don't mind, I think I should go back. Xiao Yun walked to the door. Staring at the old man, his eyes were full of no fluctuations, but his heart was nervous to death. This guy's strength is so strong that he feels scared. Momentum is one thing, I don't know why he is so afraid of me. Just walk silently. Damn it. Catch him. I order you to catch him. Do you still want to do this? I'll ask my father to fire you. Flaming knew nothing about this and continued to curse and even threaten. The old man also looked a little. He couldn't hold it, but he didn't move. It's easy to deal with a demon without any power, but what if the other family also comes? There are not many cases where demons are caught and auctioned, and then the city is attacked by demon kings and other monsters? Not to mention that they were killed. What is the mere Falang family? Didn't you see that the 5 kingdoms built their capitals far away from the center of the world? Until Xiao Yun walked out, he felt depressed after hearing Falang Ming's roar just now. This guy really shouldn't be left. But this old man didn't even dare to look at him, and just let him leave. When he came to the door, he saw the gaddas lying in all directions and the almost collapsed palace, and Xiao Yun couldn't help but take a breath. Sure enough, the high-level magician is powerful. It can also be sensed from the injuries on these gaddas and the breath of the magic element that just dissipated that this is a fire magician. First framed, and then wanted to kill me, this grudge Xiao Yun remembered. When passing by these gadda, waves of black aura flowed out from the gadda and directly merged into Xiao Yun's body. Almost at the moment of merging, Xiao Yun felt that his strength was improving. Little by little, the power of the black shadow was increasing. Although the amplitude was not large, it could be felt as if flying. There were many gadda corpses left at the scene, about a dozen. The black air in the bodies of these dozen gadda was absorbed, and Xiao Yun successfully upgraded to level 2. Killing monsters can improve strength, not bad. The old man who liberated his young master and other teenagers at this moment was even more panicked when he saw this scene. There are cases where high-level demons devour low-level demons or monsters to increase their own strength. Now it seems that Xiao Yun is indeed a demon. It seems that seeing them staring at him, Xiao Yun grinned at them with a smile on his face. This completely threw the old man into the bottomless abyss. Is this happy or unhappy? Xiao Yun didn't say much, but silently summoned 10 black shadows. With each level up, the number of black shadows doubled, and Xiao Yun roughly knew what he was going to do. What are you going to do? The other old man was obviously not as relaxed as he imagined. Seeing Xiao Yun summoning people, he thought he was going to fight. Xiao Yun stared at him without saying a word, and the black shadow dissipated. The tension in the old man's heart finally dissipated a lot, and he hurriedly got up and wanted to leave. And Xiao Yun silently followed their footsteps. A black shadow carried Xiao Yun on his back and followed behind them. Xiao Yun himself couldn't stay here. Although he had the power of black shadows in his body to restrain some of the gadda, he felt sick when he thought about what the gadda's food was. In addition, most of the gadda were level 20. If he broke up with them, his head would be twisted off. He had knowledge of the outer areas in his mind, but without maps, food, and water, he would be trapped here. Xiao Yun didn't want to die, so he planned to follow them out of the desert. Along the way, the old man's heart seemed to be about to explode. Xiao Yun clearly wanted to follow them, but he had no choice. The young master had a crippled leg, and it was impossible for him to go without a few people. Fortunately, they stayed in the Gadda fortress last night, otherwise the old man would not be able to rush here along the magic mark. It takes time to get out. The old man himself is a senior magic apprentice, and it is no problem for him to take care of himself, but if there are more crippled young masters, there is no way. If the young master is not crippled, the two of them can go out directly, even if they encounter the Gadda patrol team, they don't have to be afraid. But now that the young master is crippled, it is impossible to go without these people, but this will inevitably slow down the speed a lot. Xiao Yun can't follow them openly, and he can't get rid of them. These people have suffered serious psychological trauma and are in a very bad state. If they can't carry the young master, the old man might abandon them. Going straight all the way, Xiao Yun saved a lot of energy. The shadows can store things, and the supplies he got from these people before were not small. There was enough food and water in the shadow space. The problem was that there was no map. If there was a map, these guys would not have foolishly run to the Gadda tribe to provoke so many Gadda to hunt them down. Generally, the Gadda would not go out easily. They have food, mostly many desert monsters raised in the underground city of the fortress. Low-level monsters can survive well in the underground of the fortress. It can be said that the bottom of the fortress is already an ecosystem, which is why they are unwilling to leave the fortress. It is estimated that they will go back after the high-level mage apprentice leaves. Time passed little by little, and a forest green color appeared in front. Xiao Yun no longer followed them lazily. 10 shadows appeared together, carrying Xiao Yun and rushing directly there. Mirages do not exist. Xiao Yun can feel that there is a real existence there. A good life is waiting for me. Find Kinja. Must find her. Kill monsters and upgrade first, then consider other issues. The monster forest is a small area at the outermost edge of the world center. Strictly speaking, the monster forest is already the territory of the 5 kingdoms. Chapter 82 Magic Guild. 3 days later, Xiao Yun already had a nice hut in the monster forest, with a bed, food and other items placed inside. In order to ensure that he could find Kinja, Xiao Yun silently improved his strength. Although it was only 3 days, he had already reached level 3 by constantly hunting monsters in various forests through the shadows. After level 3, 100 shadows are even more powerful in this forest. The increasing power of the shadows made Xiao Yun feel more and more at ease, but the experience points obtained from hunting monsters became less. It was also because the senior magician apprentice of the Fran family solved dozens of level 20 gata, allowing Xiao Yun to absorb experience and reach more than 2 levels of experience points. Otherwise, Xiao Yun would not have reached level 3 so quickly by hunting low-level monsters. The fighting power of the Black Shadows is similar to that of some specially trained guys, several times stronger than ordinary people, and their fighting power is generally at the level of a junior magician apprentice. At most, 100 Black Shadows can break the defense of an intermediate magician apprentice and eliminate him, and then the intermediate magic beasts. Xiao Yun still doesn't dare to easily provoke the intermediate magic beasts in the Magic Beast Forest. The recovery of the Black Shadow's power has obviously become much weaker. Once the Black Shadow is killed, it will dissipate directly at that time, which is different from the endless before. Lying on the straw bed in the house, Xiao Yun stared at the top of the tree house in a daze. If possible, he most hopes to find Kinja immediately. How happy would it be for the two of them to adventure together? Thinking of that dead arrogant Xiao Yun's mouth corners curled up inexplicably. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and a burst of explosions came out. The message conveyed by the Black Shadow instantly showed that it was a magician team. In the monster forest, 2 adventurers surrounded by a group of primary goblins stood back to back, with wounds all over their bodies. A normal adventure team should consist of swordsman, shield, mage or archer, etc., priest, fault tolerance and auxiliary magic such as healing. But now there is no one except the mage and swordsman, and it is obvious that the man has met with an accident. Leather swordsman, church mage, 2 people were surrounded. A male swordsman and a female mage, the 2 stood back to back, panting. It is difficult for a primary magician to deal with a primary monster, and the same is true for a swordsman. Breaking through the defense is one thing, and another is whether the attack can achieve the expected effect. The primary level is divided into 10 levels, and 1 to 10 are the watershed of strength. Judging from the breath perception of these 2 people, one is a level 5 swordsman and the other is a level 4 mage. After level 5, you have the first skill. It seems that this team is supported by the swordsman. How is it? Can we leave? The swordsman asked without looking back. The mage staggered, and it was obvious that she could only stand with the swordsman. She said with a serious face, "I can't walk anymore, leave me and run." There should be a way still. The swordsman became more and more lonely, and his mana was not enough. Skills require mana, he has no medicine, the priest was ambushed and killed, and now the 2 of them are surrounded again. In fact, they are destined to die here whether they run or not. Although goblins are low-level monsters, each adult is at level 5. Although they have no skills, these guys have enough wisdom and strength, and it is very powerful if they mutate occasionally. Now there are goblins everywhere. Looking at the scarlet eyes and the open mouth drooling, the swordsman couldn't help but feel gloomy in his heart. The mage couldn't stand any more. He was hit hard by the goblin's wooden stick before. The reason why the 2 of them were surrounded must be because of her. They were young and the adventure group had just started, so they didn't think it was that difficult, but now they were facing extinction. I've been thinking about apologizing to you. I accidentally cut off your staff last time. What? Did you do it? Oh, never mind, I'll forgive you. After all, it was me who burned a hole in your leather armor. Damn it. You actually did it. Oh. In their daily conversation, they both had helpless smiles on their faces. What else can they do? The goblins were approaching, and they couldn't resist. They sat on the ground, leaning on each other, looking up at the sky. One dreamed of becoming a great wizard, famous throughout the country, and being saluted wherever he went, surrounded by many people, and becoming a pope wizard. The other dreamed of slaying a dragon and becoming a brave man, also famous for generations, and even becoming a legend. But now there is no chance. Do you need help? Suddenly a voice sounded. The goblins and the two adventurers also looked over. Go, and they were surrounded by a group of black ninjas. They had seen many ninjas, but this was the first time they had seen such a strange one. Hurry! Help! Help! The swordsman reacted quickly. It would be best if someone could rescue him. He quickly stood up and grabbed the long sword in his hand and waited for the opportunity. Once there was hope, he was more unwilling to give up than anyone else. The goblins looked at these black ninjas who suddenly appeared. One goblin seemed to remember something. He looked at these black shadows in horror and said something in a chattering manner. He jumped and looked very excited. Unfortunately, before they could get excited for long, the black shadows over there took out their samurai swords and rushed towards this side in a group. The skills of the black shadows were much better than those of ordinary people. They did not have the cumbersome armor on their bodies. Some of them could even sneak into the ground and reach out to grab some people's feet to stop their actions. Suddenly, the goblin group was in chaos. After the chaos just now, they lost their fighting spirit and fled screaming in fear. A group of black people appeared in the forest these days. Their fighting power exceeded that of any adventurers who had come before. Even if they did not know magic, they made many monsters nervous because they would appear silently. Whether it was a wall or the ground, as long as the original form was revealed, it meant that a monster was going to die. Recently, the low-level and medium-level monsters in this area have been tortured. The surviving intermediate monsters fled everywhere, and even the low-level monsters knew how terrible these black people were. And now, they encountered this group of black people. If they didn't run away quickly, they would be doomed. Seeing the goblins dispersing like a tide, dozens of goblins fled without fighting. It must be said that this had a great impact on the swordsman and the mage. They fought hard to kill only 3 or 5 goblins. In front of these black ninjas, they were just small wooden sticks. They would break at a bend. Thank you, thank you. The swordsman's legs had gone limp, and he collapsed on the ground, not caring whether it looked good or not. He was panting, his eyes were wet, and tears were sliding down his eyes. He survived, not dead, not dead. His heart was filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Hey, are you adventurers? Xiao Yun suddenly asked. Seeing a face appear in his sight, the swordsman knew that this person was his savior, and nodded hurriedly, yes, we are adventurers, thank you for saving us, thank you. Thank you. A big boy couldn't stop crying. The mage seemed to be overworked, and finally the tight string finally loosened, and the whole person fell asleep on the grass. Chapter 83, Peerless Genius. Xiao Yun reached out and helped him up and asked casually, where is the other person? The swordsman's eyes were a little depressed when he heard this, there is also an idiot archer and a silly priest they have already. My condolences. Xiao Yun patted his shoulder, what are you going to do next? Go back to the city? Or continue to do the task? The swordsman shook his head, go back, we are in this state to deliver food to the goblins. Alas, it's not safe on this road, I will take you back. Xiao Yun said very naturally, with a sad look on his face, as if he was sad about the swordsman's 2 companions. The swordsman nodded and said nothing more. The 3 of them slowly got up. The swordsman was reminded of the sad things, and his whole state was not very good. He just silently carried the mage on the ground, with a sad face, and didn't even realize that the ninjas had disappeared. In this way, Xiao Yun's plan was successful, and he entered the city with the adventurers, so that he would not be alerted. Generally, there are many black magicians, but most of them have sensitive identities. If a person has no record of the past, it is easy to get into trouble. I didn't enter the city with the people of the Fran family because I was worried that Fran Ming would retaliate against me, otherwise I would have followed him in. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, not to mention that I am the snake, and the other party is a local dragon. I didn't say much along the way. Although it took some time, from noon to dusk, I encountered several battles in the middle, but they were all easy, and finally I arrived in front of the city wall. There is a huge magic carving on the wall, with 3 big characters Erlin City carved on it. It is said that a great swordsman named Erlin appeared here, stopped the Demon King's army, and obtained an important opportunity for the 5 elemental kingdoms, avoiding greater losses to the city and the kingdom. What are you doing? As expected, the city guard came forward to check. When he saw the young swordsman and the mage on his back, he was horrified. Where are the two girls, the priest and the archer? They are dead. The swordsman was a little depressed, and turned to look at Xiao Yun beside him. Fortunately, this benefactor rescued us, otherwise we would have died in the hands of the goblins. The city guard also frowned, not daring to say more, but just let the three people enter the city. There are too many casualties among adventurers, but the death of acquaintances, even if it is commonplace, will inevitably cause some disappointment in the heart. It is normal for loneliness and sadness to appear in the heart, which proves that the person is still alive. Xiao Yun successfully sneaked into the city until he arrived at the guild. During this period, Xiao Yun felt that many eyes were staring at him, and he felt that he was no different from a light bulb. After all, black magicians have a natural affinity with monsters, and it is even easier to practice, but it is also easy to go astray. When he came to the guild hall, it seemed that because of the night, there were few people handing in tasks. Many people gathered in the hall, and there were many teams, but most of them were resting. There were sofas and counters in the hall. Goodbye, benefactor. The swordsman was still depressed. Xiao Yun nodded and said nothing more, just walked to one of the counters. I'm going to register as an adventurer. The other party saw Xiao Yun wearing clothes he had never seen before, and although he was a little hesitant, he still nodded obediently. What profession do you want to register? Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment. The standard professions are swordsman, archer, mage, priest. Xiao Yun felt that he was a mage, probably a summoner. Summon a mage. Xiao Yun said after deep thought. Mages need to test their attributes. Please wait a moment while I look for the divination crystal ball. The counter lady's eyes flashed with a little light, and she turned around and began to look for the divination crystal ball. Even if it is a mage's job change, the attributes must be tested first. This is a routine operation. Summoning mages are rarely seen. Generally, summoned objects will change with the attributes of the summoner, and will also have different effects due to the change of attributes. Such people are usually important members pursued by many adventure teams. Okay, put your hand on it, and then use your magic power. The counter lady put the divination crystal ball on the counter. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Although hesitant, he still put his hand on it and used the magic power in the same way as when he usually summoned the shadow. The moment the magic power was running, the crystal ball lit up, and the black fluorescence illuminated the entire guild hall. Even a black beam of light shot up into the sky, and the whole city of Erlin was alarmed. This kind of test light is rare, a magic talent that shoots directly into the sky. The lady at the counter stared at the crystal ball with her mouth wide open. Usually, fire and water pillars shoot up into the sky, and at worst, there are earth pillars, but this talent of a black magician is the first time I have seen it. The only thing I have to say is that this kind of talent has only been recorded once in history. That time was the Black Magic era, which was almost comparable to the Black Dragon era. Black magic was prevalent, and the beginning of that time was just because one person tested this talent. Enough to change an era. Do you know how the 5 magic kingdoms came about? Not only because the 5 kingdoms occupied the main magic elements of their respective kingdoms, but also because such a person appeared in the test talent. The people in the hall looked like they had seen a ghost, and even the swordsman was stunned by the scene. The eyes gathered again, and Xiao Yun even felt that a stronger breath appeared in the sky. Is this a great magician? Or an elemental magician? Click, click, click. The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang out. An old man appeared at the door of the hall with a cane, and then a group of adventurers were shocked. The Erlin Great Swordsman is here. I always thought this person was fictional. A living legend. While the crowd was talking, the old man came to the center of the hall without hurrying. Can you help me fill it out? I'm in a hurry. Xiao Yun was still registering. Okay. The lady at the counter came back to her senses, nodded quickly, and hurriedly helped Xiao Yun fill in the 3 words black magic in the attribute column on the level card. Then she asked about things like summoned beasts, and the registration needed to be more detailed, so she slowly filled it out. Until the lady at the counter directly handed the adventurer's necklace with a special information mark to Xiao Yun. During this whole process, the old man called the great swordsman Erlin stood straight with his cane, waiting, like an old man quietly enjoying the last warmth of the sunset. Do you want to see me? Xiao Yun had already sensed that this person was coming. His shadow perception technique has never failed. As long as it is a living person, he can sense it. Even if there is an extra pure shadow, Xiao Yun will know it. Wow, the movement is really big. Erlin smiled bitterly. I think such a talented black magician may cause some people to be afraid. It is better for you to find a place to take refuge early, so that it is safe and guaranteed. What do you think? Xiao Yun's face sank. Are you threatening me? This old man, if you keep talking about safety, what else can you say if not a threat? Misunderstanding. Erlin waved his hand hurriedly. There are dozens of people outside, whether they know each other or not, I'm afraid they all have bad intentions. Chapter 84. Unable to leave the door. Xiao Yun sensed that indeed, he had known how powerful these people outside were through the shadow. No matter how ordinary they looked, the shadow could never deceive anyone. Each of them was no less than a mage, and even according to the strength comparison in memory, these people might be stronger than the great mage. You mean, I can't get out of this door? Xiao Yun looked at Erlin and asked. Erlin nodded, with a faint smile on his face that was as sagging as ointment and his face with age spots. Only by relying on one person can you walk out of this door safely, and this person must have a certain strength. Everyone present was no less than a mage, and the same was true outside, and there were even a few unknown great mages, and the intention was obvious. Junior apprentice mage, intermediate apprentice mage, senior apprentice mage, mage, and archmage. Each of these 5 levels is very different. Xiao Yun has experienced the defense of intermediate magic beasts. It is impossible to take down an intermediate magic beast without sacrificing dozens of shadows. Not to mention these humans who are smarter than magic beasts. It seems that having too much talent is not a good thing. Xiao Yun walked out of the guild gate without saying a word. The crowd walking on the street outside stopped and looked over here. Hundreds of eyes were staring at this side. Obviously, the whole street was full of spies or terrible old monsters. Xiao Yun put on the wooden adventurer necklace without saying a word. He had to find a place to sleep today. He had a little money. After all, Flaming's purse was too rich, and there were many gold coins. Alas! The Erlin great swordsman who also walked out from behind shook his head and sighed. This signal was already obvious enough. The negotiation failed, and he did not join the Lord's side. In other words, these people present can be won over. Even if the winning over fails, it is estimated that many people will directly take action. After all, a black magician can be killed by any excuse. At this time, the appearance of a black magician is tantamount to being regarded as a thorn in the eye. After all, the previous era of black magic made many people realize that once a black magician rises, it means that darkness is about to come. In order not to repeat the fear of those years, many people will be happy to get rid of Xiao Yun, a black magic scum. Just detain a hat, such as a cultist. Subconsciously, many people began to slowly approach, and no one spoke. There were no pedestrians on the Erlin street at night. Once many appeared, it meant that something big was going to happen. Seeing them getting closer and closer, the black shadow made a decision almost instantly. A black shadow emerged from the darkness and directly offered the demon sword Muramasa with both hands. The moment he saw the demon sword Muramasa, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. How could he forget this guy? This thing has been stored in his own shadow space. If the shadow himself hadn't taken it out, he might not have remembered it. Seeing this knife and the shadow power contained in it, Xiao Yun's smile became more and more intense. I heard that all of these people present are mages or great mages. The power in this knife can wipe out hundreds of people present, or even this city. It is conceivable that if Xiao Yun wants to use the demon sword Muramasa next time, he will have to wait a long time. The shadow power recovers too slowly in this world, causing Xiao Yun to be unsure whether to use this knife. Something that can save his life when necessary has a long cooling time. This is a question that must be seriously considered. Kill! Someone shouted in the dark, almost triggering a chain reaction. The 5 kingdoms cannot accommodate black magicians. Even if they intend to recruit them, they can only reluctantly give up. The era of black magic once made other elemental magics lost. If it weren't for the rise of white magic to suppress black magic, which allowed other elemental magics to take a breath and make a comeback, maybe the current era has already been as cruel and violent as the era of black magic. When thinking of this, many people have no obstacles to take action. It is the power of the knife that makes them afraid, just like a living black dragon in front of them, the huge pressure makes them breathless, and the knife is just placed next to Xiao Yun, held by a ninja. It is hard to imagine what will happen if this knife is sharpened. Normally, the power of the Demon Sword Village in the Naruto world is not enough to compare with this world, but now after the baptism of this world, the power of the Black Shadow has been completely sublimated into the power of this world. A blade full of black magic, such a magic prop. I have a hunch that if I take action, this city will be over today. There are people from the Black Magic Association in the city, and they will inevitably find an opportunity to pull Xiao Yun gather. Now the matter has reached a deadlock. Ha Xiao Yun yawned, looking at these people who were frozen in place, with a trace of contempt on his face. He stood up and walked towards a hotel on the roadside that was still lit, and walked in. No one dared to stop him. That knife, it was too scary. It was as if there was another endless darkness in the endless darkness. There was darkness in the darkness, nothing else could be seen. This guy is not as simple as the third level on the surface. Looking back at the history, many heroes are also like this, relying on magic props or ancient artifacts to do whatever they want. This kind of thing has become commonplace. Repeatedly forbearing, this is also the habitual style of some big city families, and there are many people who are oppressed, and naturally there are many grievances. Be able to bend and stretch, this is what a big family should be like. If you can't afford to offend, don't offend. When faced with something that might be dangerous, most people are not stupid. None of them are willing to rush forward and become a touchstone for others. Inexplicably, the forces present only silently remembered Xiao Yun's appearance, and then secretly calculated the plan in their hearts. Of course, the most important thing is to meet and then investigate. However, tonight is destined to be an uneasy night. In the monster forest on the second day, Xiao Yun returned to the monster forest honestly, and took a task from the guild before leaving. Last night, many people did try to test Xiao Yun's bottom line, but most of them were secretly solved by the shadows. Hundreds of shadows hid in the shadows, and as many people as came died. Almost the streets behind the hotel were full of corpses. Those high-level people did not dare to take action, but they had many subordinates, so there were many corpses sunk in one night, but there was no news in Erlin City. Xiao Yun was not worried about someone investigating his identity. He did not think that anyone would find out any information about him. In addition, today I came to the monster forest to do the task, on the one hand to kill monsters and level up, and on the other hand to collect resources for the level up. When I was sleeping, the Black Shadow helped me to sort out some information, and Xiao Yun also read a little bit while he was sleeping. After a few more days of digestion, he will become a know-it-all in this world. Of course, some people are still unclear. After all, there are too many changes in the 5 kingdoms. Xiao Yun is not completely clear about many secrets. He only knows all the knowledge of the center of this world, the common sense knowledge of this world, and some illustrations. Defeat the intermediate magic salamander, 1 reward, 50 gold. Requirements, try to keep the torso intact. Xiao Yun took the task list in his hand and rushed to the terrain he knew in the forest. Magic salamanders generally live in forest swamps and are usually mostly poisonous. Chapter 85 Poisonous Miasma Forest. Intermediate monsters have a high probability of reaching level 15. Except for some intermediate high-level mutant monsters that accidentally reach level 20, the highest level of intermediate monsters in their lifetime is basically level 15. However, even at level 15, there are 3 skills, and 1 at level 5. The level of adventurers such as ordinary swordsmen and mages is generally judged by the skills and power they master. Each magic and sword skill has a certain power standard and mastery level to judge whether the learner has truly learned and mastered this sword skill. The same is true for monsters, but once monsters use a certain skill, it means that they have reached this level. It's just a matter of time. When they came to the outskirts of the swamp forest, Xiao Yun took out the gauze mask and crystal goggles he bought in the adventurer's store. The shell of the goggles is quartz and the mirror is glass, which can prevent some venom from attacking the eyes, because there is green poisonous fog everywhere here. If you are not careful, your eyes will be corroded by the venom spit out by some frogs. At that time, losing your eyesight means death. The mud around is also bubbling endlessly. Inside the gauze were various mixed herbs and a small card with magic spells printed on it. The low-level instant recovery magic was printed on it, which could restore part of a person's magic power in an instant and stimulate people to wake up. It is said that this method and prescription were provided by some Eastern alchemists. Let's not talk about these for now. Xiao Yun began to walk according to the clues in the mission. Although there was green mist everywhere, it was easy to see the changes in magic power everywhere under the filtering of goggles. As long as it did not exceed the detection level, it could be easily detected. It was just a simple magic reaction. Although the magic technology in this world has just started, it has brought many powerful things. It's just that the research funds consumed were too large to develop a few low-level and useless equipment. Therefore, no one is willing to invest in magic technology, and even if there is, it is in secret. After walking a few steps, Xiao Yun roughly knew where the magic salamander was according to the general appearance given by the monster's reaction. All things are born with spirits. This is called magic power, while in the East it is called spiritual power. All things have magic and spirits. There must be a lot of red flowers where the devil salamander lives, right on the edge of the mud. Even though he squatted down with the gauze covering his face and saw many small red flowers that seemed to have been crushed and wilted by the magic newt when it left, Xiao Yun also concluded that this was the home of the magic newt. However, judging from the traces, it should have been away for a long time and had not returned, otherwise the direction of the small flowers should be in the mud instead of outside the mud. So he still had some time to arrange it. As the common saying goes, there must be a nemesis within 10 steps of the place where the poisonous creature coexists. After all, things that can grow next to poisonous creatures are not simple, and all things are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Since it can grow so happily in the home of the poisonous newt, this thing must be very useful. Xiao Yun picked a few flowers and put them in the small cloth bag on his waist. He bought this with his own money. No, he bought it with the money of Flamen. It was a small cloth bag, which contained a lot of medicines, many blue and red, and some purple. Crush a few red flowers and apply the liquid medicine on the gauze in his hand. It took a lot of time to get here. Now the smell of medicine on the gauze has completely disappeared. There is only one piece of gauze left. Xiao Yun doesn't want to waste it anymore. Let's try to see if this red flower is useful. Just when Xiao Yun crushed all the red flowers and wrapped them in gauze to cover his mouth and nose again, the sound of movement sounded. Here it comes. Xiao Yun was indescribably excited. The magic salamander is generally a solitary animal that lives in the mud. It would be much easier as long as it can be killed on the road and prevented from returning to the mud. Xiao Yun got up and rushed to the direction of the sound. The shadow behind him was already eager to try. It was not until he walked in that he saw the opponents line up. It was a standard adventure team, an archer, a swordsman, and a priest. There were ranged, meat shields, and assistants, but the three of them froze when they saw Xiao Yun appear. Obviously, they didn't expect that someone had ambushed here early. They probably knew why Xiao Yun came over with a fierce momentum and joy, but then looked disappointed when they saw the three of them. They knew the knowledge of hunting the magic newt, so Xiao Yun was like this because he heard the sound and rushed over to check the situation. Sorry, we were just passing by, and didn't expect someone to come. We'll leave now, leave now. The middle-aged swordsman who led the group apologized hurriedly, and then left with the two women. Xiao Yun looked disappointed, but he didn't think much about it. He just felt uncomfortable that these people made him happy for nothing. He was a little suspicious about these people coming here. He knew why he came here, so the other party must have come for the magic newt, right? But the three of them acted so carefully, and apologized and left. I don't know why Xiao Yun felt a little worried. But what can I say? Since they don't cause trouble, I shouldn't make trouble for nothing. While there is still some time, I will arrange to deal with the magic newt directly. One head is 50 gold. So Xiao Yun fell into busyness. The three adventurers who had just looked apologetic and cowardly stopped not far away. After making sure that they could not see Xiao Yun, they immediately found a place to hide and released an archer's scout eagle eye to make sure that they could see the changes on Xiao Yun's side. Aren't we going to leave? Why do we have to stop again? Isn't the mission to defeat the magic newt? The young archer girl hesitated. Why was she wasting time here? Even the middle-aged female priest couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't quite understand. The middle-aged swordsman sneered and said, "Did you see the goggles on that boy's face?" The middle-aged female priest's eyes lit up. You mean? The archer girl still didn't understand. She frowned and was a little irritated, but she didn't move. The more irritated she was, the calmer she was. It was just that she was inexplicably manic. That's right, this guy is too rich. This mask costs at least 20 gold coins. We fought hard to kill a magic salamander and only got 50 gold coins. Counting the debts we have to pay for the equipment and the debts we have borrowed, maybe the three of us will only have 5 gold coins left in the end. And we still owe a lot of debts, which is only enough for food. But if that guy is killed by us... The swordsman said this, and the archer would be a fool if she didn't understand. She was also eager to try, with ecstasy in her eyes and even a smile on her face, but she still didn't move. Inexplicably, this archer was very inconsistent. Time passed little by little until Xiao Yun almost finished decorating the surroundings of the quagmire. There were a total of 100 gold coins obtained from flaming. One piece of gauze cost 10 gold coins. I bought 2 pieces because they contained magic spell cards. The other one was a pair of goggles, which cost 30 gold coins. There were also potions that cost 1 gold coin per bottle. The total cost was 40 gold coins. Xiao Yun kept 10 gold coins for food. Chapter 86 Add a buff. With these things, Xiao Yun was sure that he could hunt a magic salamander. Of course, potions are not only for recovery. 10 bottles are red, 10 bottles are blue, and the remaining 20 bottles are water element magic bottles. Most magic bottles contain elements sealed in them, and magic bottles are also called element bottles. Any elemental mage can make the elements in them, and they can make a lot of them. The element is of high purity. The reason why he chose water element instead of light element is because Xiao Yun was worried that he would be like an undead and use light magic to directly transcend himself. On the other hand, he was worried that the poison of the poisonous newt would kill him. He heard from the store owner that there were many cases of permanent injuries and scars left by hunting poisonous newts. He was afraid that permanent injuries would be left due to untimely treatment. Scars were easy to deal with, but he was afraid that he would be disabled in the future. So he was ready to use water element to clean the wound at any time. Boom! Boom! A loud noise came, and even the ground began to shake. Xiao Yun took advantage of this moment to crush the red flowers he picked and sprinkled the flower juice on the gauze. The black shadow was also arranged on the ground. As long as the magic newt passed by, it would attack instantly and catch it off guard. Hiss! The magic newt let out a hoarse roar, narrowed its eyes as if it had discovered something, and its huge body became slower, with its forked tongue spitting out and retracting from its mouth. Xiao Yun was far away, but the magic newt had already entered Xiao Yun's ambush circle. Do it! Xiao Yun said in his heart. After receiving Xiao Yun's order, the shadows beside the magic newt emerged from the ground one after another, and without saying a word, they slashed at the smooth body of the magic newt one by one. Perhaps it was the sudden attack that caused the magic power in the magic newt's body to not flow in the body immediately, and it was accidentally cut open by many cuts, and immediately the green blood dripped down, and some of the blood that fell to the ground directly melted the ground like a strong acid, leaving many tiny holes. Even the samurai swords in the hands of several black shadows were directly melted, and even worse, the black shadows that directly came into contact with the blood rolled on the ground. Something that can make the black shadows feel pain. Although time can be used to recover, Xiao Yun is not comfortable with the black shadows losing too much, especially in battle, if too much loss is easy to cause trouble. The size of this magic newt is adult level, about the size of a car. Xiao Yun commanded the black shadows to disperse in his mind. This guy's skin is too thick, and one blow cannot be fatal, so he can only start to fight slowly. With magic power running in the body of the magic newt is no longer difficult to cut, but the wounds are torn because of its movement, becoming larger, and the green blood flows and splashes everywhere, and even some pungent sour smell can be faintly smelled. What to do? How long will it take to fight like this? Xiao Yun couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Gradually, time passed slowly. He felt that the safflower juice on the gauze was not effective enough, so he immediately pulled it out and rubbed it into juice and put it back on the gauze. Xiao Yun suddenly remembered something. Since they are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, then this thing. Xiao Yun set his sights on the red flowers at the edge of the mud pit, and then summoned 6 black shadows, one picking flowers and kneading juice, and one holding a knife to add buffs. Xiao Yun's guess is feasible. Since they are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, let's try to see if we can cause more damage to it. Now Xiao Yun can summon up to 100 black shadows. Of course, there is no need to say much about the combat effectiveness, but the terrain restrictions are huge, resulting in the number of black shadows being strictly limited to a certain number. Moreover, if too many black shadows are summoned at once, Xiao Yun will be a little weak, and being weak in such a place is not a good thing. So, after the buff was almost completed, a team of special black shadows walked towards the magic newt over there. Several black shadows holding boomerangs directly threw the boomerangs in their hands at the wound of the magic newt. And the safflower juice that had not yet dried was thrown directly on the wound. Psitsaizi. The moment the flower juice touched the green blood of the wound, it began to stir, like popping candy or hot oil. Hiss! The magic newt roared again, and its fat body twisted wildly, as if it was in pain. Even if the black shadows cut its skin just now, it only made it a little impatient and angry, but it didn't show how much pain it was in. But now he could see that this guy was twisting in pain, which gave Xiao Yun another bold idea. If it worked, maybe the time could be greatly shortened, and it would not be a problem to successfully solve the magic newt. Just when Xiao Yun was happy and hurriedly ordered a few black shadows to start working, a small area in the mud was still slowly gurgling with mud bubbles. Judging from the distance of the bubbles in this area, it was probably the distance between the two nostrils of the magic newt. Now Xiao Yun stood on the edge of the mud and picked flowers as if he didn't notice it, as if he didn't notice it. What Xiao Yun didn't know was that the red flowers in the swamp had recently bloomed, which meant that the breeding season would soon arrive, and many magic newts would look for their favorite partners and mate. Indeed, some magic newts left and didn't come back, because two female magic newts met, and the guest one found out that it had found the wrong person and left in a hurry without looking back. And the reason why another one came now was very simple: this one is not the master, but the visitor. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun had no idea of the danger he was about to face, and just silently controlled the black shadows to use safflower juice to quickly attack the visitor magic newt. Normally, a magic newt can be sold for 10 gold coins at most, and 50 gold is the price that only the lowest level high-level monsters can have. Even an adult goblin is only 10 silver coins. How can a mere intermediate magic newt reach 50 gold coins? The reason is that the season is different now. Someone told Xiao Yun that hunting magic newts now will cause problems. But Xiao Yun didn't care. Until now, the magic newt began to spit out red poisonous mist, and many black shadows began to slowly dissipate after being hit, just like a fantasy. Only a small number of black shadows that were not within its attack range survived. The information in Xiao Yun's head showed that the 3 skills of the magic newt were skin strengthening, toxin immunity, and scarlet poisonous mist. Now it seems that all 3 skills are complete. Strictly speaking, the poisonous salamander is a mutant. It was originally a water-attributed monster, but due to environmental changes, some ordinary water salamanders survived the poison, thus changing their living habits and body shape. Just like the desert Gata, Gata is also a goblin, but the living environment has caused the monster to change. Seeing that the shadows are getting more and more successful, the sound of the demon salamander is getting weaker and weaker, and even the fat body and tail are no longer as fast as before. If it was just swinging its body before, now it feels like holding a heavy hammer, a little powerless. Chapter 87. The second one is half price. Hiss! Boom! After a reluctant roar, the demon salamander fell down directly. The vibration of the fall made Xiao Yun a little unstable. But fortunately, since it has been solved, it is the best. Xiao Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a piece of mud slowly rose from the mud behind him, rising higher and higher, until the mud slid down the smooth skin, revealing the original appearance of the rising thing. A magic newt emerged from the mud and was slowly swimming towards Xiao Yun. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of the mud being stirred sounded. Xiao Yun turned his head hurriedly as if he heard something, but all he saw was the mud. He shrugged helplessly, blaming himself for staying in this ghost place for too long and being in a trance. But the moment he started, the figure in the mud directly emerged and flew out, attacking Xiao Yun. Another car-sized demon newt flew over, and the visual impact was not small at all. Xiao Yun walked forward a few steps foolishly as if he had not heard anything, and only reacted when he felt the wind. He turned his head and looked behind him, and then he saw the poisonous newt that was like a hill crashing into him. And the poisonous newt's eyes also flashed with joy. The death of its companion was the best opportunity for it. It took advantage of the opportunity of the other party's relaxation to attack directly. From the scene of the battle just now, it probably understood that the person in front of it was different. Although the IQ was not high, the monster instinct told it that it could win as long as it got rid of this person. It was the same as facing a team of adventurers. Whoever posed the greatest threat would be eliminated, and the chance of winning would become greater. Seeing the look of success in its eyes, Xiao Yun's mouth curled up. He didn't know it originally, because the mud covered everything about this guy, and he was hiding in the shadow. If he stayed quietly, it would be fine, but after he showed up, the shadow sensed it immediately, and Xiao Yun was also trying to lure it out. Monsters will have intelligence after reaching a certain level, but only a small number of monsters will choose to evolve their intelligence, like goblins, which are only several times stronger than ordinary people, but their wisdom is very good. Now this guy thought his plan was successful, but he didn't expect that the moment the hunter ambushed, he might become the prey of a cheetah that suddenly seized the opportunity and flew out of the bush. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Xiao Yun's trick directly made the magic newt dumbfounded. The black shadow instantly stood up and pushed Xiao Yun away, and another black shadow instantly caught Xiao Yun on the other side and protected him behind him. Just after Xiao Yun moved towards the range of the black shadow, he felt the traces of 3 shadows again. Just like a human radar, this ability is stronger than ordinary magic detectors to some extent. Xiao Yun smiled. Everyone treated him as a blind man today. But he was also stupid, thinking that those who went out must come back. He didn't expect that he didn't close the door after seeing off the guests, thinking that the owner was not there, and he met the owner when he entered the house. I felt like Kinja. I wonder if she is okay. When Xiao Yun was feeling depressed, the shadows over there took up their knives again and surrounded the dazed newt that had hit its head on the ground. They used knives and darts stained with safflower juice to attack it without any hesitation. Wow, it felt like a dozen technicians were surrounding a customer and exerting their strength like crazy. Unfortunately, this was not a massage, but a real life-threatening massage, otherwise the newt would have been very happy. It didn't take much time to kill this guy. The newt had to give up its short legs to support its fat body and fell to the ground. The couple died together, and they became a pair of desperate mandarin ducks. Xiao Yun rubbed his hands expectantly, and began to think while looking at the 2 newts lying on the ground. It was estimated that if it were a normal adventure group, even if they knew that safflower juice could deal with the magic newt, it would be difficult to kill it, let alone 2 of them together. The most important thing is that Xiao Yun has a rough illustration in his head. Even if he doesn't use safflower juice, it will only waste a little more time. The flexibility of the black shadow is completely different from that of the clumsy magic newt. Not to mention that there is Xiao Yun, a spectator, pointing fingers at the side. Maybe the poisonous newt has a poor psychological quality and can't stand people pointing fingers at it, so it died? Of course, this is just a joke. Xiao Yun dismissed the black shadows, leaving only a few black shadows that were about to be defeated and were about to disappear to guard him. It seems that the movement suddenly stopped, and the shadows over there began to get a little restless. Hawkeye also saw the scene of the black shadow disappearing, and Xiao Yun also showed an extremely pale face. He was really scared. A head suddenly appeared behind him. When he saw it, Xiao Yun almost jumped and looked back. Even though he didn't turn his head sharply at the first time, he couldn't help but turn his head out of curiosity. Fortunately, the poisonous newt didn't know that he was discovered, otherwise Xiao Yun might have only harvested 1. But even so, 2 poisonous newts were enough. 100 gold coins, the same amount of gold coins that Fleming gave him before. What? You obviously took it from others when they were unable to resist and became prisoners? No, it's something that we both agreed to. The other party didn't dare to say no, right? So this is a gift, that's right. Although Fleming cursed and said no many times, it sounded different in Xiao Yun's ears. The image of Fleming in Xiao Yun's mind: increase the intensity, you should increase the intensity. In this way, as above, Xiao Yun started to make a profit with the 100 gold coins that Fleming gave him. To be honest, Xiao Yun was very grateful to him. And Fleming must have been blessing Xiao Yun all the time in his heart, saying things like happy family, many children and grandchildren, reunion, everything goes well, and everything goes well. Of course, Xiao Yun didn't care. He sat on the ground and took out a small red potion. Pop! Popped the cork and Xiao Yun raised his head to drink it. He frowned immediately. This thing is really fucking hard to drink. It's really hard to drink. The grandma opened the door for the hard drink, and the hard drink went to its grandma's house. I felt my stomach twitching. Oh my, are you okay, friend? Do you need our help? Suddenly, a group of 3 people came out. Even if the swordsman knew the archer's eagle eye reply, he was a little surprised. This level 3 guy can actually get rid of 2 poisonous newts. Originally, according to his idea, there was only 1 poisonous newt here, because according to the traces on the edge of the mud, there were only traces of going out but no traces of coming back, so the poisonous newt must have gone out. If they were to hunt the poisonous newts here, they would also follow Xiao Yun's ambush plan. Chapter 88 I'm not going to kill. But I never expected that there were actually two here. And this guy fought hard to get rid of these two poisonous newts. If it were them, I'm afraid they would lose half their lives after getting rid of the first one, let alone getting rid of the second one. This guy is really terrifying. He looks like he is only in his teens, but he has such terrifying fighting power at such a young age. To be honest, if the swordsman hadn't been doubting whether he could control Xiao Yun, he would really consider whether to include Xiao Yun in his adventure group. After all, it would be a pleasure to have such a powerful helper in the future. But when he thought that he could never control such a strong man, and that even after he joined, the right to speak in the adventure group might be transferred from him to Xiao Yun. So, I can only apologize. The swordsman got closer and closer, and gradually felt relieved and particularly gloomy when he saw the twitching and painful expression on Xiao Yun's face. Relieved because he was lamenting that this guy was also a human being. After all, everyone would get tired, and dealing with two poisonous salamanders was his limit. And gloomy because he was ready to take action, and even put one hand behind his waist, his palm tightly grasped the dagger on his waist. Hearing this guy approaching him slowly with a familiar look and stretching out his hand to help him, Xiao Yun couldn't help but look a little strange on his face. For some reason, seeing this guy approaching him without any fear, Xiao Yun felt like laughing. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even a poisonous snake with a pierced heart has the power of a final blow. This guy is not worried at all that he will bite back to make up for the loss. Obviously, from Xiao Yun's distorted expression, the swordsman thought that Xiao Yun was not only exhausted, but also seriously injured, and at the very least, he was seriously damaged. But what he didn't know was that Xiao Yun had such a ghostly expression because this potion was really bitter. Ordinary people may be used to the taste of potions, but they definitely can't remember the expression they had when they drank the potion for the first time, and they cursed in their hearts, "This damn thing is so unpalatable," that the grandma opened the door for the unpalatable, and it was unpalatable to its grandma's house. Of course, even if he remembered, he wouldn't think of it at this time. "Captain! Be careful!" Suddenly two voices rang out. The swordsman still had a smile on his face. Xiao Yun in front of him didn't make any moves, and he didn't worry that Xiao Yun would make any more waves. But then, before he bent down again to try to let Xiao Yun grab his hand so that he could take full control of the initiative, he felt something cold scratching his throat, and there was a little bit of burning feeling. "Goo goo ga!" The swordsman opened his mouth, and what he wanted to say was, "What are you arguing about? This little bastard is dead." On the one hand, he lamented that he was really inferior to others in skills, and that talent was really far behind. Others could get rid of two poisonous newts by themselves, but he had to rely on this method to get the reward of poisonous newts. On the other hand, he also wanted to show his leadership temperament in the face of danger. What danger could there be? At that time, he would just pull out the sword at his waist, block it with a crossbar, and kick it, and those two guards who looked like burned paper would be gone, right? Two dying things. What's so scary? Aren't they just incomplete guards? So what if they are complete? But he felt his body getting heavier and heavier. He kept mumbling, blood gushed out of his neck and entered his throat, and he felt suffocated. With a thump, he knelt on the ground, and the two incomplete black shadows dragged Xiao Yun away from the ground, in order to avoid being hit by the swordsman, and on the other hand, it was Xiao Yun's intention. Behind the swordsman, a black shadow holding a samurai sword completed the task and stood quietly in place. People who don't know these creatures may think that this guy is repenting for killing people, looking at the mistakes he made on the ground and repenting. But in fact, it just completed the task and waited for the next instruction. "Ah! You damn it! Over there!" The middle-aged female priest was mentally hit, and it was obvious that she couldn't understand the situation in front of her. The most familiar person was solved just like that? The same level 15 swordsman just disappeared like that? Where did that thing come from? What happened? The archer frowned, and the pale white hand holding the bow had some barely visible veins. The arrow began to aim at Xiao Yun in the distance. Just when the arrow was about to aim at Xiao Yun, and was still in the air next to Xiao Yun's head, she suddenly felt a head appear next to her face, from behind. There was also an icy knife on her neck, and the blade even pierced the skin of her neck, and she felt a little stinging. Before the arrow was aimed, she was held hostage, and she felt that if she dared to move again, her fate would be no different from that of the leader. Gulp! She swallowed her saliva, and with a glance, she found a middle-aged female priest lying on the ground with a cut on her neck. It was estimated that the priest wanted to avenge the swordsman, so she wanted to cast a spell against Xiao Yun. Seeing that there was no possibility of stopping it, the Black Shadow solved it. And it's not too late for me to stop now. I'm not a murderer. Xiao Yun climbed up from the ground and came over here with the help of the Black Shadow. The side of his head was just against the arrow, as if he was leaning on it. The two looked at each other. The young archer was obviously about to cry out of fear, with tears flashing in her eyes. Death was so close to her at this moment. Xiao Yun smiled, and was exaggeratedly flustered, as if he didn't know how to deal with her. Oh, don't cry, people will think I bullied you. This made her even more frightened in her eyes. Generally, perverts are like this. You can imagine how kind Xiao Yun's attitude is now, and how miserable she will die later. Help! The girl didn't dare to move. The hand that was about to pull the bowstring had completely lost its strength. She cried and said these two words with a sobbing voice. She didn't know what to do. She only knew that she should beg for mercy quickly. But after thinking it over in her head, the only two words she could shout out were help. She didn't want to die. She joined the adventure group because she was proud of herself and wanted to find something different. She was already a level 15 archer at a young age and mastered 3 bow skills. She was proud enough, but she didn't expect to fail today. Those who kill will be killed, you know. Xiao Yun's smile became even bigger. No, don't, she cried, still looking like she was about to shoot an arrow, not daring to move. Don't worry, I'm not a murderer, I will let you go. Xiao Yun turned around and summoned the black shadows. Dozens of black shadows appeared and began to try to carry the 2 poisonous nude corpses away. When the archer girl heard this, her eyes were filled with hope and gratitude, and even a little bit of luck. Great, she survived, she survived. Tu gu jia. Before the girl died, she only heard one sentence, but they kill, they won't let you go. Plop. After a muffled sound, the girl fell to the ground in a pool of blood. The black shadow left after looting the 3 people's belongings. Weapons and armor were not taken, and representative things were not dared to be taken, for fear of problems. 3 corpses are here, and it is unknown whether they will be corrupted into dry bones by the poisonous fog or become some kind of monster's excrement to nourish the flowers. Chapter 89 Top Talent. In the guild hall, Xiao Yun commanded a dozen black shadows to carry the poisonous newt to the door. The black shadow guarded the corpse of the poisonous newt at the door, and he walked into the guild hall silently. The corpse of the poisonous newt has been almost processed. Important materials such as blood are stored in wooden barrels and other things, and are stored in the black shadow space. This is the benefit Xiao Yun got from the adventure group. I didn't expect that they actually have magic props that can store items. The lowest level magic props only need to open a space slightly, then stabilize it, and use magic or a certain unlocking method to open it. However, this thing should be quite expensive. It was found on the archer, and Xiao Yun only dared to take the things inside, not the props themselves. Anyway, Xiao Yun does not need storage space. Until he walked into the guild hall, the people inside turned their heads involuntarily to check. This has become a routine. As long as someone comes, they will observe immediately. Observation can get a lot of information. Sometimes people who are good at observation can get rich overnight. Of course, the premise is that your observation can get important information. Xiao Yun is such a famous figure, and he is well known in the guild. Many people have heard that in the evening, he only relied on a red knife to scare these top existences in Erlin City so much that they dared not speak, and even retreated unscathed. Many of them were surrounded by people from some families once they appeared with top talents. Now many people have their names in these families. Of course, what they call top talents are ordinary intermediate talents, that is, talents that have the hope of changing jobs and can reach at least level 40. In the area of level 1 to 100, the monster forest is the highest level 20 and the lowest level 1. The Gada Desert is a powerful place with a minimum level of 20 in the outer area and 40 in the depths of the desert. This is why there are so many family mages and great mages here. It is conceivable that these adventurers with so-called top talents can only upgrade to a level of no more than 50, not to mention that most of the resources need to be collected by themselves, and the speed is not fast at all, and the speed of collection is limited by the adventure team. And now, the guy in front of them is a real top talent. Not only that, he even has powerful magic props, and may even be the legendary hero artifact. How can this not be exciting and jealous? You can watch the rise of a hero with your own eyes, and you can also watch your once proud skills gradually become dusty. Compared to him, I am a waste. Many people fell silent in their hearts when they saw Xiao Yun, and fell into a trough directly. Some people silently guessed in their hearts that if possible, they must win over Xiao Yun, at the very least, they should have some cooperation to gain some favor, and cling to his thighs, which would be beneficial. Sorry, hand in the task. Xiao Yun walked up and took out his necklace. There was a task marked with a magic mark on it, and the other party could know it by checking it. Okay, the lady at the counter also evaded some eyes. She had met many people, but now there might be a top-level strong man who would make the whole world crazy for him. 50 gold coins for a magic salamander. Have you completed the task? The lady at the counter looked up the information after checking, and then returned the necklace to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun is now the lowest level adventurer, and the necklace he uses is still wooden. Generally, he will use the inventory when upgrading. Necklaces of other materials, such as iron, copper, gold, jade, steel, gemstones, diamond, green agate, red agate, etc., depending on the level. Anyway, wood is the lowest level. And if you want to upgrade, you have to get task points. 10 points for wood to iron, 100 points for iron to copper, and so on, doubled each time. And the task points are calculated by the gold coins earned. 1 gold coin counts as 1 task point. Please come with me to have a look. The counter lady hurriedly got up and walked out of the counter and walked out of the door. It was not until I got to the door that I saw the 2 dead bodies of the poisonous salamanders that were already surrounded by flies. And the black shadows also dissipated in an instant, as if they could not hold on. Several black shadows had broken holes on their bodies, partly because they could not withstand the erosion of the poisonous fog, and they were damaged a lot during the time they were carried back. Anyway, they were all for people to see, proving that they were indeed very weak. Oh my god! 2. The counter lady checked from a distance and confirmed that the task was completed. The mission required the body of the poisonous salamander to be intact. She confirmed that there was no blood, so a lot of mission points and bounties would be reduced. Are you looking for blood? I'll put it here. Xiao Yun took out the wooden basins that were originally stacked together from the shadow space and placed them on the ground. Perhaps the force was too great, causing the wooden basins to accidentally vibrate when they were placed on the ground, and the green blood inside began to shake, and even a few drops of blood swayed out of the basin and dripped onto the ground. Psitsizi. In an instant, several holes were corroded on the stone slabs in the city, and even a sour smell rushed straight to the head. The mission is completed, please come with me to register, and I'm troubled Mr. Lang N here. The young lady nodded and waited for Xiao Yun to put all the blood on the ground before rushing into the guild. But this scene had a different charm in the eyes of the spies in the city. This kid has a magic prop for storage? Moreover, such a large number of items are obviously not low-level storage items. Many people did not even sense the magic fluctuations. This guy has an unknown origin, which is worth thinking about. Many families have investigated Xiao Yun's background, but nothing was found. Only people remembered that he first appeared in the monster forest, but no other news was heard. There was even an incident in the city where apprentices from the academy were massacred. It was said that it was because the students were infected with magic curses and were contagious, so they were directly solved. And Flaming of the Flaming family was finally saved after rescue, and only his legs were cut off during rescue in the Gada desert. These things seem to be unrelated, so no one cares. As for Xiao Yun, he got a reward of 100 gold coins and stood up silently. He had not walked around the city yet. Today he happened to be free, so he had to take a good walk. It must be said that although Erlin City is a war fortress and a small city closest to the edge of the world center, its trade and business activities are also very good. The people coming and going around, the goods and other things are all things that Xiao Yun has never seen before, but he can tell what they are. Most of them are very common. The main reason he came here is to try his luck and see if he has good luck to encounter something good. It is said that there are many unearthed magic props in Erlin City. It is said that most of these magic props are obtained from the extermination of monsters or underground ruins. Chapter 90. Just consider it a loss. But in fact, most of the things here flowed out from the capital, and they are all unknown items that have been determined to have no records and information. Of course, there is no curse or seal. If there is, it must have been sealed and collected by the magic envoys of the capital. They are not stupid enough to really release some things that cause damage and loss. Even so, there is still a lot to see here. Even if you want to try your luck, you can come and see it. Xiao Yun walked in this place that looked like an antique street, looking around. There were stalls everywhere, and many people came and went, but no one would really squat down to ask, because these things were obviously some of the lowest level antiques, most of which were incomplete, and there were even some ordinary fake things without any magic fluctuations mixed in to make up the numbers. Xiao Yun walked around a few times, and did not find any reaction under the perception of the black shadow power. It may be that this place is different from before. The things here are either sealed or have a year. It is really impossible to tell what is there. But Xiao Yun has knowledge in his head, and he can know the information of many things at a glance. Ancient relics, used for sacrifice. Clothing fragments, judging from the texture, they should also be from the ancient country. Fake ancient martial arts, most likely 10 years ago, buried in the soil for a long time, and almost completely corrupted. Ancient beast armor, a kind used to record information. Suddenly, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up. One feature here is that the kingdom has a strong cultural atmosphere, and many people have accents, which can be seen from the narration and transformation of the shadow dot from the correction. Xiao Yun found that even if the 5 magic kingdoms stored a lot of information, they would never study the information of the other ancient country. And this gave him a good opportunity. A piece of beast armor looks no different from oracle bone inscriptions, and even the lines on it look like a child accidentally smashed it. In fact, most of the ancient countries recorded things using the bones of monsters, and the place of recording was not the surface, but the fracture. Even the real inner layer of the bones, not the surface. Use the penetrating magic power to penetrate the bones, continuously cultivate the necessary information inside, and then record it. After that, you only need to use magic to detect it, but detection is detection, and when the magic breath penetrates it, you have to know the other party's secret language and other things, otherwise it will look like Xiao Yun now, only feeling that there are densely packed holes inside, as if it was eaten by insects. How can there be any rules? In fact, the layers are clear, and the bones with a difference of a few millimeters can be seen separately. After all, there are thousands of millimeters in 1 meter, and it is not impossible to be lower than a millimeter. It is small, but it is also a layer. The moment he saw this thing, Xiao Yun made a decision and went directly to the stall. He looked at the ancient sword with a look of surprise, but he was still afraid that others would see it. He was really happy, but his eyes were on this fake ancient sword, and his eyes did not wander. Oh! Brother, you know the goods. This thing was reclaimed from the ancient ruins by the kingdom, and it was even consecrated by the court master. Special. The other stall owner took a look. Hey! This kid has sharp eyes. He saw the fake at a glance. I have to say that he really has a good eye. He admires such people the most. So, while he was explaining diligently, the smile on Xiao Yun's face became a little thicker. Alas, he was a little sad and carefully took out a gold coin from the bag on his waist, bit his lip, and put it down with difficulty. He sighed, shook his head, put down the sword and planned to leave. Hey! Don't worry, little brother. Although this thing is hanging for 10 gold coins, it just opened today, just treat it as a friendly price and give you a 10% discount. Okay? You and I have a good impression of each other, and I, your brother, will suffer a little loss, just treat it as a gift to you. The other party also looked distressed, and even rushed over to grab Xiao Yun directly while stepping on many antiques, not caring at all whether he would break anything. Xiao Yun's eyes widened when he heard it. The bone just now was stepped on without any change. Sure enough, it was either the bone of a high-level monster, or some kind of artificial material, just like a bone. Sure enough, it had to be taken, but what method should be used? Now it is clear that the stall owner is suffering a loss, and I can't be stupid enough to show that I want that piece of bone, right? The stall owner is the one who compromises, but he will definitely raise the price. That's right. The stall owners around him all tried to hold back their laughter. There were too many people who were cheated, and they were no exception. There were inevitably some things picked up from the roadside or deliberately forged on their stalls, but they would not go to smash other people's places. Instead, after Xiao Yun paid the money and delivered the goods, they would laugh and mock this kid for not knowing the business. They were all waiting to see the joke. The stall owner also stared at Xiao Yun with a wronged look, as if he was worried that the duck that he had finally caught would run away. This okay? Xiao Yun also thought deeply and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. This is a good start, isn't it? Make plans before you act. At least the first step is right now. It depends on how you act later. Until the gold coin slowly fell into the stall owner's hand, Xiao Yun also bent down and picked up the ancient sword that the stall owner had hurriedly kicked away with his foot. Puff! Ha 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 ha! Boy, you've been fooled, this thing is fake. When the stall owners saw that the goods had been delivered and the money had been paid, they all started laughing. Xiao Yun also stood there staring blankly at the sword in his hand, his eyes wandering around the stall owner. Hey! Sorry, I don't accept returns. One hand pays and the other hand delivers. The transaction is voluntary. You are willing to buy it. I didn't force you. There are street managers here. They may prove that I am not wrong. When the stall owner saw that Xiao Yun wanted to go back on his word, he immediately put away the gold coin and even took off a tiger skin, pointing at the senior mage sitting cross-legged in the sky in the distance. It was obvious that making trouble here would not work. He did not steal or rob. You. Why are you like this? Damn it! Xiao Yun's face was flushed red, as if he was full of youthful vigor. He stood there and stomped his feet in anger. Then he swept his eyes around and rushed to the stall in a hurry. The stall owner did not stop him and quietly watched what Xiao Yun wanted to do. Xiao Yun just searched for a while, and then saw the bone, muttering for a while, this thing must be a good thing if it sells for 10 gold coins. Just consider it as compensation for me. Xiao Yun put it in the bag around his waist angrily. The stall owner tried hard not to laugh out loud. This thing was just a piece of bone picked up from the roadside, I wonder whose dog gnawed it. This guy's vision is really unique. I have to say it's really strong, he can take a fancy to any garbage. Okay, just consider it as my loss. Alas, the stall owner tried hard to hold back his smile, and even thought about how to spend this gold coin in the future. If he doesn't open for half a year, he can make a living for half a year after opening. Chapter 91, 100,000 yuan in a hand. Seeing Xiao Yun was about to leave, the stall owners couldn't help but sigh. They really didn't know what to say. The things here are all scams. Everyone knows that people who come here to shop are just to relax and warn themselves. Those who really come to buy things are either fools or idiots. Obviously this guy has scammed someone. I have to say that many people are extremely envious. It would be great if a fool came to scam them. Wait. Suddenly a cry came. Then a girl slowly ran over and pressed Xiao Yun's shoulder. Xiao Yun's face darkened when he heard this, and he turned his head to look at the girl behind him. The girl was wearing a brocade robe with many patterns on it, but apart from these things, there were no other features, but it could be seen that this guy was of extraordinary status. Just now I saw you being cheated by them, so I want to help you. I can buy the things you just bought. No need, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Xiao Yun pushed her hand away directly, stood up, and planned to leave. The girl stood there blankly, frowning, biting her lips as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly said, I'll give you 10 gold coins. Suddenly, the faces of the stall owners present all darkened. Good guy. The fat sheep appeared. Girl, come and have a look. The things here are not bad. There are many things. They are not worse than those over there. What's theirs? Didn't you see that this guy just came out from my place? A group of stall owners began to talk at once. They usually wouldn't mess with other people's places, but they never stopped blackmailing others when it came to soliciting customers. So they started arguing, and the whole market became noisy. But Xiao Yun didn't stop when he heard it, but just stood up quietly and planned to leave. He couldn't stay for long. This woman's identity was extraordinary. It was obvious that she knew what was on the oracle bone. Xiao Yun interpreted it himself. It was probably an information record of an ancient country. The thing recorded on it was a bill. And this bill seemed to record not only property, but also some secrets. What else is usually stored in the warehouse besides property? Nothing more than important things, and one of them is sealed. It records a series of information such as style and sealing location in detail. It is simply a treasure map. When it was collected and what it is used for are clearly written. This thing is not less than 10 gold coins at all. I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. Buy it. The girl frowned, with a gnashing expression on her face, and even clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. She must know what that thing is. She stood aside and looked at it for a while and found that it was naturally a misunderstanding, so she couldn't sit still and wanted to buy it at the lowest price to reduce her losses. But she didn't expect the other party to refuse. As a result, after raising the price, she found that this guy didn't take the oracle bone accidentally, but deliberately. Maybe this kid also knows the benefits of the bone. I say, the value of this sword is not only 10,000 gold coins, right? I see that what is written on it is not less than 10,000? And there seems to be something special on it. Xiao Yun suddenly got it. Since this extraordinary girl in front of him wants this thing, it means that she knows what is recorded on it, and even knows how to interpret it. Then, just 10,000 gold coins is too low. Oh my god, the seller was stunned. What's going on? This guy hired an actor to play himself? Isn't that just a scam? As for spending so much money to scam people? Even if the gold coins were given to him by himself, the stall owner still felt it was unreal. How did this guy get 10,000 gold coins after just one sale? He only sold one gold coin. If he regretted it, would this guy take the gold coins and leave? The picture in the stall owner's mind was that Xiao Yun and this woman teamed up to deceive him, and wanted to take the gold coins back when he regretted it, and then he ran away. Yes. It must be like this. The stall owner was determined not to be fooled. This kid's trick had nowhere to go. Let the conspiracy be exposed. Unfortunately, this was true. The girl really wanted to buy the oracle bones, not the sword that Xiao Yun said. 100,000. 100,000 at most. I don't have any more. The girl finally insisted on 100,000. If Xiao Yun didn't want it, she didn't know what means she would use. Okay, deal. I'll sell you this sword, and I'll give you an oracle bone as well. Xiao Yun held out his hand, looking like he was waiting for her to pay. No. No, I want, the girl said hurriedly, but when Xiao after Yun finished speaking, she closed her mouth again. She hesitated for a moment and handed over a storage bracelet. Xiao Yun took it and saw that it was full of gold coins, piled up one after another, which was really dazzling. It was just like the game coins in the arcade, but there were much more than the game coins. Xiao Yun took it to the shadow space without saying a word, then returned the bracelet to the girl and took out the animal bones and sword from his pocket. We can still. The girl was a little anxious when she saw Xiao Yun returning the bracelet to her, and blurted out subconsciously, but when Xiao Yun put the animal bones and sword in her hands and turned to leave, her magic breath probed into the bracelet and she was stunned. Such a huge amount of gold coins, just gone? Just gone? Standing there blankly, not knowing what to do. The things were taken, what should I do next? She was thinking, and Xiao Yun ran away with the money. The stall owner, who saw through everything, just smiled and said nothing. Want to cheat him of one gold coin? Young man, the old ones are still the best. If he knew that he missed 100,000 gold coins, he would probably be so angry that he would eat all the things on these stalls. In front of the hotel, Xiao Yun came here through the streets of the city. Today was tiring enough. Now it was almost evening, so he had to go to rest quickly. But after walking a few steps, Xiao Yun saw the boy in leather armor standing at the door of the hotel. The boy stood there and walked back and forth anxiously, looking around from time to time, and finally his eyes were locked on Xiao Yun. Great! You are finally here. The other party looked very excited. Xiao Yun didn't know what his name was, but stared at him with a puzzled look. Are you going to do the mission? Let's talk about cooperation later. I'm a little tired today, let's talk about it tomorrow. In fact, it's good to team up with others, because the level of this boy is iron, which means that he has performed many missions and has a lot of experience points. It won't happen like what happened to me before, where I didn't even find 2 poisonous newts. No, Sally was taken away. The boy looked lonely and lost. Xiao Yun's first thought when he heard this was that the girl he had tricked before came to claim his life. Chapter 92, Black Shadow Night Attack. They asked me to take you to the family to talk. You ran too fast last time. The boy just repeated this sentence. Hearing this, Xiao Yun understood even if he didn't understand it anymore. Good guy, blocking me in front of the hotel, and saying that the last time, the only time, was when I tested my qualifications outside the guild, and the reason why these guys came to me was probably because they saw my qualifications. It's too embarrassing to use this method, right? Do you have a map? Show me and point out where it is. Xiao Yun's words made the boy very excited, and he almost cried. Sure enough, the benefactor is a good person. So under Xiao Yun's command, the boy took out the map, and then determined the location of the other party's family in the city based on the boy's description. Okay, then I'll go to rest first, she should be back tomorrow. Xiao Yun patted his shoulder and got up and walked into the hotel. The boy was still staring at the map in his hand. He didn't understand. He thought Xiao Yun would make a plan with him to save Sally, but now he just went back to sleep. The boy felt a little lonely. Yes, they just met by chance, and he still owed his benefactor a life-saving grace. Now it might be time to return his life. The boy didn't complain. He could only blame himself for not being optimistic about Sally and not having the strength. But he wouldn't give up. He would rescue Sally. Tonight. Xiao Yun returned to the hotel, lay on the bed, and summoned some black shadows to keep watch. Since returning from the market, he has completely restored the black shadow power in his body. Even if his strength is still low, it is enough to do some simple things. Some black shadows keep watch, while others silently separate a part of them and rush to the place the boy pointed to him before. The shadows are lurking and surging forward in the dark night. Not to mention the night, even if you see it in the daytime, you may not be able to find it. In this way, the black shadow went straight all the way. The whole night was Xiao Yun's home field, and his distance and strength were greatly improved. As the black shadow he controlled could share the field of vision, it could almost be considered that he was moving forward on the ground and rushing over there. There were dozens of black shadows following behind him. It didn't take a while to arrive at the other party's manor. It might not be so spectacular from the map, but it was still surprising to see it from the front now. Xiao Yun didn't know how big this city was, but it looked really small from the map. But now that he saw this spreading out and couldn't see the edge of the land, he realized that it was not the map that was small, but the world was too big. A manor gate is similar to a city gate, and the magic barrier can be felt on the periphery. Commanding the shadows to pass through the barrier, there is no intention of being blocked. They are shadows themselves, and they do not have magic attributes in their bodies. Although they can be sensed by this world, the power between them is definitely not at the same level. The shadows poured directly into it. Alarm! Alarm! Someone broke in. Suddenly the crows in the sky began to scream. If there is any magical beast that is most sensitive to magic fluctuations, it may be the black crows standing on the iron railings. As soon as these crows felt the magic fluctuations of the manor, they screamed directly. Hearing the sound, dozens of guards ran over immediately. Most of them were intermediate magic apprentices, and the magic fluctuations on their bodies were even higher than anyone Xiao Yun had seen. There are no such strong people in the adventure group. Almost everyone is a level 15 existence, 3 skills, or magic. This strength, wow! I have to say that the family is amazing. Xiao Yun quietly hid at the railings in the corner with the shadows. It looked like an ordinary shadow of the railings, nothing special, and it would change when the light shone on it. Tisk, we've been fooled again. Are these bastards trying to make fun of us? The guards all turned their eyes to the crows standing on the railings. Although they were cursing, they knew that this was impossible. The magic fluctuations just now did sound. After searching around and finding no one, the guards hurriedly reported it and strengthened the guards around. Xiao Yun also sighed and began to move in front of them. This family is also a famous family in Erlin City. Unlike the leading family like Fran, they are a real local family, while the Fran family is a famous family in the capital. The Fran family here is just a small branch that has been split off. After breaking into the warehouse, Xiao Yun gave instructions to cause damage here to attract attention and take the opportunity to collect some useful things. By the way, he had to leave a note, which was all borrowed. Facing the host who invited him to be a guest, Xiao Yun must be polite. He was also very enthusiastic and polite. So, until he arrived at the warehouse, Xiao Yun was not stingy at all. A dozen black shadows began to rob the warehouse together. Facing the other party's tyranny and unquestionable, Xiao Yun also adopted his own method. Since the other party invited him to be a guest, he was not uninvited. Other black shadows began to destroy other things in the manor. The horses in the stable were released, and various problems occurred, such as glass being smashed or candles being inexplicably lit. A series of weird operations scared everyone in the manor half to death. The guards guarding the door of the warehouse did not find any problems. They did not feel that anyone had entered the warehouse. Until dawn, the Yisai family was in a state of panic, not to mention inviting Xiao Yun to be their guest. After searching the warehouse, they found that everything was gone. The only thing left was a letter, which read, "Thank you for your invitation. I am very happy on this trip. I hope that you, the hospitable host, can invite me to your house more often. Signed, Black Magician, Xiao." It is said that the head of the family released the girl on the spot and reissued the invitation letter. Of course, this time many family elders were sent to wait in front of the hotel for a day and a night, and Xiao Yun just stayed in the hotel. Finally, on the second day, the elders of the Yisai family saw Xiao Yun coming out. "My lord! Please, forgive us. We were wrong. We were really wrong." He presented the invitation letter with both hands, regardless of what the people around him thought. These families had agreed with each other before that they would definitely curry favor with Xiao Yun, but the methods of currying favor would definitely be different, but most of them relied on their own means. This silent agreement made everyone compete secretly. Now the Yi's family is almost on the verge of death. They can be saved, but they are half dead. Now many people on the street have seen the once powerful Yi's family, now kneeling on the ground begging, without any face. What happened? Everyone guessed that the Yi's family was robbed last night. The Yi's family should have been even more angry, but because of the agreement, they couldn't act recklessly. In addition, they really couldn't be sure whether Xiao Yun did it alone, so he quietly sneaked into their family and robbed it. Chapter 93 God of Black Magic. The people of the Yi's family didn't dare to say no. They didn't notice this method of sneaking in quietly. Just kidding, let alone using magic aura detection, even if you detect it in person, you may not be able to feel it. The gap between the two is too big. According to the usual possibility, the Yi's family may have sent assassins to deal with this guy who dared to go against them and didn't know whether he would live or die. In fact, they also wanted that how to do it, but the problem is that now these old guys in Erlin City are all keeping a close eye on it. Once there is any problem, a group of people will unite to resist it immediately. It's not easy to have a top-level talent. Although it seems difficult to get along with, everyone is waiting here. If someone makes trouble, they will have something to watch. On the one hand, they all look like they can't wait to win over Xiao Yun, but everyone knows that they failed to win him over last time, and the fighting power shown by the other party is no longer something they can touch. Whoever touches him now is looking for death. On the surface, it is said that they will invite this genius to become a distinguished guest in their family and join their family. Everyone can invite him based on his ability, but if anyone does not follow the rules, don't blame them for being ruthless. That being said, I believe that the people of these families in Erlin City will be happy to see them take action immediately, and then fight to the death with Xiao Yun. They will also be happy to go to the Yi's family's house to visit for a good time. Otherwise, relying on a verbal agreement, these families have fought a lot in the past 100 years, and they have been more fierce than each other in the process of fighting. There have been many alliances and betrayals after the alliance. Who will abide by this verbal agreement? Now, a group of people are waiting outside the hotel. Those who received the news laughed. The Yi's family really set a good example. Fortunately, these families have been patient or did not take action a step later, otherwise they would not know how they died. If Xiao Yun disappeared like this, they would be happy to rob the Yi's family. Of course, Xiao Yun also made a very wise decision to return the treasure. Almost several carts of treasures were pushed out of the hotel. A small number of things packed with bracelets may have been ignored, but the carts of treasures and materials were really mouth-watering. If there was no trace of rationality, the surrounding adventurers and spies in the family might have rushed up directly. Until everything was emptied, the people of the Yi's family also left one after another. Xiao Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was afraid that these people would disregard the rules and fight him. If he lost his life by accident, Xiao Yun would have no place to complain. Kinja hadn't been found yet. She was his only reason to live. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the hotel room was knocked. Xiao Yun felt a headache for no reason. He stood up and went forward to open the door. "Hey, I heard that you came from the Is family." The voice of the girl in gorgeous clothes stopped abruptly, staring at Xiao Yun with a surprised face. "Why is it you again?" "Hey, you are not a stalker, are you? I have already paid you, but you are reluctant to give up 100,000 gold coins." Xiao Yun was also very surprised. If he hadn't checked the surroundings and there was really no one following him, he might have thought that she was chasing him to make him pay back the money, and wanted to take the things away after taking the money. Of course not. How could I not keep my word? The girl hastily denied it, staring at Xiao Yun with a surprised look on her face. "So you are the black magician with superb talent." She also came here following the sound. She heard that there was a man who looted the treasure house of the Is family living here in the city, so she came here. Unexpectedly, this guy was the one who robbed her oracle bones before. And Xiao Yun didn't expect that she would come here to be slaughtered not long after she left. I really don't know whether it is fate or destiny. Okay, this time I want 200,000 gold coins. Xiao Yun said in an undeniable tone. It was obvious that there was no room for negotiation, and the girl was embarrassed. To be honest, she was rich, but Xiao Yun looked like he had taken advantage of her, which made her feel very unhappy for no reason. Moreover, she had to be alert to whether this guy had any ulterior motives after falling into his hands again and again. She thought about the oracle bones and felt that Xiao Yun knew the origin and use of this thing, so she was a little nervous. Would her affairs be discovered? And now she met Xiao Yun again. She had to say that she was completely convinced that Xiao Yun was here to make trouble. Xiao Yun didn't want to waste time. Last time, she was obviously anxious. Indeed, she knew how much the thing was worth, so she bit a big bite. Xiao Yun also felt a headache when she came to her door again. To be honest, he didn't expect that this girl would come to his door after he robbed the Yi's family. There are indeed many recorded things in the Yi's family's treasure house. The information that Xiao Yun had interpreted before told him that these treasures are related to the destroyed ancient country, and the things involved are related to black magic, which seems to be things from the era of black magic. So Xiao Yun didn't dare to take it, and didn't even dare to say much, and directly returned the things. Now he is weak, and he dare not fight with these local snake families. Who knows what will happen next moment? So he had no choice but to give in and return the things, otherwise he would be considered to be related to the age of black magic. He doesn't have to live. How dark the black magic era was in the past. Those who have experienced it in this world don't need to think about it. Once it is mentioned, there will be the most obvious physical reaction. It is not just fear, it is the instinct imprinted in the body. Disgust, helplessness, and despair from the deepest part of the soul. Xiao Yun himself can sense this kind of horrible thing, so he dare not touch it. Okay, if you can't afford it, then goodbye. Xiao Yun also decisively stood up and closed the door. I'll give it. But who knows that the other party just gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, looking at Xiao Yun seriously, and even used his hand to hold the door to prevent it from closing. But now she seemed to want to say something. Pop! The door closed directly, and she was pushed out far away. Looking at the closed door in front of her in disbelief, her eyes were full of anger. This guy. It's so hateful. Is there such a way to make people be turned away? It's so annoying, not leaving any face at all. But she was determined to buy the sealed artifact recorded on the oracle from this guy, because only in this way could the seal of the god of black magic, Guna, be lifted. But she didn't know how to get the money. Forget it, let's take a look first. Kinja touched the deception mask on her face, feeling uncomfortable all over. Xiao Yun sneaked into the Black Shadow army and wandered around the streets. It was not convenient for him to go out. Most people remembered the appearance of the Black Shadows, so Xiao Yun asked them to change their clothes. With the help of the dark power, it was not difficult. So, a pale man wearing the most ordinary cloth was no different from an ordinary person. But the place he walked was particularly dangerous. Chapter 94 Alley Slums. It's hard to say on the surface, there is peace everywhere here, but if you walk into those alleys, tut tut tut. People would occasionally pop their heads out of the dark door to check on the new guest who suddenly appeared. Many people were trying to decide whether to slaughter this fat sheep. But there was a problem. The first bird to stick its head out would be shot. If someone accidentally touched something that shouldn't be touched, it would not be as simple as kicking a plate. It would be okay if the foot was broken, but I was afraid that the person would also be broken. Let's wait and see. Even if someone really took the lead, I can only blame my poor eyesight. In the dim streets, there was sewage and pungent smells everywhere. Unlike the prosperity and peace on the surface, this was the inner side of the outer periphery of the city, not the inner layer. If it was the inner layer, it might be 1,000 times or 100 times better than here. It was like entering a wolf's den, and I could feel the gazes everywhere. Xiao Yun felt a chill while clinging to the Black Shadow. The most terrifying thing about this kind of place is not being stared at, but not knowing when someone will stop you. Although Xiao Yun himself is not afraid, he is still a little scared. Generally, there are many scary guys hidden in such places. They are either well-known or powerful, and they inevitably carry a few things on their bodies. Damn it, it's a waste if I don't eat it, I'm going to do it. Suddenly, a figure came forward to stop Xiao Yun, and the body like a small mountain stood in front of him. In an instant, the originally dim environment around him became even darker. He stood in front of Xiao Yun and spread his hands and threatened fiercely, "Boy, hand over the things." Hearing this, Xiao Yun raised his head and looked directly at the other party. The other party also stared at him fiercely, not willing to be outdone at all, but even clenched his fists and wanted to fight. Xiao Yun's shadow at this moment looked dry and thin, and was simply not on the same level as the big man in front of him. "What is it?" Xiao Yun's hoarse voice came. Although the black shadows can speak and have their own consciousness, they are not very skilled, so their voices are naturally hoarse. Hearing the sound like a cat's claw scratching glass, the big man frowned and punched over, "Money. Hand over the money. And your voice is so fucking ugly." With a rolling wind, the fist stabbed directly at the stomach. It can be imagined that if this punch hits, it will probably make the stomach churn. Xiao Yun's figure flashed. He wanted to talk more, but this guy just started to attack. Xiao Yun came here originally to find Kinja's whereabouts, but he probably didn't expect that he couldn't recognize Kinja when he saw her in person, let alone looking for her. Now the people in the whole alley gathered here, all staring at Xiao Yun and the big man. Once Xiao Yun showed cowardice and lack of fighting power, even if he defeated the big man, he would be rushed up by other wolf-like guys to interrogate or exploit. This is the rule in the alley: the hard ones hide, the soft ones bully. But obviously, these people miscalculated. They thought that the little guy would be hit on the ground and curl up in a ball, but they didn't expect that this guy would directly catch the fist that hit him, and the price he paid was just sliding back a step. It's cruel. The big man's face twitched twice, and the naked eyes of those present were looking at his face. If he could take this guy down, he would be embarrassed to his grandmother's house sooner or later. "Take another punch from me." After making up his mind, the big man pulled out his hand fiercely, raised it high, gathered strength, and punched, as if he really took Xiao Yun as a target. Xiao Yun didn't want to get rid of this guy so quickly, and even wanted to ask where to go to investigate intelligence, but in the end this guy was merciless, so he couldn't fall behind. His figure flashed, and no one present could see it clearly, and it felt like it disappeared out of thin air, and then a ghostly figure appeared behind the big man, and his palm was like a hand knife, gently scratching the big man's neck. Puff! In an instant, blood flowed like a column, and Xiao Yun didn't care anymore, just silently walked deeper into the box. This guy clearly wanted to kill him, so he didn't show mercy either. He had the intention to harm others, of course, it was just for self-protection. He didn't have the ability to actively harm others. Those who were watching in the dark could only tremble as Xiao Yun left. Many people even dared not to look at him again. Once this guy noticed them, he might end up like the big man who was twitching on the ground with his hands covering his neck like a dead dog. This guy did it without any hesitation. Most people also saw that this guy was not here to kill people, otherwise the big man would have been gone in one encounter. But they were also curious, why did such a powerful person come here? At the same time, Kinja returned to her hotel, which was a shabby hotel. Completely different from the luxurious clothes she was wearing, there was a musty smell everywhere, and it was also in the alleys of the slums. And she also heard the sudden agitation at this time, and immediately went to the windowsill curiously to check, and then saw the scene of the black shadow knocking down the big man with one move and killing him directly. So strong and inexplicably familiar, is he also a black magician? Kinja stared at the receding back and fell into deep thought, her heart throbbing. After thinking for a while, she slowly stepped out of the windowsill, her figure as light and agile as a cunning black cat, jumping back and forth on the top of the house. On Xiao Yun's side, the further you go in, the stronger the people you see. And the people here are smarter, because they won't foolishly find trouble with one person. The combat power of those who can pass the periphery is not simple. Even if these people are not weak in combat power, they will not foolishly rush up to make enemies with him. Who knows whether the other party is stronger or weaker than themselves? Still being watched. But Xiao Yun stopped and looked around. I need information, I want to find someone, 100,000 gold coins. Money has never been an important thing to him. The only person he wants to find now is Kinja. He was worried about whether she would be in danger, and even worried that she would not have enough food or clothes, or even a place to live. Most importantly, after the process of crossing to this world, there were too many things in his head, and he was worried that Kinja would be washed into a fool by those memories. 100,000 gold coins? Why not go to the official of the kingdom? Aren't they more reliable? Someone sneered. Often the more money you have, the more danger you will face. They will not be stupid enough to give up their lives, so most of them are still waiting for Xiao Yun to explain the conditions and purpose of the task. It's just an ordinary girl. I'll take 100,000 gold coins in exchange for her whereabouts. Xiao Yun was not in a hurry at all. Once someone accepted the task, he would immediately return to his body and let the black shadow follow the other party, or even merge into the other party's body. He was not worried that his power was not enough to maintain the black shadow, because the shadow was endless and could be stored in the other party's shadow. Chapter 95 Playing Hard to Get. Unexpectedly, no one present was willing to accept the task. Instead, they exchanged glances, as if they had some other plans, and looked at Xiao Yun with a smile on their faces. Of course, they knew that Xiao Yun would not keep the money on him, but if they caught Xiao Yun, this would not be the case. Even if they could not get the money, they would know where the money was. So many of the guys who were originally sitting and watching turned their eyes to him, and even walked forward to surround Xiao Yun's retreat and cut off his way in, leaving him no chance to retreat or attack. No more to talk about. Xiao Yun's hoarse voice came. He was not worried about being surrounded by others. He could turn into a black shadow and return to his body at any time. He came here just to find a possibility. He had asked the people of the Yi's family to help draw a picture of Kinja's appearance, and he was not worried that the other party would catch Kinja to threaten him. Many people were lurking by a black shadow, and they would report immediately once they received the news. In this way, the group of people got closer and closer. Kinja, who was far away, also frowned, and obviously had to give up on this guy. She originally planned to follow and check who this guy who made her feel familiar at that moment was, what was his relationship with her, and whether he was also from the dark ancient country. Survivor. But strangely, after she followed, she felt that she had no chance. This guy was surrounded, and the end was either being surrounded or being beaten. She didn't want to be the first one to stand out. But just when she was about to leave, the fluctuations on the black shadow made her feel very familiar. If she didn't have a deception mask on her face, maybe the other party could also feel the magic fluctuations on her body and then contact her. Unfortunately, just as she was sighing inwardly, the black shadow over there suddenly disappeared. No, it didn't disappear, but turned into a pool of shadows and suddenly soared in a certain direction. The speed was so fast that even she herself was a little inferior, but her eyes were always locked, and Kinja even followed it unconsciously to try to stop the black shadow. The speed of the black shadow soared rapidly, and Kinja could only barely keep up with its speed at the extreme speed. It didn't stop until she ran a long distance after chasing the black shadow, and then she found that she was in front of the hotel again. There was an inexplicable feeling in her heart that someone living in the hotel must be the guy she was looking for. She had to say that she had a headache and felt panic and anger. Why is it him again? It feels like he deliberately led her here. Is he plotting against me? 200,000, where can I find 200,000? Damn it! Although she said it in her heart, she still had no choice but to walk into the hotel silently. At this moment, Xiao Yun was sorting out the information just now in the hotel room. It must not work in the alley, and the officials in the open did not dare to look for it, for fear that a family in Erlin City would have evil thoughts and take action directly. Xiao Yun cast a shadow on the Yi's family. There was no need to be afraid of news, but to be afraid of other families making trouble. Knock, knock. There was a violent knock on the door, and Xiao Yun finally recognized that it was the girl again with the help of the shadow. Xiao Yun walked up reluctantly and opened the door. Seeing that the other party was also reluctant and even hateful, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. What's wrong? I don't have money, but you deliberately led me here, I guess you have something to talk about. Kinja hesitated. She didn't worry that the other party was her enemy. The clothes and mask on her body could hide her breath and all the details, and even the most familiar people couldn't recognize her. In fact, even if she was Xiao Yun's wife, Xiao Yun couldn't recognize her. Hey, this excuse you found is too low quality, right? If you want to find an excuse to bargain, just say it directly. Anyway, I don't have a second price here, 200,000. Xiao Yun stared at her coldly with a paralyzed face. I really don't. Kinja looked embarrassed and stood there hesitant. Although she was still thinking in her heart that this guy must have led me here to tell me something, and now he is just pretending to be mysterious. Then goodbye. Xiao Yun closed the door directly. Pa! The wind from the door blew her hair a little, and she was a little dazed. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing? It must be a game of playing hard to get. Yes, it must be. Kinja simply leaned against the door and hugged her knees stupidly and waited against the door. Xiao Yun could also sense her behavior, with a helpless look on his face, and he didn't intend to care. He only cared about his wife, and other women would only affect his sword. In this way, a day and a night passed, and Xiao Yun tried every means to find Kinja. Kinja at the door also covered her hungry stomach with a face full of grievances. Several times she wanted to sell the mask on her face and the clothes on her body for money. Selling for 200,000 is absolutely no problem, even 300,000 or 400,000 is also possible, but she would be exposed to the public. Once someone recognized her, she would be hunted by a group of people. Click. The door opened, and Kinja fell back against the door. She was so hungry that she didn't have much strength left, until she fell to the ground, staring at the guy who was looking at her coldly from above. It was hard to imagine that this guy had no sympathy for women. Was she looking bad in the mask now? Was he not moved at all? It was so hateful. Wouldn't this guy like men? Or didn't he like people? Tisk tisk tisk, it was very likely. In her teasing and malicious eyes, Xiao Yun said helplessly, "Do you have any way to help me find someone? If you can, I will cooperate with you." Hearing this, Kinja finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy if this guy gave in. Finding someone? Although it was a little difficult, it was not completely difficult. There was always a way. Okay. Kinja stood up with her very weak body, but she was so weak that she just twisted on the ground. Xiao Yun didn't help her, but let the black shadow help her up. The room was neat and tidy. Xiao Yun was not worried that no one would clean it. The black shadow would do it, and so would the hotel staff. Gu Kinja sat on the chair on the table, she was lying there in a daze. The sound of her stomach growling made her want to disappear on the spot. Alas, Xiao Yun pressed the magic prop in the room. A bell rang, and at the moment it rang, a thing that looked like a microphone appeared in the hotel, like a cup. Xiao Yun picked up the cup. "Prepare more food, for 2 people, the best." "Understood." The other side replied, and the magic microphone disappeared. Xiao Yun also came to the chair opposite her and sat down. The two of them sat at the table like they were going to negotiate. Kinja didn't bother to pay attention to him. She felt inexplicably angry. This guy was too irritating. After all, she was also a princess of an ancient country. Even if this ancient country had been destroyed, she was also a princess with the blood of the ancient country. When had she been treated like this? Chapter 96. She is my wife. After a while, the food was served. She rubbed her hands in anticipation, but she could not see any emotional fluctuations in Xiao Yun's eyes, so she could only put down the fork and avoid his eyes. "Eat." Xiao Yun did not say much, just staring at her silently. This girl gave him a strange feeling, and she was also angry, inexplicably angry, a very crazy feeling. It was hard to say whether she hated it or not, it was just very annoying. Oh, Kinja didn't like this kind of life of living by looking at other people's faces, so she planned to leave directly after the meal. Xiao Yun kept waiting silently after eating and drinking. Until she finished eating, she wiped her mouth, stood up and planned to leave. And 2 black shadows appeared quietly, blocking her way. "Help me find someone, I will help you find something." Xiao Yun rarely spoke, but this time he spoke with a sense of giving orders. Kinja's eyes widened when she heard this. The shadows in front of her did look familiar. It seemed that this guy was also a black magician. So she stopped and thought for a while. She definitely didn't have any money. She wasn't sure if she could find someone. She had been running away or hiding all these years. "Okay, I promise you, but you have to help me find something first. If you can, I'll help you find someone. If not, wait for me for a few decades, and I'll get enough money." Kinja was also decisive, and she had a plan in mind. First, hold Xiao Yun back and let him help her find something. Once he finds it, she will leave immediately. With the help of black magic props, she can easily carry out her plan. Now she has protective props and magic props to hide her whereabouts. She only lacks strength to complete her plan. Once she gets the power, she will get rid of this guy and work alone. "Want money? Burn it for you." Kinja's face was full of joy and composure. "No, you have to help me find someone first." Xiao Yun also refused. How could she hide this little trick from Xiao Yun? Then it's okay, wait for me for a few decades. Kinja said with a savage and cold face, and was about to break through the protection of the two black shadows. Stop! Either die or help me find someone. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. Two more black shadows appeared, and the black shadow holding a samurai sword completely blocked her retreat. You! Kinja didn't expect things to change so quickly. Until she was controlled by the black shadow and sat on the chair again, she still had a terrified feeling on her face. This is a wolf's den. Hey, this is the person I'm looking for. Help me find her, I can do something for you. Xiao Yun took the portrait out of the black shadow space indifferently. Although it was 80% like, it was enough. But Kinja stared at Xiao Yun with an indifferent face, not even looking at the portrait. But Xiao Yun's expression at the moment was sad and gentle, and he didn't seem to notice that I was staring at him with hatred. Who could make this guy so sad and caring? Could it really be a man? This guy really likes men. Kinja thought with a very bad taste in her heart, but when she glanced at the portrait on the table, she felt like she had seen something shocking and doomsday. This, although it looks like 80%, the clothes are not quite the same, and even some details are wrong, but she can clearly know that this is herself. Are you looking for her to take revenge? Kinja asked with some trembling. In any case, it seems that I have to agree today. Either leave immediately after agreeing, or pretend to look for him after agreeing, and I must stay with this guy to know what he means. As a wanted criminal in the kingdom, a princess of the ancient dark country, her identity is too special, and she has too many enemies. The rule of the ancient dark country was so terrible that many people dared not let the blood of the ancient dark country remain in this world, and they would be killed immediately once they were found. This is why Xiao Yun is so cowardly now. Once found, he will be killed immediately. This is no joke. He can't run rampant in Erlin City. Xiao Yun looked at the portrait, his face full of a relieved smile. She is my wife, usually silly, I am afraid that something will happen to her, I am worried that something will happen to her, after all, she is a fool. You are the fool. Kinja jumped up and wanted to slap him directly. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Did you recognize me and want to make fun of me? Is there such a trick? She has never seen this guy before, not in her memory, and, wife? A fool. Is there such a curse? What's wrong? Xiao Yun was stunned, and the expression on his face returned to indifference again, staring at her with a puzzled look. Kinja was also stunned by this face-changing ability. He didn't know? You really don't know me. Kinja's voice trembled a little. She said this with a great risk. Once the other party had a suspicious mind towards her, she would be exposed if she was not careful, and Xiao Yun, the dead money grubber, would definitely take his head to the kingdom to collect the reward. I know him. Xiao Yun nodded. I had seen him before in the market, and then he came to my house again, so I guess we knew each other, but we didn't know each other very well. You won't kill me, will you? Kinja trembled and slumped in the chair. Hey! Xiao Yun looked puzzled. What's wrong with her? Kinja took off the mask tremblingly, lowered her head and said, when did you recognize me? Sure enough. It's over, I've been discovered, I must have been discovered a long time ago, if this guy takes my head. There are tens of thousands of treasures in my dark ancient country. The wealth of an ancient country. Treasures from the heyday. I can give you 1/10 as long as you help me. Please don't hand me over to them, Kinja said to herself with a pale face. But all this scared Xiao Yun half to death. What is happening? Xiao Yun was stunned, while Kinja was still lowering her head and talking about how powerful the Dark Kingdom was, how rich it was, and how much it could give him. Xiao Yun was in a daze, all this was a bit too unreal. Looking at the table again, the rest were either vegetables or fruits. Indeed, what she liked and didn't like to eat were also consistent, and some of her actions could even make him feel bored. There was really no one else with this talent except her. Seeing this, the black shadow knelt down directly and clasped his fists. The more Kinja talked, the more she felt that the atmosphere was wrong, so she carefully raised her eyes and glanced at Xiao Yun. Of course, she also saw the black shadow half kneeling on the ground and clasping his fists beside her. What's going on? What's going on? Is it because he was impressed by my money? Indeed, a kingdom has a lot of money and the rewards given by those kingdoms are much more. No wonder, this guy is a money grubber, this situation is also normal. The paleness on Kinja's face improved a little, and it was replaced by arrogance. Hey! Since you know this princess's identity and the strength of my dark ancient country, just help this princess obediently, and you will get benefits in the future. Do you hear me? Kinja looked like she had gotten an advantage and wanted to be good. Xiao Yun looked embarrassed and helpless. How to say it? She was stupid, yes, but such a stupid person was his wife, and it seemed that she didn't know him. Xiao Yun had a way to restore her memory before she crossed into this world, but he thought about it and felt that the conditions were not enough now. Chapter 97 Puppet Princess. How is it? Have you thought it through? Kinja was a little uncertain, and her words were a little weak, and her voice was particularly low. Xiao Yun's expression changed continuously, sometimes livid, sometimes pale and weird. She couldn't tell whether this guy was happy or angry. Okay, then cooperate, but you may have to live here. Xiao Yun's face returned to the previous indifferent expression. Hearing this, Kinja felt a chill all over her body. Is this guy trying to catch her attention? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Although he looks good, his idea is beyond this guy. Impossible. Kinja refused decisively. Well, okay. Xiao Yun nodded and agreed. When Kinja heard Xiao Yun sigh, her heart sank, but when she heard Xiao Yun agree, she felt unbelievable. This guy actually agreed? It feels a bit unreal. Slowly putting on the mask, looking at the black shadows still kneeling on the ground with fists clasped, Xiao Yun was very excited and very happy this time. It can be said that he found her without any danger. He was not worried whether it was Kinja deliberately disguised by some family. From the perspective of virtue alone, it was indeed Kinja. If there was really someone who could act so like her, Xiao Yun would admit it. But he would not be so stupid to let her leave, and still used dozens of black shadows to follow her away. But as soon as she left the house, Xiao Yun's face darkened. There were many people around her. People suddenly surrounded her, controlled her and took her away. There were spies from some families around the hotel. They followed her when she went to the antique street before. When the people from the Yi's family came to take back the inventory in their warehouse, the spies from these families were also there. There are only a few possibilities for arresting Kinja now. One is that the other party wants to threaten her with Kinja, and the other is that the other party wants to ask Kinja about her own information without her knowing. They probably think that the reason they were robbed by Xiao Yun last time was because they informed Xiao Yun. Now they don't plan to inform Kinja when they arrest her, but directly ask for the information of this top black magician. If it doesn't work, they will use Kinja to threaten her again. The Yi's family was too careless last time, so they were robbed. Anyway, that's probably what they meant. Well, you're so anxious to have me as a guest. Xiao Yun stood up and stretched his muscles, and the long red demon sword Muramasa appeared in his hand. Walking out of the hotel, sensing the movement of the shadow, it was a good thing that Xiao Yun let the shadow attach, otherwise he really wouldn't know that she was moved away. It seems that she must not be allowed to leave him in the future. Step by step, chasing in the direction he sensed. This scene made many family spies present hesitate. What is this guy going to do? The kidnapped Kinja was brought to the Fran family. A group of very important Fran family members were waiting, and they were immediately happy when they saw Kinja being brought over. The reason why they arrested Kinja was because of the information that might be hidden in Xiao Yun. Indeed, the outer periphery of the world center is the Gada Desert, then the tower, and then the underground city. They read a lot of information and even conveyed the news back to the capital of the kingdom, asking the Fran family to check the news and investigate. The final news was that the third floor that had not been explored was very likely to be an underground city. The whole world is paying attention to the secret of the center of the world, but few forces or people know clearly what it is. It's like a circle, layer after layer, it's very difficult to peel it off, each layer is like a steel bone, not to mention a collision, even a touch will be broken into pieces, bones are too weak compared to steel. It's nothing more than an egg hitting a stone. But now there is a good opportunity to explore the secret of the center of the world. How can the Fran family not be tempted? So they thought of arresting Xiao Yun first, but the fate of the Yi's family made them terrified, and they quietly stole everything stored in the entire warehouse. Fortunately, the important things are in the hands of important people, otherwise the Yi's family may directly use all their forces to arrest Xiao Yun and ask him to return the things. But on the side of the Fran family, what they considered is the center of the world. There was once a brave man who returned from the second-floor tower in the center of the world, and that brave man is now the founding emperor of the Kingdom of Fire, one of the 5 elemental kingdoms. What secrets are there? Everyone wants to know, but no one can find out. The second floor tower is full of magic. It is an indescribable magic world, different from here. It can be said to be a fairyland, or a hell. The strength there is so strong that it makes people astonished and yearn for it. It is said that if you get the secret of the center of the world, you can gain the power to control the world and the 5 kingdoms. You are the Fran family. Kinja's eyes dodged. Being detained, she didn't even dare to look at the other party. After all, the Fran family is an important official of the Earth Element Magic Kingdom. They definitely know the people of the Black Magic Kingdom. If she is recognized, she may die on the spot. Yes, it's the Fran family, take them away. Frankie, the head of the Fran family, waved his hand, and stood up silently with a group of people and walked towards the dungeon of the manor in the family. There is plenty of time to ask her what her relationship with Xiao Yun is. There will be a lot of information that can be obtained. Not long after they left, Xiao Yun came directly following the wave. No one is allowed to enter the Fulang family manor. The guards stopped Xiao Yun directly. Xiao Yun stared at the guards coldly. The guards could not help but feel a chill rising from the depths of their souls, as if there was a howling ghost singing a sad song. Looking at Xiao Yun, their eyes were suddenly filled with fear, and they couldn't help but take several steps back before stopping. At the same time, it seemed that he received news that his father had captured a very beautiful girl and locked her up in the dungeon. Fulang Ming rushed over directly and happened to see Xiao Yun holding a knife and forcing the 2 guards back in front of the door. Okay. It's you. Damn it. Fulang Ming was a little surprised. Who is this? Why does he look familiar? His clothes and back look so familiar, but when he saw Xiao Yun from the front, he came to his senses. This guy. This guy is Xiao Yun. The guy who made his legs crippled. He knew from Doc that Xiao Yun was definitely capable of saving their legs, but he didn't. So Fleming hated Xiao Yun, thinking that it was this guy who caused his leg to be broken, and now he can only use the parts of the magic doll. If he hadn't been wearing a robe, he would probably be laughed at by many people on the street. Even if he was wearing a robe, he was laughed at by many people who knew him. Now in Erlin City, he has a title, Doll Princess Fleming, and some people would come up to him with a mocking face and say to him in a friendly way, "Do you want to play with dolls? Doll Princess." And the other party's identity made him clench his fists and say a few harsh words, and all this is because of this damn guy. Chapter 98. Let him go. And now, this guy is right in front of him. How can he relieve his hatred if he doesn't kill him? It's all because of this guy made him be called the Doll Princess. It's all because of him. Who are you? Xiao Yun looked like he didn't want to pay attention and just wanted to go in directly. Puppet Princess Flaming. Flaming. You can't remember my name, can you? You've hurt me to this extent, and you actually forgot me. Flaming thought in his heart, and blurted it out. After seeing the eyes of the guards, he immediately changed his words, but he knew that his title of Puppet Princess could not be changed. So he poured all his hatred on Xiao Yun, and regarded this guy as the only way to vent his anger. As for what the family said about him not to provoke him, he treated all of this as shit. He was just a black magician, so what if he had good talent? He was the young master of the dignified Flaming family. Even if the Flaming family was not in the royal capital, it was enough to make this place tremble. Let the people here bow their heads to him. But this guy made him incomplete. Beat him. Beat him to death. Flaming's face was extremely distorted, and his voice was a little sharp and a bit harsh. Several guards looked at Fleming, then at Xiao Yun, and finally surrounded him helplessly. They couldn't bear Fleming's murderous gaze. If they were not careful, they would be hated by everyone. It would be better to take action quickly. So a group of people approached this side aggressively. But Xiao Yun just grabbed Fleming, who was furious in front of him, and then took the demon sword Muramasa to hold him hostage. Fleming was stunned. No one had ever dared to take action against him after hearing his identity, and the fate was clear, so he usually stood in front of the person he wanted to teach or humiliate, pointing and cursing, but this was the first time he was held hostage. Feeling the long knife on his neck, he swallowed his saliva. His throat was only scratched, but he could feel a little heat flowing down his neck. Don't you know the power of the Fran family? They can shake the capital city with just a stomp of their feet. This was the first time that Fran Ming felt death was so close to him. It was also the first time that he felt that he would die. The last time he was caught by Gata, he just felt a little angry and scared. Last time, he knew that someone would come to save him, it was just a matter of time, but now, Xiao Yun wanted to use his cheap life to exchange for his noble life, and he felt waves of fear coming. Unable to move, he could only move along with Xiao Yun's actions. Until he walked towards the interior of the Fran family manor, these guards did not dare to stop him anymore. The most important thing is this guy crazy? Threatening Fran Ming, the eldest son of the Fran family in Erlin City. Going to the family manor, isn't this looking for death? Xiao Yun's face did not show any expression. Whoever dares to touch his wife will die. On the way here, Xiao Yun had already prepared to flee to the Gata desert after destroying the Fran family. Until they arrived at the interior of the Fran manor, the head of the Fran family who received the news soon rushed over and saw Fran Ming who was kidnapped by Xiao Yun. Okay. Let's talk it over. Your Excellency doesn't have to do this. What grudge do we have? The head of the Fran family asked knowingly. Xiao Yun stared at them coldly. That girl, the girl you took away, don't delay, don't play dumb, otherwise I will die here with her today. Since you are here, you don't plan to leave. Brain? No, I'm full of passion, I'll be stupid if I'm stupid. Hearing this almost roaring way of speaking, the head of the Fran family also fell into deep thought. Fran Ming is in his hands. If it is a normal negotiation, Xiao Yun's current attitude will not work. So he can only abandon the possibility of quibbling. Okay, let her go now, and I hope you don't hurt him. The head of the Fran family looked silent, stared at Xiao Yun for a while and waved. The elder beside him was embarrassed. Master, it's almost. Hurry! Master Fran shouted. Hearing this, the elder had no choice but to get up and leave to plant Kinja. But since you are here, we have a business to cooperate with. I wonder if you are interested. Franlin stared at Xiao Yun's face to check his expression. Unfortunately, he didn't see any expression change, and he seemed to be uninterested. Xiao Yun also he just stared at Franlin indifferently. Until Kinja was invited out, Xiao Yun felt relieved that she didn't seem to be wronged. When Kinja came to his side, Xiao Yun pushed Fran Ming forward directly, and drew the demon sword Muramasa in his hand, as if he was ready to fight. The elders of the Fran family and the Fran family master all said with cold faces, do it. At this moment, Kinja over there slipped a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed it towards Xiao Yun's neck without mercy. If it hit him firmly, he would definitely stab him and bleed wildly. But Xiao Yun had drawn his sword before. Under the eager gaze of Franlin and the Fran elders, Xiao Yun killed him with one sword. Blood slid from the tip of the sword, and he pointed directly at the Fran elders and Franlin opposite. I don't want to say it a second time. Let her go, or I won't leave today. Franlin and the elders felt cold in their hearts. At this moment, they felt that the young man in front of them was a beast with claws and fangs exposed. He didn't mind having a few more scars on his body, nor did he mind having his head hung on the fireplace. As long as he could bite off a bite of the enemy's flesh and blood, he would be considered a prophet. Franlin stared fiercely at the elder who had just released the fake Kinja on his own initiative. Although he was a little excited in his heart just now, if he could knock Xiao Yun down, he would directly control his injuries at that time, and the whole person would fall into the hands of their Fran family. But he didn't expect that things would change so quickly. Everything happened in a flash. Don't worry, we will let her go. This time we really let her go. Franlin left in person this time. No one dared to move. Although many people had heard from the people who came back when the talent was tested that this guy had a super powerful artifact, many elders thought it was just a joke. As mages, what have they not seen? Dare to call it an artifact? I'm afraid it's just some kind of powerful magic prop, but now they have discovered that this is not a magic prop. It's simply a holy weapon. It's just that the dark power in this holy weapon is too terrible, and it feels like swallowing everything. There is no doubt that if the light magic is in front of this knife, will it be ashamed? It is estimated that even the light magic will be much dimmer in front of this darkness. Such pure darkness. On the one hand, it is the demon sword Muramasa in Xiao Yun's hand, and on the other hand, it is because Xiao Yun's identity is unknown. Some people speculate that the dark power of the boy from the Gata desert is a demon, and some people think it is a creature from the tower or the dungeon. Chapter 99 Tower Plan. Few normal people know what the third floor is. Even the people of the Flang family don't know. Even the capital is studying why the third floor is empty. They have tested the underground, but the result is unexpected. It seems to be just an ordinary flat land. But Xiao Yun concluded that it was an underground city. After several investigations, the 5 kingdoms gave an answer. It is indeed the remains of an underground city. There were records in ancient times that there were countless underground cities under the tower. Even under the 5 kingdoms now, the whole world is the 3rd underground city. It's just that no one knows the exit and entrance. Otherwise, it would be really terrifying if the things inside ran out. But these things that Xiao Yun thought were basic knowledge were miracles in their eyes. Xiao Yun didn't dare to say or ask. He even felt that these materials were useless. He was in the game and didn't know where to get lost. Of course, he probably understood how powerful his knowledge was, but he had never put it into practice. Now that he heard these people talking about cooperation, he was unwilling in his heart. The Fran family had touched his reverse scale, and it was good enough that they were not destroyed. Still want to cooperate? Dream on. Of course, if there was a chance to trick them once, Xiao Yun would still be happy. Until this time, when he sensed Kinja's shadow appeared in the sensing range, Xiao Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. And Franlin also looked relieved. Fortunately, the monster did not swing the sword, otherwise the Fran family might be destroyed today. That knife, even he, a great wizard, felt palpitations. You. Kinja stared at Xiao Yun with wide eyes. The deception mask on her face had been taken in her hand, and her identity had been clearly explored. Although the 5 Elements Magic Kingdom maintained a firm attitude towards the elimination of the remnants of the ancient Black Magic Kingdom, this was just a pretense. Some things should be left to nature. But she didn't expect Xiao Yun to appear here now. Why did this guy rush over? I said, the girl I'm looking for is my wife. Xiao Yun explained naturally, and then protected her behind him. Oh. So it's this. Kinja didn't come back to her senses, with a playful look on her face, but when she reacted, her eyes widened with surprise. Isn't the person this guy is looking for me? Is he making fun of me? Kinja now only thinks that Xiao Yun is joking, and he wants the treasure of the dark ancient country, she believes it. Of course, Xiao Yun doesn't know what she thinks, and if he knows, he won't feel anything. Money, you can have as much as you want, but if the person is gone, it's really gone. Okay, can you talk to us? Franlin wanted to invite Xiao Yun at first, but he had to plan to start with Kinja. He didn't expect this guy to come directly to his door, and of course he didn't expect Kinja's identity. But now that Xiao Yun is here, we can talk about the issue of the center of the world. The world center of the 3rd layer is the underground city. Now that the 5 kingdoms have confirmed it, they have put the problem on the Fran family. Even several elders of the Fran family present now are deliberately arranged by the 5 kingdoms. The purpose is to prevent one of the kingdoms from getting the benefits and leaving them out. Xiao Yun didn't delay and turned around and left. When you are ready to be grandsons, come to me again. I believe we will have a pleasant conversation. Xiao Yun left a sentence indifferently, and then left directly under Franlin's cold eyes. If the information of the 3rd underground city can be explored, it will be a great credit to Franlin. The secret of the center of the world can give birth to an ancient country. If the Fran family gets such an advantage. But being a grandson is easier said than done. Their families have been rampant for hundreds of years, who would want to be a grandson? The benefits are still unknown, although some of them are already known. The grandson may not be me. Now I tell you well, since you don't want to drink the toast, then wait for the people from the 5 kingdoms to come. I believe there will be a good show, right? Franlin talked to himself, watching Xiao Yun leave in the distance, and Xiao Yun naturally didn't hear this. Of course, Xiao Yun didn't plan to stay in the city. He had used the 100,000 gold coins given to him by Kinja to buy a lot of food and water, as well as a lot of building materials and other things. He was going to survive in the depths of the Gada Desert. In the Gada Desert, a man and a woman walked slowly on the wooden planks. Xiao Yun was not worried that Gada would attack them. Gada came to worship them several times, but they ignored them and left after giving them some small things. When they really went to the inner circle of Gada Desert, they found that there were not only Gada, but also a huge number of desert monsters. If Xiao Yun had not been able to sense the shadows in the tiny gaps in the sand, he might have died in this ghost place. Of course, this also became his top golden finger. There are really few people who can run rampant in the inner circle. Hey! You brought me to this ghost place, don't you want to kill people? Kinja looked indignant. She was taken to this ghost place, tired from traveling, and rushed on all kinds of roads. She was almost crazy. Xiao Yun said coldly without looking back, if you continue to stay in Erlin City, no, even if it is not Erlin City, it is other cities, do you think you can keep your identity as the princess of the Dark Ancient Kingdom? The things on us can attract the attention of many interested people in the 5 kingdoms. Kinja was stunned when she heard this and stopped talking. She thought Xiao Yun knew nothing. But after investigating the information of this world, Xiao Yun gathered the knowledge in his head and checked it continuously, and finally got this result. This is also the reason why he left immediately, otherwise he really wanted to stay in Erlin City for a while. Of course, no one would have thought that Xiao Yun would be so tough and directly brought Kinja to the center of the Gada Desert. There are really a lot of things that can be brought by 100,000 gold coins, but Kinja just can't see them. Then you can't ignore my will. Kinja didn't know why, and she felt trembling inexplicably when she said this, as if it was instinct. Well, I'll send you back now, leave you 500 gold coins, and even send a few shadows to protect you. You can go wherever you want, okay? Xiao Yun was also straightforward and said this directly. Kinja bit her lip, didn't say anything, just stomped her feet hard, and walked a little hard, obviously expressing her unhappiness. In fact, if she didn't follow Xiao Yun, she even felt that she might not be able to stay in Erlin City for a minute before being surrounded by the armies of the 5 kingdoms. She also knew clearly that Xiao Yun refused to cooperate with a big family, and the consequence was that he might be calculated by those big families, and she was caught, to a large extent, because Xiao Yun appeared, and now the two of them came here together, partly because of Xiao Yun, and partly because of herself. Chapter 100 Disaster. Although Xiao Yun's escape here is good for him, isn't it also good for her? Both sides have to escape. In fact, if she has the ability, Kinja will escape without hesitation, but she really didn't expect to escape to the Gada Desert and come to the center. She knew the dangers here, but of course she didn't encounter any danger along the way here. She couldn't help but wonder, is this the hell called the Gada Desert in history? Just like this? Just like this? It doesn't feel that dangerous. But when she turned her eyes, a desert hare in the distance was as they were jumping around, the mountains suddenly shook. As if they sensed danger, the desert hare began to flee in a hurry. According to Kinja's opinion, the hare should have escaped. If there was such a big movement, at the hare's speed. Bang! A sound like an explosion sounded, and in an instant, the hare and the surrounding dozens of meters were directly covered by a huge mouth, and the sound like a bomb exploding was the result of the monster's lips closing together. The sound of the collision. To be honest, Kinja felt that her eardrums were hurting, as if they had been shattered by a shock, and she stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. Is this Gada Desert? This is hell. No, I don't know what will happen if I continue to follow this lunatic. I have to go back immediately. Kinja probably made a decision in her heart. She had a feeling from the scene just now that she might turn into that hare. At any time. Now when I look around, I no longer have the same feeling that the primary school students had when they were on spring outings. They were happy and even wanted to play and play. Instead, I felt like I was in the 18th level of hell. There were oil pans and sharp knives everywhere, as well as a lot of various traps and instruments of torture, and even various kinds of lava that emitted terrifying heat. This scene is right in front of you. Xiao Yun didn't say anything. He just stopped quietly, looked at Kinja who was mumbling to herself, and pointed at her feet. Look carefully before you speak. Kinja subconsciously looked at her feet, and even extended her gaze behind her. As a result, what she saw was one after another, small fluffy tentacles, just like earthworms. They were not long, and they didn't even have any sense of danger. They were just ordinary little tails? Or some kind of plant? If I were you, I wouldn't touch it. Xiao Yun interrupted Kinja's disbelief, and even bent down to touch it to prove that the thing below was just an ordinary plant or creature. Kinja hesitated after hearing this, but only paused slightly, then continued to stretch her hand over there, even faster than before. Xiao Yun didn't want to stop her, he just looked at her quietly. After gently picking up the fluffy earthworm with his fingers, Xiao Yun hurriedly stepped forward and picked it up. You! Let me go! Damn it! You want to take advantage of me? Run! Kinja was halfway through her words and looked directly at the ground where she was standing just now. The sand was bulging, and the sand was sinking down one after another, as if something was about to come out. She knew that there was a high probability that something would appear again. Ugh! A roar came out, and the thing under the ground finally emerged, and a huge yellow octopus emerged from the ground. The difference between this thing and ordinary octopuses is that it does not live on water. It is a bit like a cold-blooded animal. It consumes very little energy most of the time. The whole body is like a stone, with only a small strip of flock remaining. Tentacles swim. This flocculent tentacle is like a switch. Once touched, this behemoth will be activated immediately. Many people in the desert can't help but be curious, or if they accidentally step on the fluffy tentacles, they will instantly activate the desert octopus. It turned out to be a very terrifying chase. Xiao Yun also muttered for a moment after picking her up, a few kilograms heavier than before. Hearing this, Kinja almost slapped him, as if he knew how heavy he once was. Of course, she didn't dare to do this. Once stunned, the two of them would stumble and start rolling under the premise of moving at such high speed, and the final result would be to be overtaken by the desert octopus behind them. When the desert octopus behind him saw two humans, it immediately chased them like crazy. Most monsters have IQs, it's just a difference between high and low. Simple things are easy for monsters to do. Although this desert octopus's IQ is not high, it knows that humans must carry a lot of things with them, such as storing magic props or survival supplies. In this case, the energy consumed to capture a human will be many times lower than the supplies carried by the human. A business that makes a sure profit without losing money, and you can also change positions. How boring is it to always stay in one place? So just like that, a desert octopus was surging in the sand like crazy, swimming like it was in water, chasing madly towards the boy holding the girl, and the wind and sand kept washing with every move. Oh, if I had come by myself, I might not have encountered this kind of thing. I would still be a burden, a disobedient burden. Alas, my life is miserable. Xiao Yun said as he ran, feeling thoughtful. He pointed, not caring at all that the person involved was still blushing and afraid to speak in his arms. Kinja knew that she was stupid, and she had no words to retort. At this time, she could only accept the scolding, wait for her escape, and talk about other things later. But the huge guy behind her was moving like a bulldozer, and he looked very energetic. She could clearly feel that Xiao Yun's pace had begun to slow down, and her guilt and anxiety became a little more. Did I really harm him? No. That's not right. He brought me here, so I still blame him? Right. That's right. When Kinja was deceiving herself in her heart, she actually knew that she had harmed Xiao Yun and caused this situation. Now she was going to die, and she felt a little sad for no reason. The construction of the dark ancient country had not been completed yet, and she was going to die, alas. Seeing the desert octopus behind her getting closer and closer, Xiao Yun's pace was getting slower and slower, and Kinja closed her eyes as if she accepted her fate. It's time. Xiao Yun's running body stopped abruptly, and after barely staggering to stand still, he directly summoned the black shadows. The moment 100 black shadows appeared, they filled up the place and were blocked. Almost instantly, the octopus was also stopped by the black shadow army. Xiao Yun also walked to the center of the desert, pierced his finger with a knife, and a drop of blood fell on a small stone at the center. Xiao Yun began to hum a strange tune. With the appearance of the tune, the surroundings began to tremble. And the drop of blood was absorbed by the exposed stone like a sponge.